Gooseberries by Anton Chekhov. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The whole sky had been overcast with rain clouds from early morning. It was a still day, not hot, but heavy, as it is in gray dull weather, when the clouds have been hanging over the country for a long time, when one expects rain and it does not come. Ivan Ivanovitch, the veterinary surgeon, and Burkin, the high school teacher, were already tired from walking, and the fields seemed to them endless. Far ahead of them they could just see the windmills of the village of Mironositsko. On the right stretched a row of hillocks, which disappeared in the distance behind the village, and they both knew that this was the bank of the river, that there were meadows, green willows, homesteads there, and that if one stood on one of the hillocks, one could see from it the same vast plain, telegraph wires, and a train which in the distance looked like a crawling caterpillar, and that in clear weather one could even see the town. Now, in still weather, when all nature seemed mild and dreamy, Ivan Ivanovitch and Burkin were filled with love of that countryside, and both thought how great, how beautiful a land it was. "Last time we were in Prokofy's barn," said Burkin, "you were about to tell me a story." "Yes, I meant to tell you about my brother." Ivan Ivanovitch heaved a deep sigh and lighted a pipe to begin to tell his story, but just at that moment the rain began, and 5 minutes later heavy rain came down, covering the sky, and it was hard to tell when it would be over. Ivan Ivanovitch and Burkin stopped in hesitation. The dogs, already drenched, stood with their tails between their legs, gazing at them feelingly. "We must take shelter somewhere," said Burkin. "Let us go to Alehin's. It's close by." "Come along." They turned aside and walked through mown fields, sometimes going straight forward, sometimes turning to the right, till they came out on the road. Soon they saw poplars, a garden, then the red roofs of barns. There was a gleam of the river, and the view opened onto a broad expanse of water with a windmill and a white bathhouse. This was Sofino, where Alehin lived. The watermill was at work, drowning the sound of the rain. The dam was shaking. Here wet horses with drooping heads were standing near their carts, and men were walking about covered with sacks. It was damp, muddy, and desolate. The water looked cold and malignant. Ivan Ivanovitch and Burkin were already conscious of a feeling of wetness, messiness, and discomfort all over. Their feet were heavy with mud, and when, crossing the dam, they went up to the barns, they were silent, as though they were angry with one another. In one of the barns there was the sound of a winnowing machine. The door was open, and clouds of dust were coming from it. In the doorway was standing Alehin himself, a man of 40, tall and stout, with long hair, more like a professor or an artist than a landowner. He had on a white shirt that badly needed washing, a rope for a belt, drawers instead of trousers, and his boots, too, were plastered up with mud and straw. His eyes and nose were black with dust. He recognized Ivan Ivanovitch and Burkin, and was apparently much delighted to see them. "Go into the house, gentlemen," he said, smiling. "I'll come directly, this minute." It was a big, two-storied house. Alehin lived in the lower story, with arched ceilings and little windows, where the bailiffs had once lived. Here everything was plain, and there was a smell of rye bread, cheap vodka, and harness. He went upstairs into the best rooms only on rare occasions, when visitors came. Ivan Ivanovitch and Birkin were met in the house by a maidservant, a young woman so beautiful that they both stood still and looked at one another. "You can't imagine how delighted I am to see you, my friends," said Alehin, going into the hall with them. "It is a surprise. Pelagea," he said, addressing the girl, "give our visitors something to change into. And, by the way, I will change too. Only I must first go and wash, for I almost think I have not washed since spring. Wouldn't you like to come into the bathhouse? And meanwhile they will get things ready here." Beautiful Pelagea, looking so refined and soft, brought them towels and soap, and Alehin went to the bathhouse with his guests. "It's a long time since I had a wash," he said, undressing. "I have got a nice bathhouse, as you see. My father built it, but I somehow never have time to wash." He sat down on the steps and soaped his long hair and his neck, and the water round him turned brown. "Yes, I must say," said Ivan Ivanovitch meaningly, looking at his head. "It's a long time since I washed," said Alehin with embarrassment, giving himself a second soaping, and the water near him turned dark blue, like ink. Ivan Ivanovitch went outside, plunged into the water with a loud splash, and swam in the rain, flinging his arms out wide. He stirred the water into waves which set the white lilies bobbing up and down. He swam to the very middle of the mill pond, and dived, and came up a minute later in another place, and swam on, and kept on diving, trying to touch the bottom. "Oh, my goodness!" he repeated continually, enjoying himself thoroughly. "Oh, my goodness!" He swam to the mill, talked to the peasants there, then returned and lay on his back in the middle of the pond, turning his face to the rain. Birkin and Alehin were dressed and ready to go, but he still went on swimming and diving. "Oh, my goodness!" he said. "Oh, Lord, have mercy on me!" "That's enough!" Birkin shouted to him. They went back to the house, and only when the lamp was lighted in the big drawing room upstairs, and Birkin and Ivan Ivanovitch, attired in silk dressing gowns and warm slippers, were sitting in armchairs, and Alehin, washed and combed, and a new coat, was walking about the drawing room, evidently enjoying the feeling of warmth, cleanliness, dry clothes, and light shoes. And when lovely Pelagea, stepping noiselessly on the carpet and smiling softly, handed tea and jam on a tray, only then Ivan Ivanovitch began on his story, and it seemed as though not only Birkin and Alehin were listening, but also the ladies, young and old, and the officers who looked down upon them sternly and calmly from their gold frames. "There are two of us brothers," he began. "I, Ivan Ivanovitch, and my brother Nikolay Ivanovitch, 2 years younger. I went in for a learned profession and became a veterinary surgeon, while Nikolay sat in a government office from the time he was 19. Our father, Chimska Himalaisky, was a cantonist, but he rose to be an officer and left us a little estate and the rank of nobility. After his death, the little estate went in debts and legal expenses. But anyway, we had spent our childhood running wild in the country. Like peasant children, we passed our days and nights in the fields and the woods, looked after horses, stripped the bark off the trees, fished, and so on. And you know, whoever has once in his life caught perch, or has seen the migrating of the thrushes in autumn, watched how they float in flocks over the village on bright, cool days, he will never be a real townsman, and will have a yearning for freedom to the day of his death. My brother was miserable in the government office. Years passed by, and he went on sitting in the same place, went on writing the same papers and thinking of one and the same thing: how to get into the country. And this yearning, by degrees, passed into a definite desire, into a dream of buying himself a little farm somewhere, on the banks of a river or a lake. He was a gentle, good-natured fellow, and I was fond of him. But I never sympathized with this desire to shut himself up for the rest of his life in a little farm of his own. It's the correct thing to say that a man needs no more than 6 feet of earth, but 6 feet is what a corpse needs, not a man. And they say, too, now, that if our intellectual classes are attracted to the land and yearn for a farm, it's a good thing. But these farms are just the same as 6 feet of earth. To retreat from town, from the struggle, from the bustle of life, to retreat and bury oneself in one's farm, it's not life, it's egoism, laziness, it's monasticism, of a sort, but monasticism without good works. A man does not need 6 feet of earth or a farm, but the whole globe, all nature, where he can have room to display all the qualities and peculiarities of his free spirit. My brother Nicola, sitting in his government office, dreamed of how he would eat his own cabbages, which would fill the whole yard with such a savory smell, take his meals on the green grass, sleep in the sun, sit for whole hours on the seat by the gate gazing at the fields and the forest. Gardening books and the agricultural hints in calendars were his delight, his favorite spiritual sustenance. He enjoyed reading newspapers too, but the only things he read in them were the advertisements of so many acres of arable land and a grass meadow with farm houses and buildings, a river, a garden, a mill and mill ponds for sale. And his imagination pictured the garden paths, flowers and fruit, starling cotes, the carp in the pond, and all that sort of thing, you know. These imaginary pictures were of different kinds according to the advertisements which he came across, but for some reason in every one of them he had always to have gooseberries. He could not imagine a homestead, he could not picture an idyllic nook, without gooseberries. "Country life has its conveniences," he would sometimes say. "You sit on the veranda and you drink tea, while your ducks swim on the pond. There is a delicious smell everywhere, and the gooseberries are growing." He used to draw a map of his property, and in every map there were the same things: A. House for the family. B. Servants' quarters. C. Kitchen garden. D. Gooseberry bushes. He lived parsimoniously, was frugal in food and drink. His clothes were beyond description. He looked like a beggar, but kept on saving and putting money in the bank. He grew fearfully avaricious. I did not like to look at him, and I used to give him something and send him presents for Christmas and Easter, but he used to save that too. Once a man is absorbed by an idea, there is no doing anything with him. Years passed. He was transferred to another province. He was over 40, and he was still reading the advertisements in the papers and saving up. Then I heard he was married. Still with the same object of buying a farm and having gooseberries, he married an elderly and ugly widow without a trace of feeling for her, simply because she had filthy lucre. He went on living frugally after marrying her, and kept her short of food, while he put her money in the bank in his name. Her first husband had been a postmaster, and with him she was accustomed to pies and home-made wines, while with her second husband she did not get enough black bread. She began to pine away with this sort of life, and 3 years later she gave up her soul to God. And I need hardly say that my brother never for one moment imagined that he was responsible for her death. Money, like vodka, makes a man queer. In our town there was a merchant who, before he died, ordered a plateful of honey, and ate up all his money and lottery tickets with the honey, so that no one might get the benefit of it. While I was inspecting cattle at a railway station, a cattle dealer fell under an engine and had his leg cut off. We carried him into the waiting room. The blood was flowing. It was a horrible thing. And he kept asking them to look for his leg, and was very much worried about it. There were 20 roubles in the boot on the leg that had been cut off, and he was afraid they would be lost. "That's a story from a different opera," said Burkin. "After his wife's death," Ivan Ivanovitch went on, after thinking for half a minute, "my brother began looking out for an estate for himself. Of course, you may look about for 5 years and yet end by making a mistake, and buying something quite different from what you have dreamed of. My brother Nikolay bought through an agent a mortgaged estate of 330 acres, with a house for the family, with servants' quarters, with a park, but with no orchard, no gooseberry bushes, and no duck pond. There was a river, but the water in it was the color of coffee, because on one side of the estate there was a brick yard, and on the other a factory for burning bones. But Nikolay Ivanovitch did not grieve much. He ordered 20 gooseberry bushes, planted them, and began living as a country gentleman. Last year I went to pay him a visit. I thought I would go and see what it was like. In his letters my brother called his estate Shumberikloff Waste, alias Himalaysko. I reached alias Himalaysko in the afternoon. It was hot. Everywhere there were ditches, fences, hedges, fir trees planted in rows, and there was no knowing how to get to the yard, where to put one's horse. I went up to the house, and was met by a fat red dog that looked like a pig. It wanted to bark, but it was too lazy. The cook, a fat, barefooted woman, came out of the kitchen, and she, too, looked like a pig, and said that her master was resting after dinner. I went in to see my brother. He was sitting up in bed with the quilt over his legs. He had grown older, fatter, wrinkled. His cheeks, his nose, and his mouth all stuck out. He looked as though he might begin grunting into the quilt at any moment. We embraced each other, and shed tears of joy and of sadness at the thought that we had once been young, and now were both gray-headed and near the grave. He dressed, and led me out to show me the estate. "Well, how are you getting on here?" I asked. "Oh, all right, thank God. I am getting on very well." He was no more a poor timid clerk, but a real landowner, a gentleman. He was already accustomed to it, had grown used to it, and liked it. He ate a great deal, went to the bath house, was growing stout, was already at law with the village commune and both factories, and was very much offended when the peasants did not call him "Your Honor." And he concerned himself with the salvation of his soul in a substantial, gentlemanly manner, and performed deeds of charity, not simply, but with an air of consequence. And what deeds of charity! He treated the peasants for every sort of disease with soda and castor oil, and on his name day had a Thanksgiving service in the middle of the village, and then treated the peasants to a gallon of vodka. He thought that was the thing to do. Oh, those horrible gallons of vodka! One day the fat landowner hauls the peasants up before the district captain for trespass, and next day, in honor of a holiday, treats them to a gallon of vodka, and they drink and shout "Hurrah!" and when they are drunk bow down to his feet. A change of life for the better, and being well fed and idle develop in a Russian the most insolent self-conceit. Nikolay Ivanovitch, who at one time in the government office was afraid to have any views of his own, now could say nothing that was not gospel truth, and uttered such truths in the tone of a prime minister. Education is essential, but for the peasants it is premature. Corporal punishment is harmful as a rule, but in some cases it is necessary and there is nothing to take its place. I know the peasants and understand how to treat them, he would say. The peasants like me. I need only to hold up my little finger, and the peasants will do anything I like. And all this, observe, was uttered with a wise, benevolent smile. He repeated 20 times over, "We noblemen." I as a noble. Obviously he did not remember that our grandfather was a peasant, and our father a soldier. Even our surname, Chemska Himalevsky, in reality so incongruous, seemed to him now melodious, distinguished, and very agreeable. But the point just now is not he, but myself. I want to tell you about the change that took place in me during the brief hours I spent at his country place. In the evening, when we were drinking tea, the cook put on the table a plateful of gooseberries. They were not bought, but his own gooseberries, gathered for the first time since the bushes were planted. Nikolay Ivanovitch laughed and looked for a minute in silence at the gooseberries, with tears in his eyes. He could not speak for excitement. Then he put one gooseberry in his mouth, looked at me with the triumph of a child who has at last received his favorite toy, and said, "How delicious!" And he ate them greedily, continually repeating, "Ah, how delicious! Do taste them!" They were sour and unripe, but as Pushkin says, "Dearer to us the falsehood that exalts than hosts of baser truths." I saw a happy man whose cherished dream was so obviously fulfilled, who had attained his object in life, who had gained what he wanted, who was satisfied with his fate and himself. There is always, for some reason, an element of sadness mingled with my thoughts of human happiness. And on this occasion, at the sight of a happy man, I was overcome by an oppressive feeling that was close upon despair. It was particularly oppressive at night. A bed was made up for me in the room next to my brother's bedroom, and I could hear that he was awake, and that he kept getting up and going to the plate of gooseberries and taking one. I reflected how many satisfied, happy people there really are. What a suffocating force it is! You look at life, the insolence and idleness of the strong, the ignorance and brutishness of the weak. Incredible poverty all about us, overcrowding, degeneration, drunkenness, hypocrisy, lying. Yet all is calm and stillness in the houses and in the streets. Of the 50,000 living in a town, there is not one who would cry out, who would give vent to his indignation aloud. We see the people going to market for provisions, eating by day, sleeping by night, talking their silly nonsense, getting married, growing old, serenely escorting their dead to the cemetery, but we do not see and we do not hear those who suffer, and what is terrible in life goes on somewhere behind the scenes. Everything is quiet and peaceful, and nothing protests but mute statistics. So many people gone out of their minds, so many gallons of vodka drunk, so many children dead from malnutrition. And this order of things is evidently necessary. Evidently the happy man only feels at ease because the unhappy bear their burdens in silence, and without that silence happiness would be impossible. It's a case of general hypnotism. There ought to be behind the door of every happy, contented man someone standing with a hammer, continually reminding him with a tap that there are unhappy people, that however happy he may be, life will show him her laws sooner or later. Trouble will come for him, disease, poverty, losses, and no one will see or hear, just as now he neither sees nor hears others. But there is no man with a hammer. The happy man lives at his ease, and trivial daily cares faintly agitate him like the wind in the aspen tree, and all goes well. That night I realized that I, too, was happy and contented. Ivan Ivanovitch went on, getting up. I, too, at dinner and at the hunt, liked to lay down the law on life and religion, and the way to manage the peasantry. I, too, used to say that science was light, that culture was essential, but for the simple people reading and writing was enough for the time. Freedom is a blessing, I used to say. We can no more do without it than without air. But we must wait a little. Yes, I used to talk like that, and now I ask, for what reason are we to wait? Asked Ivan Ivanovitch, looking angrily at Burkin. Why wait, I ask you? What grounds have we for waiting? I shall be told. It can't be done all at once. Every idea takes shape in life gradually, in its due time. But who is it says that? Where is the proof that it's right? You will fall back upon the natural order of things, the uniformity of phenomena. But is there order and uniformity in the fact that I, a living, thinking man, stand over a chasm and wait for it to close of itself, or to fill up with mud at the very time when perhaps I might leap over it or build a bridge across it? And again, wait for the sake of what? Wait till there's no strength to live? And meanwhile one must live, and one wants to live. I went away from my brothers early in the morning, and ever since then it has been unbearable for me to be in town. I am oppressed by its peace and quiet. I am afraid to look at the windows, for there is no spectacle more painful to me now than the sight of a happy family sitting round the table drinking tea. I am old, and am not fit for the struggle. I am not even capable of hatred. I can only grieve inwardly, feel irritated and vexed. But at night my head is hot from the rush of ideas, and I cannot sleep. Ah, if I were young! Ivan Ivanovitch walked backwards and forwards in excitement, and repeated, "If I were young!" He suddenly went up to Alehin, and began pressing first one of his hands and then the other. "Pavel Konstantinovitch," he said in an imploring voice, "don't be calm and contented. Don't let yourself be put to sleep. While you are young, strong, confident, be not weary in well-doing. There is no happiness, and there ought not to be. But if there is a meaning and an object in life, that meaning and object is not our happiness, but something greater and more rational. Do good." And all this Ivan Ivanovitch said with a pitiful, imploring smile, as though he were asking him a personal favor. Then all three sat in armchairs at different ends of the drawing room, and were silent. Ivan Ivanovitch's story had not satisfied either Burkin or Alehin. When the generals and ladies gazed down from their gilt frames, looking in the dusk as though they were alive, it was dreary to listen to the story of the poor clerk who ate gooseberries. They felt inclined, for some reason, to talk about elegant people, about women. And their sitting in the drawing room where everything, the chandeliers and their covers, the armchairs and the carpet under their feet, reminded them that those very people who were now looking down from their frames had once moved about, sat, drunk tea in this room, and the fact that lovely Pelagia was moving noiselessly about was better than any story. Alehin was fearfully sleepy. He had got up early, before 3 o'clock in the morning, to look after his work, and now his eyes were closing. But he was afraid his visitors might tell some interesting story after he had gone, and he lingered on. He did not go into the question whether what Ivan Ivanovitch had just said was right and true. His visitors did not talk of groats, nor of hay, nor of tar, but of something that had no direct bearing on his life, and he was glad and wanted them to go on. "It's bedtime, though," said Burkin, getting up. "Allow me to wish you good night." Alehin said good night and went downstairs to his own domain, while the visitors remained upstairs. They were both taken for the night to a big room where there stood two old wooden beds decorated with carvings, and in the corner was an ivory crucifix. The big cool beds, which had been made by the lovely Pelagea, smelt agreeably of clean linen. Ivan Ivanovitch undressed in silence and got into bed. "Lord forgive us sinners," he said, and put his head under the quilt. His pipe, lying on the table, smelt strongly of stale tobacco, and Burkin could not sleep for a long while, and kept wondering where the oppressive smell came from. The rain was pattering on the window panes all night. End of Gooseberries by Anton Chekhov. My Kinsman, Major Molineux by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Berard. My Kinsman, Major Molineux. After the kings of Great Britain had assumed the right of appointing the colonial governors, the measures of the latter seldom met with the ready and generous approbation which had been paid to those of their predecessors under the original charters. The people looked with most jealous scrutiny to the exercise of power which did not emanate from themselves, and they usually rewarded their rulers with slender gratitude for the compliances by which, in softening their instructions from beyond the sea, they had incurred the reprehension of those who gave them. The annals of Massachusetts Bay will inform us that of 6 governors in the space of about 40 years from the surrender of the old charter under James II, 2 were imprisoned by a popular insurrection, a third, as Hutchinson inclines to believe, was driven from the promise by the whizzing of a musket ball, a fourth, in the opinion of the same historian, who hastened to his grave by continual bickerings with the House of Representatives, and the remaining 2, as well as their successors till the Revolution, were favored with few and brief intervals of peaceful sway. The inferior members of the court party, in times of high political excitement, led scarcely a more desirable life. These remarks may serve as a preface to the following adventures, which chanced upon a summer night not far from 100 years ago. The reader, in order to avoid a long and dry detail of colonial affairs, is requested to dispense with an account of the train of circumstances that had caused much temporary inflammation of the popular mind. It was near 9 o'clock of a moonlit evening, when a boat crossed the ferry with a single passenger, who had obtained his conveyance at that unusual hour by the promise of an extra fare. While he stood on the landing place, searching in either pocket for the means of fulfilling his agreement, the ferryman lifted a lantern, by the aid of which, and the newly risen moon, he took a very accurate survey of the stranger's figure. He was a youth of barely 18 years, evidently country bred, and now, as it should seem, upon his first visit to town. He was clad in a coarse gray coat, well worn, but in excellent repair. His undergarments were durably constructed of leather, and fitted tight to a pair of serviceable and well-shaped limbs. His stockings of blue yarn were the incontrovertible work of a mother or a sister, and on his head was a 3-cornered hat, which, in its better days, had perhaps sheltered the graver brow of the lad's father. Under his left arm was a heavy cudgel formed of an oak sapling, and retaining a part of the hardened root. and his equipment was completed by a wallet, not so abundantly stocked as to incommode the vigorous shoulders on which it hung. Brown curly hair, well shaped features, and bright cheerful eyes were Nature's gifts, and worth all that art could have done for his adornment. The youth, one of whose names was Robin, finally drew from his pocket the half of a little province bill of 5 shillings, which, in the depreciation in that sort of currency, did but satisfy the ferryman's demand, with a surplus of a sexangular piece of parchment valued at 3d. He then walked forward into the town, with as light a step as if his day's journey had not already exceeded 30 miles, and with as eager an eye as if he were entering London City, instead of the little metropolis of a New England colony. Before Robin had proceeded far, however, it occurred to him that he knew not whither to direct his steps, so he paused and looked up and down the narrow street, scrutinizing the small and mean wooden buildings that were scattered on either side. "This low hovel cannot be my kinsman's dwelling," thought he, "nor yonder old house where the moonlight enters at the broken casement, and truly I see none hereabouts that might be worthy of him. It would have been wise to enquire my way of the ferryman, and doubtless he would have gone with me, and earned a shilling from the Major for his pains, but the next man I meet will do as well." He resumed his walk, and was glad to perceive that the street now became wider, and the houses more respectable in their appearance. He soon discerned a figure moving on moderately in advance, and hastened his steps to overtake it. As Robin drew nigh, he saw that the passenger was a man in years, with a full periwig of gray hair, a wide skirted coat of dark cloth, and silk stockings rolled above his knees. He carried a long and polished cane, which he struck down perpendicularly before him at every step, and at regular intervals he uttered 2 successive hymns, of a peculiarly solemn and sepulchral intonation. Having made these observations, Robin laid hold of the skirt of the old man's coat just when the light from the open door and windows of a barber's shop fell upon both their figures. "Good evening to you, honored sir," said he, making a low bow, and still retaining his hold of the skirt. "I pray you tell me whereabouts is the dwelling of my kinsman, Major Molineux." The youth's question was uttered very loudly, and one of the barbers, whose razor was descending on a well soaped chin, and another who was dressing a Ramillies wig, left their occupations and came to the door. The citizen, in the meantime, turned a long favored countenance upon Robin, and answered him in a tone of excessive anger and annoyance. His 2 sepulchral hymns, however, broke into the very centre of his rebuke, with most singular effect, like a thought of the cold grave obtruding among wrathful passions. "Let go of my garment, fellow, I tell you. I know not the man you speak of. What? I have authority. I have authority. And if this be the respect you shew for your betters, your feet shall be brought acquainted with the stocks by daylight tomorrow morning." Robin released the old man's skirt and hastened away, pursued by an ill-mannered roar of laughter from the barber's shop. He was at first considerably surprised by the result of his question, but, being a shrewd youth, soon thought himself able to account for the mystery. "This is some country representative," was his conclusion, "who has never seen the inside of my kinsman's door, and lacks the breeding to answer a stranger civilly. The man is old, or, verily, I might be tempted to turn back and smite him on the nose. Ah, Robin, Robin, even the barber's boys laugh at you for choosing such a guide. You will be wiser in time, friend Robin." He now became entangled in a succession of crooked and narrow streets, which crossed each other, and meandered at no great distance from the water side. The smell of tar was obvious to his nostrils. The masts of vessels pierced the moonlight above the tops of the buildings, and the numerous signs, which Robin paused to read, informed him that he was near the center of business. But the streets were empty, the shops were closed, and lights were visible only in the second stories of a few dwelling houses. At length, on the corner of a narrow lane, through which he was passing, he beheld the broad countenance of a British hero swinging before the door of an inn, whence proceeded the voices of many guests. The casement of one of the lower windows was thrown back, and a very thin curtain permitted Robin to distinguish a party at supper round a well furnished table. The fragrance of the good cheer steamed forth into the outer air, and the youth could not fail to recollect that the last remnant of his travelling stock of provision had yielded to his morning appetite, and that noon had found and left him dinnerless. "Oh, that a parchment threepenny might give me a right to sit down at yonder table!" said Robin with a sigh. "But the Major will make me welcome to the best of his victuals, so I will even step boldly in, and inquire my way to his dwelling." He entered the tavern, and was guided by the murmur of voices and the fumes of tobacco to the public room. It was a long and low apartment, with oaken walls, grown dark in the continual smoke, and a floor which was thickly sanded, but of no immaculate purity. A number of persons, the larger part of whom appeared to be mariners, or in some way connected with the sea, occupied the wooden benches or leather bottomed chairs, conversing on various matters, and occasionally lending their attention to some topic of general interest. 3 or 4 little groups were draining as many bowls of punch, which the West India trade had long since made a familiar drink in the colony. Others, who had the appearance of men who lived by regular and laborious handicraft, preferred the insulated bliss of an unshared potation, and became more taciturn under its influence. Nearly all, in short, evinced a predilection for the good creature in some of its various shapes, for this is a vice to which, as Fast Day sermons of 100 years ago will testify, we have a long hereditary claim. The only guests to whom Robin's sympathies inclined him were 2 or 3 sheepish countrymen, who were using the inn somewhat after the fashion of a Turkish caravansary. They had gotten themselves into the darkest corner of the room, and heedless of the Nicotian atmosphere, were supping on the bread of their own ovens, and the bacon cured in their own chimney smoke. But though Robin felt a sort of brotherhood with these strangers, his eyes were attracted from them to a person who stood near the door, holding whispered conversation with a group of ill-dressed associates. His features were separately striking almost to grotesqueness, and the whole face left a deep impression on the memory. The forehead bulged out into a double prominence, with a veil between. The nose came boldly forth in an irregular curve, and its bridge was of more than a finger's breadth. The eyebrows were deep and shaggy, and the eyes glowed beneath them like fire in a cave. While Robin deliberated of whom to inquire respecting his kinsman's dwelling, he was accosted by the innkeeper, a little man in a stained white apron, who had come to pay his professional welcome to the stranger. Being in the second generation from a French Protestant, he seemed to have inherited the courtesy of his parent nation, but no variety of circumstances was ever known to change his voice from the one shrill note in which he now addressed Robin. "From the country, I presume, sir?" said he, with a profound bow. "Beg leave to congratulate you on your arrival, and trust you intend a long stay with us. Fine town here, sir. Beautiful buildings, and much that may interest a stranger. May I hope for the honor of your commands in respect to supper?" "The man sees a family likeness. The rogue has guessed that I am related to the Major," thought Robin, who had hitherto experienced little superfluous civility. All eyes were now turned on the country lad, standing at the door, in his worn three cornered hat, gray coat, leather breeches, and blue yarn stockings, leaning on an oaken cudgel and bearing a wallet on his back. Robin replied to the courteous innkeeper with such an assumption of confidence as befitted the Major's relative. "My honest friend," he said, "I shall make it a point to patronize your house on some occasion when" here he could not help lowering his voice "when I may have more than a parchment threepence in my pocket. My present business," continued he, speaking with lofty confidence, "is merely to enquire my way to the dwelling of my kinsman, Major Molineux." There was a sudden and general movement in the room, which Robin interpreted as expressing the eagerness of each individual to become his guide. But the innkeeper turned his eyes to a written paper on the wall, which he read, or seemed to read, with occasional recurrences to the young man's figure. "What have we here?" said he, breaking his speech into little dry fragments. "Left the house of the subscriber, bounden servant, Hezekiah Mudge. Had on, when he went away, grey coat, leather breeches, master's third best hat, £1 currency reward to whosoever shall lodge him in any jail of the province. Better trudge, boy, better trudge." Robin had begun to draw his hand towards the lighter end of the oak cudgel, but a strange hostility in every countenance induced him to relinquish his purpose of breaking the courteous innkeeper's head. As he turned to leave the room, he encountered a sneering glance from the bold featured personage whom he had before noticed, and no sooner was he beyond the door than he heard a general laugh, in which the innkeeper's voice might be distinguished like the dropping of small stones into a kettle. Now, is it not strange, thought Robin with his usual shrewdness, is it not strange that the confession of an empty pocket should outweigh the name of my kinsman, Major Molineux? Oh, if I had one of those grinning rascals in the woods, where I and my oak sapling grew up together, I would teach him that my arm is heavy, though my purse be light. On turning the corner of the narrow lane, Robin found himself in a spacious street, with an unbroken line of lofty houses on each side, and a steepled building at the upper end, whence the ringing of a bell announced the hour of 9. The light of the moon, and the lamps from the numerous shop windows, discovered people promenading on the pavement, and amongst them Robin had hoped to recognize his hitherto inscrutable relative. The result of his former inquiries made him unwilling to hazard another, in a scene of such publicity, and he determined to walk slowly and silently up the street, thrusting his face close to that of every elderly gentleman, in search of the Major's lineaments. In his progress, Robin encountered many gay and gallant figures. Embroidered garments of showy colors, enormous periwigs, gold laced hats, and silver hilted swords glided past him and dazzled his optics. Travelled youths, imitators of the European fine gentlemen of the period, trod jauntily along, half dancing to the fashionable tunes which they hummed, and making poor Robin ashamed of his quiet and natural gait. At length, after many pauses to examine the gorgeous display of goods in the shop windows, and after suffering some rebukes for the impertinence of his scrutiny into people's faces, the Major's kinsman found himself near the steepled building, still unsuccessful in his search. And yet, however, he had seen only one side of the thronged street. So Robin crossed, and continued the same sort of inquisition down the opposite pavement, with stronger hopes than the philosopher seeking an honest man, but with no better fortune. He arrived about midway towards the lower end, from which his course began, when he overheard the approach of some one who struck down a cane on the flagstones at every step, uttering at regular intervals two sepulchral hymns. "Mercy on us!" quoth Robin, recognizing the sound. Turning a corner, which chanced to be close at his right hand, he hastened to pursue his researches in some other part of the town. His patience now was wearing low, and he seemed to feel more fatigued from his rambles since he crossed the ferry than from his journey of several days on the other side. Hunger also pleaded loudly within him, and Robin began to balance the propriety of demanding violently and with lifted cudgel the necessary guidance from the first solitary passenger whom he should meet. While a resolution to this effect was gaining strength, he entered a street of mean appearance, on either side of which a row of ill-built houses was straggling towards the harbour. The moonlight fell upon no passenger along the whole extent, but in the third domicile which Robin passed there was a half open door, and his keen glance detected a woman's garment within. "My luck may be better here," said he to himself. Accordingly, he approached the doors and beheld it shut closer as he did so. Yet an open space remained, sufficing for the fair occupant to observe the stranger, without a corresponding display on her part. All that Robin could discern was a strip of scarlet petticoat, and the occasional sparkle of an eye, as if the moonbeams were trembling on some bright thing. Pretty mistress, for I may call her so with a good conscience, thought the shrewd youth, since I know nothing to the contrary. My sweet pretty mistress, will you be kind enough to tell me whereabouts I must seek the dwelling of my kinsman, Major Molineux?" Robin's voice was plaintive and winning, and the female, seeing nothing to be shunned in the handsome country youth, thrust open the door and came forth into the moonlight. She was a dainty little figure with a white neck, round arms, and a slender waist, at the extremity of which her scarlet petticoat jutted out over a hoop, as if she were standing in a balloon. Moreover, her face was oval and pretty, her hair dark beneath the little cap, and her bright eyes possessed a sly freedom which triumphed over those of Robin. "Major Molineux dwells here," said this fair woman. Now her voice was the sweetest Robin had heard that night, yet he could not help doubting whether that sweet voice spoke gospel truth. He looked up and down the mean street, and then surveyed the house before which they stood. It was a small dark edifice of 2 stories, the second of which projected over the lower floor, and the front apartment had the aspect of a shop for petty commodities. "Now, truly I am in luck," replied Robin cunningly, "and so indeed is my kinsman the Major, in having so pretty a housekeeper. But I prithee trouble him to step to the door. I will deliver him a message from his friends in the country, and then go back to my lodgings at the inn." "Nay, the Major has been abed this hour or more," said the lady of the scarlet petticoat, "and it would be to little purpose to disturb him to night, seeing his evening draught was of the strongest. But he is a kind hearted man, and it would be as much as my life's worth to let a kinsman of his turn away from the door. You are the good old gentleman's very picture, and I could swear that was his rainy weather hat. Also he has garments very much resembling those leather small clothes. But come in, I pray you, for I bid you hearty welcome in his name." So saying, the fair and hospitable dame took our hero by the hand, and the touch was light and the force was gentleness, and though Robin read in her eyes what he did not hear in her words, yet the slender waisted woman in the scarlet petticoat proved stronger than the athletic country youth. She had drawn his half willing footsteps nearly to the threshold, when the opening of a door in the neighbourhood startled the Major's housekeeper, and, leaving the Major's kinsman, she vanished speedily into her own domicile. A heavy yawn preceded the appearance of a man who, like the moonshine of Pyramus and Thisbe, carried a lantern, needlessly aiding his sister luminary in the heavens. As he walked sleepily up the street, he turned his broad, dull face on Robin and displayed a long staff, spiked at the end. "Home, vagabond, home!" said the watchman, in accents that seemed to fall asleep as soon as they were uttered. "Home, or I'll set you in the stocks by peep of day." "This is the second hint of the kind," thought Robin. "I wish they would end my difficulties by setting me there to night." Nevertheless, the youth felt an instinctive antipathy towards the guardian of midnight order, which at first prevented him from asking his usual question. But just when the man was about to vanish behind the corner, Robin resolved not to lose the opportunity and shouted lustily after him: "I say, friend, will you guide me to the house of my kinsman, Major Molineux?" The watchman made no reply, but turned the corner and was gone. And yet Robin seemed to hear the sound of drowsy laughter stealing along the solitary street. At that moment, also, a pleasant titter saluted him from the open window above his head. He looked up and caught the sparkle of a saucy eye. A round arm beckoned to him, and next he heard light footsteps descending the staircase within. But Robin, being of the household of a New England clergyman, was a good youth, as well as a shrewd one, so he resisted temptation, and fled away. He now roamed desperately and at random through the town, almost ready to believe that a spell was on him, like that by which a wizard of his country had once kept three pursuers wandering a whole winter night within 20 paces of the cottage which they sought. The streets lay before him, strange and desolate, and the lights were extinguished in almost every house. Twice, however, little parties of men, among whom Robin distinguished individuals in outlandish attire, came hurrying along, but though on both occasions they paused to address him, such intercourse did not at all enlighten his perplexity. They did but utter a few words in some language of which Robin knew nothing, and perceiving his inability to answer, bestowed a curse upon him in plain English, and hastened away. Finally, the lad determined to knock at the door of every mansion that might appear worthy to be occupied by his kinsman, trusting that perseverance would overcome the fatality that had hitherto thwarted him. Firm in this resolve, he was passing beneath the walls of a church which formed the corner of two streets, when, as he turned into the shade of its steeple, he encountered a bulky stranger muffled in a cloak. The man was proceeding with the speed of earnest business, but Robin planted himself full before him, holding the oak cudgel with both hands across his body as a bar to further passage. "Halt, honest man, and answer me a question," said he, very resolutely. "Tell me this instant, whereabouts is the dwelling of my kinsman, Major Molineux?" "Keep your tongue between your teeth, fool, and let me pass," said a deep, gruff voice, which Robin partly remembered. "Let me pass, or I'll strike you to the earth." "No, no, neighbor," cried Robin, flourishing his cudgel, and then thrusting its larger end close to the man's muffled face. "No, no, I'm not the fool you take me for, nor do you pass till I have an answer to my question. Whereabouts is the dwelling of my kinsman, Major Molineux?" The stranger, instead of attempting to force his passage, stepped back into the moonlight, unmuffled his face, and stared full into that of Robin. "Watch here an hour, and Major Molineux will pass by," said he. Robin gazed with dismay and astonishment on the unprecedented physiognomy of the speaker. The forehead, with its double prominence, the broad hooked nose, the shaggy eyebrows and fiery eyes, were those which he had noticed at the inn. But the man's complexion had undergone a singular, or more properly, a twofold change. One side of the face blazed an intense red, while the other was black as midnight, the division line being in the broad bridge of the nose, and a mouth which seemed to extend from ear to ear, was black or red, in contrast to the color of the cheek. The effect was as if two individual devils, a fiend of fire and a fiend of darkness, had united themselves to form this infernal visage. The stranger grinned in Robin's face, muffled his party colored features, and was out of sight in a moment. "Strange things we travellers see!" ejaculated Robin. He seated himself, however, upon the steps of the church door, resolving to wait the appointed time for his kinsman. A few moments were consumed in philosophical speculations upon the species of man who had just left him; but, having settled this point shrewdly, rationally, and satisfactorily, he was compelled to look elsewhere for his amusement. And first he threw his eyes along the street. It was of more respectable appearance than most of those into which he had wandered, and the moon, creating, like the imaginative power, a beautiful strangeness in familiar objects, gave something of romance to a scene that might not have possessed it in the light of day. The irregular and often quaint architecture of the houses, some of whose roofs were broken into numerous little peaks, while others ascended, steep and narrow, into a single point, and others again were square, the pure snow white of some of their complexions, the aged darkness of others, and the thousand sparklings reflected from bright substances in the walls of many. These matters engaged Robin's attention for a while, and then began to grow wearisome. Next, he endeavored to define the forms of distant objects, starting away with almost ghostly indistinctness, just as his eye appeared to grasp them; and finally he took a minute survey of an edifice which stood on the opposite side of the street, directly in front of the church door, where he was stationed. It was a large square mansion, distinguished from its neighbors by a balcony which rested on tall pillars, and by an elaborate Gothic window communicating therewith. "Perhaps this is the very house I have been seeking," thought Robin. Then he strove to speed away the time, by listening to a murmur which swept continuously along the street, yet was scarcely audible, except to an unaccustomed ear like his. It was a low, dull, dreamy sound, compounded of many noises, each of which was at too great a distance to be separately heard. Robin marvelled at this snore of a sleeping town, and marvelled more whenever its continuity was broken by, now and then, a distant shout, apparently loud where it originated. But altogether it was a sleep inspiring sound, and, to shake off its drowsy influence, Robin arose and climbed a window frame, that he might view the interior of the church. There the moonbeams came trembling in, and fell down upon the deserted pews, and extended along the quiet aisles. A fainter yet more awful radiance was hovering around the pulpit, and one solitary ray had dared to rest upon the open page of the great Bible. Had Nature, in that deep hour, become a worshipper in the house which man had builded? Or was that heavenly light the visible sanctity of the place, visible because no earthly and impure feet were within the walls? The scene made Robin's heart shiver with a sensation of loneliness stronger than he had ever felt in the remotest depths of his native woods. So he turned away, and sat down again before the door. There were graves around the church, and now an uneasy thought obtruded into Robin's breast. What if the object of his search, which had been so often and so strangely thwarted, were all the time mouldering in his shroud? What if his kinsman should glide through yonder gate, and nod and smile to him in dimly passing by? "Oh, that any breathing thing were here with me!" said Robin, recalling his thoughts from this uncomfortable track. He sent them over forest, hill, and stream, and attempted to imagine how that evening of ambiguity and weariness had been spent by his father's household. He pictured them assembled at the door beneath the tree, the great old tree, which had been spared for its huge twisted trunk and venerable shade. And when 1,000 leafy brethren fell, there at the going down of the summer sun, it was his father's custom to perform domestic worship, that the neighbors might come and join with him like brothers of the family, and that the wayfaring man might pause to drink at that fountain and keep his heart pure by refreshing the memory of home. Robin distinguished the seat of every individual of the little audience. He saw the good man in the midst, holding the Scriptures in the golden light that fell from the western clouds. He beheld him close the book and all rise up to pray. He heard the old thanksgivings for daily mercies, the old supplications for the continuance to which he had so often listened in weariness, but which were now among his dear remembrances. He perceived the slight inequality of his father's voice when he came to speak of the absent one. He noted how his mother turned her face to the broad and knotted trunk, how his elder brother scorned, because the beard was rough upon his upper lip, to permit his features to be moved, how the younger sister drew down a low-hanging branch before her eyes, and how the little one of all, whose sports had hitherto broken the decorum of the scene, understood the prayer for her playmate and burst into clamorous grief. Then he saw them go in at the door, and when Robin would have entered also, the latch tinkled into its place and he was excluded from his home. "Am I here or there?" cried Robin, starting, for all at once, when his thoughts had become visible and audible in a dream, the long, wide, solitary street shone out before him. He aroused himself and endeavored to fix his attention steadily upon the large edifice which he had surveyed before, but still his mind kept vibrating between fancy and reality. By turns the pillars of the balcony lengthened into the tall, bare stems of pines, dwindled down to human figures, settled again into their true shape and size, and then commenced a new succession of changes. For a single moment, when he deemed himself awake, he could have sworn that a visage, one which he seemed to remember, yet could not absolutely name as his kinsman's, was looking towards him from the Gothic window. A deeper sleep wrestled with and nearly overcame him, but fled at the sound of footsteps along the opposite pavement. Robin rubbed his eyes, discerned a man passing at the foot of the balcony, and addressed him in a loud, peevish, and lamentable cry. "Hallo, friend! Must I wait here all night for my kinsman, Major Molineux?" The sleeping echoes awoke, and answered the voice, and the passenger, barely able to discern a figure sitting in the oblique shade of the steeple, traversed the street to obtain a nearer view. He was himself a gentleman in his prime, of open, intelligent, cheerful, and altogether prepossessing countenance. Perceiving a country youth, apparently homeless and without friends, he accosted him in a tone of real kindness, which had become strange to Robin's ears. "Well, my good lad, why are you sitting here?" inquired he. "Can I be of service to you in any way?" "I am afraid not, sir," replied Robin despondingly. "Yet I shall take it kindly if you'll answer me a single question. I've been searching half the night for one Major Molineux. Now, sir, is there really such a person in these parts, or am I dreaming?" "Major Molineux! The name is not altogether strange to me," said the gentleman, smiling. "Have you any objection to telling me the nature of your business with him?" Then Robin briefly related that his father was a clergyman, settled on a small salary, at a long distance back in the country, and that he and Major Molineux were brothers' children. The Major, having inherited riches and acquired civil and military rank, had visited his cousin in great pomp a year or two before, had manifested much interest in Robin and an elder brother, and, being childless himself, had thrown out hints respecting the future establishment of one of them in life. The elder brother was destined to succeed to the farm which his father cultivated in the interval of sacred duties. It was therefore determined that Robin should profit by his kinsman's generous intentions, especially as he seemed to be rather the favourite, and was thought to possess other necessary endowments. "For I have the name of being a shrewd youth," observed Robin, in this part of his story. "I doubt not you deserve it," replied his new friend, good naturedly. "But pray proceed." "Well, sir, being nearly 18 years old and well grown, as you see," continued Robin, drawing himself up to his full height, "I thought it high time to begin in the world. So my mother and sister put me in handsome trim, and my father gave me half the remnant of his last year's salary, and 5 days ago I started for this place to pay the Major a visit. But would you believe it, sir? I crossed the ferry a little after dark, and have yet found nobody that would show me the way to his dwelling. Only an hour or two since, I was told to wait here, and Major Molineux would pass by." "Can you describe the man who told you this?" inquired the gentleman. "Oh, he was a very ill favoured fellow, sir," replied Robin, "with two great bumps on his forehead, a hooked nose, fiery eyes, and what struck me as the strangest, his face was of two different colours. Do you happen to know such a man, sir?" "Not intimately," answered the stranger, "but I chanced to meet him a little time previous to your stopping me. I believe you may trust his word, and that the Major will very shortly pass through this street. In the meantime, as I have a singular curiosity to witness your meeting, I will sit down here upon the steps and bear you company." He seated himself accordingly, and soon engaged his companion in animated discourse. It was but of brief continuance, however, for a noise of shouting, which had long been remotely audible, drew so much nearer that Robin inquired its cause. "What may be the meaning of this uproar?" asked he. "Truly, if your town be always as noisy, I shall find little sleep while I am an inhabitant." "Why, indeed, friend Robin, there do appear to be 3 or 4 riotous fellows abroad to night," replied the gentleman. "You must not expect all the stillness of your native woods here in our streets. But the watch will shortly be at the heels of these lads, and—" "Ay, and set them in the stocks by peep of day," interrupted Robin, recollecting his own encounter with the drowsy lantern bearer. "But, dear sir, if I may trust my ears, an army of watchmen would never make head against such a multitude of rioters. There were at least 1,000 voices went up to make that one shout."
Sit down again.
"May not a man have several voices, Robin, as well as 2 complexions?" said his friend. "Perhaps a man may, but heaven forbid that a woman should," responded the shrewd youth, thinking of the seductive tones of the Major's housekeeper. The sounds of a trumpet in some neighbouring street now became so evident and continual that Robin's curiosity was strongly excited. In addition to the shouts, he heard frequent bursts from many instruments of discord, and a wild and confused laughter filled up the intervals. Robin rose from the steps and looked wistfully toward a point whither people seemed to be hastening. "Surely some prodigious merrymaking is going on," exclaimed he. "I have laughed very little since I left home, sir, and should be sorry to lose an opportunity. Shall we step round the corner by that darkish house and take our share of the fun?" "Sit down, good Robin," replied the gentleman, laying his hand on the skirt of the grey coat. "You forget that we must wait here for your kinsman, and there is reason to believe that he will pass by in the course of a very few moments." The near approach of the uproar had now disturbed the neighbourhood. Windows flew open on all sides, and many heads in the attire of the pillow, and confused by sleep suddenly broken, were protruded to the gaze of whoever had leisure to observe them. Eager voices hailed each other from house to house, all demanding the explanation which not a soul could give. Half dressed men hurried towards the unknown commotion, stumbling as they went over the stone steps that thrust themselves into the narrow footwalk. The shouts, the laughter, and the tuneless bray, the antipodes of music, came onwards with increasing din, till scattered individuals, and then denser bodies, began to appear round a corner at the distance of 100 yards. "Will you recognize your kinsman if he passes in this crowd?" inquired the gentleman. "Indeed, I can't warrant it, sir, but I'll take my stand here, and keep a bright look out," answered Robin, descending to the outer edge of the pavement. A mighty stream of people now emptied into the street, and came rolling slowly towards the church. A single horseman wheeled the corner in the midst of them, and close behind him came a band of fearful wind instruments, sending forth a fresher discord now that no intervening buildings kept it from the ear. Then a redder light disturbed the moonbeams, and a dense multitude of torches shone along the street, concealing by their glare whatever object they illuminated. The single horseman, clad in a military dress, and bearing a drawn sword, rode onward as the leader, and by his fierce and variegated countenance appeared like war personified. The red of one cheek was an emblem of fire and sword, the blackness of the other betokened the mourning that attends them. In his train were wild figures in the Indian dress, and many fantastic shapes without a model, giving the whole march a visionary air, as if a dream had broken forth from some feverish brain, and were sweeping visibly through the midnight streets. A mass of people, inactive, except as applauding spectators, hemmed the procession in, and several women ran along the sidewalk, piercing the confusion of heavier sounds with their shrill voices of mirth or terror. "The double faced fellow has his eye upon me," muttered Robin, with an indefinite but an uncomfortable idea that he was himself to bear a part in the pageantry. The leader turned himself in the saddle and fixed his glance full upon the country youth, as the steed went slowly by. When Robin had freed his eyes from those fiery ones, the musicians were passing before him, and the torches were close at hand, but the unsteady brightness of the latter formed a veil which he could not penetrate. The rattling of wheels over the stones sometimes found its way to his ear, and confused traces of a human form appeared at intervals, and then melted into the vivid light. A movement more, and the leader thundered a command to halt. The trumpets vomited a horrid breath, and then held their peace. The shouts and laughter of the people died away, and there remained only a universal hum, allied to silence. Right before Robin's eyes was an uncovered cart. There the torches blazed the brightest, there the moon shone out like day, and there, in tar and feathery dignity, sat his kinsman, Major Molineux. He was an elderly man, of large and majestic person, and strong, square features, betokening a steady soul. But steady as it was, his enemies had found means to shake it. His face was pale as death, and far more ghastly. The broad forehead was contracted in his agony, so that his eyebrows formed one grizzled line. His eyes were red and wild, and the foam hung white upon his quivering lip. His whole frame was agitated by a quick and continual tremor, which his pride strove to quell even in those circumstances of overwhelming humiliation. But perhaps the bitterest pang of all was when his eyes met those of Robin, for he evidently knew him on the instant, as the youth stood witnessing the foul disgrace of a head grown grey in honor. They stared at each other in silence, and Robin's knees shook, and his hair bristled, with a mixture of pity and terror. Soon, however, a bewildering excitement began to seize upon his mind. The preceding adventures of the night, the unexpected appearance of the crowd, the torches, the confused din, and the hush that followed, the spectre of his kinsman reviled by that great multitude, all this, and, more than all, a perception of tremendous ridicule in the whole scene affected him with a sort of mental inebriety. At that moment a voice of sluggish merriment saluted Robin's ears. He turned instinctively, and just behind the corner of the church stood the lantern bearer, rubbing his eyes and drowsily enjoying the lad's amazement. Then he heard a peal of laughter like the ringing of silvery bells. A woman twitched his arm, a saucy eye met his, and he saw the lady of the scarlet petticoat. A sharp, dry cachinnation appealed to his memory, and standing on tiptoe in the crowd with his white apron over his head, he beheld the courteous little innkeeper. And lastly, there sailed over the heads of the multitude a great, broad laugh, broken in the midst by two sepulchral hymns, thus: ha ha ha! He he! Ha 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 ha! The sound proceeded from the balcony of the opposite edifice, and thither Robin turned his eyes. In front of the Gothic window stood the old citizen, wrapped in a white gown, his grey periwig exchanged for a nightcap, which was thrust back from his forehead, and his silk stockings hanging about his legs. He supported himself on his polished cane in a fit of convulsive merriment, which manifested itself on his solemn old features like a funny inscription on a tombstone. Then Robin seemed to hear the voices of the barbers, of the guests of the inn, and of all who had made sport of him that night. The contagion was spreading among the multitude, when, all at once, it seized upon Robin, and he sent forth a shout of laughter that echoed through the street. Every man shook his sides, every man emptied his lungs, but Robin's shout was the loudest there. The cloud spirits peeped from their silvery islands, as the congregated mirth went roaring up the sky. The man in the moon heard the far bellow: "Aho!" quoth he, "the old earth is frolicsome to night." When there was a momentary calm in that tempestuous sea of sound, the leader gave the sign, the procession resumed its march. On they went, like fiends that throng in mockery around some dead potentate, mighty no more, but majestic still in his agony. On they went, in counterfeited pomp, in senseless uproar, in frenzied merriment, trampling all on an old man's heart. On swept the tumult, and left a silent street behind. "Well, Robin, are you dreaming?" inquired the gentleman, laying his hand on the youth's shoulder. Robin started, and withdrew his arm from the stone post to which he had instinctively clung, as the living stream rolled by him. His cheek was somewhat pale, and his eye not quite as lively as in the earlier part of the evening. "Will you be kind enough to show me the way to the ferry?" said he, after a moment's pause. "You have, then, adopted a new subject of inquiry?" observed his companion, with a smile. "Why, yes, sir," replied Robin, rather dryly. "Thanks to you, and to my other friends, I have at last met my kinsman, and he will scarce desire to see my face again. I begin to grow weary of a town life, sir. Will you show me the way to the ferry?" "No, my good friend Robin, not to night at least," said the gentleman. "Some few days hence, if you wish it, I will speed you on your journey. Or, if you prefer to remain with us, perhaps, as you are a shrewd youth, you may rise in the world without the help of your kinsman, Major Molineux." End of My Kinsman, Major Molineux, by Nathaniel Hawthorne.
A Hunger Artist by Franz Kafka. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the last decades, interest in hunger artists has declined considerably. Whereas in earlier days there was good money to be earned putting on major productions of this sort under one's own management, nowadays that is totally impossible. Those were different times. Back then, the hunger artist captured the attention of the entire city. From day to day, while the fasting lasted, participation increased. Everyone wanted to see the hunger artist at least daily. During the final days, there were people with subscription tickets who sat all day in front of the small barred cage. And there were even viewing hours at night, their impact heightened by torchlight. On fine days, the cage was dragged out into the open air, and then the hunger artist was put on display, particularly for the children. While for grown-ups, the hunger artist was often merely a joke, something they participated in because it was fashionable, the children looked on amazed, their mouths open, holding each other's hands for safety, as he sat there on scattered straw, spurning a chair, in black tights, looking pale, with his ribs sticking out prominently, sometimes nodding politely, answering questions with a forced smile, even sticking his arm out through the bars to let people feel how emaciated he was, but then completely sinking back into himself, so that he paid no attention to anything, not even to what was so important to him, the striking of the clock, which was the single furnishing in the cage, merely looking out in front of him with his eyes almost shut, and now and then sipping from a tiny glass of water to moisten his lips. Apart from the changing groups of spectators, there were also constant observers chosen by the public. Strangely enough, they were usually butchers, who, always 3 at a time, were given the task of observing the hunger artist day and night, so that he didn't get something to eat in some secret manner. It was, however, merely a formality, introduced to reassure the masses, for those who understood knew well enough that during the period of fasting the hunger artist would never, under any circumstances, have eaten the slightest thing, not even if compelled by force. The honor of his art forbade it. Naturally, none of the watchers understood that. Sometimes there were nightly groups of watchers who carried out their vigil very laxly, deliberately sitting together in a distant corner and putting all their attention into playing cards there, clearly intending to allow the hunger artist a small refreshment, which, according to their way of thinking, he could get from some secret supplies. Nothing was more excruciating to the hunger artist than such watchers. They depressed him. They made his fasting terribly difficult. Sometimes he overcame his weakness and sang during the time they were observing, for as long as he could keep it up, to show people how unjust their suspicions about him were. But that was little help, for then they just wondered among themselves about his skill at being able to eat even while singing. He much preferred the observers who sat down right against the bars and, not satisfied with the dim backlighting of the room, illuminated him with electric flashlights. The glaring light didn't bother him in the slightest. Generally, he couldn't sleep at all, and he could always doze under any lighting and at any hour, even in an overcrowded, noisy auditorium. With such observers, he was very happily prepared to spend the entire night without sleeping. He was very pleased to joke with them, to recount stories from his nomadic life, and then, in turn, to listen to their stories, doing everything just to keep them awake, so that he could keep showing them once again that he had nothing to eat in his cage, and that he was fasting as none of them could. He was happiest, however, when morning came, and a lavish breakfast was brought for them, at his own expense, on which they hurled themselves with the appetite of healthy men after a hard night's work without sleep. True, there were still people who wanted to see in this breakfast an unfair means of influencing the observers, but that was going too far, and if they were asked whether they wanted to undertake the observers' night shift for its own sake, without the breakfast, they excused themselves. But nonetheless they stood by their suspicions. However, it was, in general, part of fasting that these doubts were inextricably associated with it. For in fact, no one was in a position to spend time watching the hunger artist every day and night, so no one could know, on the basis of his own observation, whether this was a case of truly uninterrupted, flawless fasting. The hunger artist himself was the only one who could know that, and, at the same time, the only spectator capable of being completely satisfied with his own fasting. But the reason he was never satisfied was something different. Perhaps it was not fasting at all which made him so very emaciated that many people, to their own regret, had to stay away from his performance because they couldn't bear to look at him. For he was also so skeletal out of dissatisfaction with himself, because he alone knew something that even initiates didn't know: how easy it was to fast. It was the easiest thing in the world. About this he did not remain silent, but people did not believe him. At best they thought he was being modest. Most of them, however, believed he was a publicity seeker, or a total swindler, for whom, at all events, fasting was easy, because he understood how to make it easy, and then had the nerve to half admit it. He had to accept all that. Over the years he had become accustomed to it. But this dissatisfaction kept gnawing at his insides all the time, and never yet, and this one had to say to his credit, had he left the cage of his own free will after any period of fasting. The impresario had set the maximum length of time for the fast at 40 days. He would never allow the fasting go beyond that point, not even in the cosmopolitan cities. And, in fact, he had a good reason. Experience had shown that for about 40 days one could increasingly whip up the city's interest by gradually increasing advertising, but that then the people turned away. One could demonstrate a significant decline in popularity. In this respect, there were, of course, small differences among different towns and among different countries, but as a rule, it was true that 40 days was the maximum length of time. So then, on the 40th day, the door of the cage, which was covered with flowers, was opened. An enthusiastic audience filled the amphitheater, a military band played, 2 doctors entered the cage in order to take the necessary measurements of the hunger artist. The results were announced to the auditorium through a megaphone, and finally 2 young ladies arrived, happy about the fact that they were the ones who had just been selected by lot, seeking to lead the hunger artist down a couple of steps out of the cage, where on a small table a carefully chosen hospital meal was laid out. And at this moment the hunger artist always fought back. Of course, he still freely laid his bony arms in the helpful outstretched hands of the ladies bending over him, but he did not want to stand up. Why stop right now after 40 days? He could have kept going for even longer, for an unlimited length of time. Why stop right now, when he was in his best form? Indeed, not yet even in his best fasting form. Why did people want to rob him of the fame of fasting longer? Not just so that he could become the greatest hunger artist of all time, which he probably was already, but also so that he could surpass himself in some unimaginable way, for he felt there were no limits to his capacity for fasting. Why did this crowd, which pretended to admire him so much, have so little patience with him? If he kept going and kept fasting longer, why would they not tolerate it? Then, too, he was tired, and felt good sitting in the straw. Now he was supposed to stand up straight and tall and go to eat, something which, when he just imagined it, made him feel nauseous right away. With great difficulty he repressed mentioning this only out of consideration for the women. And he looked up into the eyes of these women, apparently so friendly, but in reality so cruel, and shook his excessively heavy head on his feeble neck. But then happened what always happened. The impresario came and, in silence, the music made talking impossible, raised his arms over the hunger artist, as if inviting heaven to look upon its work here, on the straw, this unfortunate martyr, something the hunger artist certainly was, only in a completely different sense, then grabbed the hunger artist around his thin wrist, in the process wanting with his exaggerated caution to make people believe that here he had to deal with something fragile, and handed him over, not without secretly shaking him a little, so that the hunger artist's legs and upper body swung back and forth uncontrollably, to the women, who had in the meantime turned as pale as death. At this point the hunger artist endured everything. His head lay on his chest. It was as if it had inexplicably rolled around and just stopped there. His body was arched back. His legs, in an impulse of self-preservation, pressed themselves together at the knees, but scraped the ground, as if they were not really on the floor, but were looking for the real ground, and the entire weight of his body, admittedly very small, lay against one of the women, who appealed for help with flustered breath, for she had not imagined her post of honor would be like this, and then stretched her neck as far as possible to keep her face from the least contact with the hunger artist. But then, when she couldn't manage this, and her more fortunate companion didn't come to her assistance, but trembled and remained content to hold in front of her the hunger artist's hand, that small bundle of knuckles, she broke into tears, to the delighted laughter of the auditorium, and had to be relieved by an attendant who had been standing ready for some time. Then came the meal. The impresario put a little food into the mouth of the hunger artist, now half unconscious, as if fainting, and kept up a cheerful patter designed to divert attention away from the hunger artist's condition. Then a toast was proposed to the public, which was supposedly whispered to the impresario by the hunger artist. The orchestra confirmed everything with a great fanfare, people dispersed, and no one had the right to be dissatisfied with the event, no one except the hunger artist. He was always the only one. He lived this way, taking small regular breaks, for many years, apparently in the spotlight, honored by the world, but for all that his mood was usually gloomy, and it kept growing gloomier all the time, because no one understood how to take him seriously. But how was he to find consolation? What was there left for him to wish? And if a good-natured man who felt sorry for him ever wanted to explain to him that his sadness probably came from his fasting, then it could happen that the hunger artist responded with an outburst of rage and began to shake the bars like an animal, frightening everyone. But the impresario had a way of punishing moments like this, something he was happy to use. He would make an apology for the hunger artist to the assembled public, conceding that the irritability had been provoked only by his fasting, something quite intelligible to well-fed people, and capable of excusing the behavior of the hunger artist without further explanation. From there, he would move on to speak about the equally hard-to-understand claim of the hunger artist that he could go on fasting for much longer than he was doing. He would praise the lofty striving, the goodwill, and the great self-denial no doubt contained in this claim, but then would try to contradict it simply by producing photographs, which were also on sale, for in the pictures one could see the hunger artist on the 40th day of his fast, in bed, almost dead from exhaustion. Although the hunger artist was very familiar with this perversion of the truth, it always strained his nerves again, and was too much for him. What was a result of the premature ending of the fast, people were now proposing as its cause. It was impossible to fight against this lack of understanding, against this world of misunderstanding. In good faith, he always listened eagerly to the impresario at the bars of his cage, but each time, once the photographs came out, he would let go of the bars, and with a sigh, sink back into the straw, and a reassured public could come up again and view him. When those who had witnessed such scenes thought back on them a few years later, often they were unable to understand themselves, for in the meantime that change mentioned above had set it. It happened almost immediately. There may have been more profound reasons for it, but who bothered to discover what they were? At any rate, one day the pampered hunger artist saw himself abandoned by the crowd of pleasure-seekers, who preferred to stream to other attractions. The impresario chased around half of Europe one more time with him, to see whether he could still rediscover the old interest here and there. It was all futile. It was as if a secret agreement against the fasting performances had developed everywhere. Naturally, it couldn't really have happened all at once, and people later remembered some things which, in the days of intoxicating success, they hadn't paid sufficient attention to, some inadequately suppressed indications, but now it was too late to do anything to counter them. Of course, it was certain that the popularity of fasting would return once more some day, but for those now alive that was no consolation. What was the hunger artist to do now? A man whom thousands of people had cheered on could not display himself in show booths at small fun fairs. The hunger artist was not only too old to take up a different profession, but was fanatically devoted to fasting more than anything else. So he said farewell to the impresario, an incomparable companion on his life's road, and let himself be hired by a large circus. In order to spare his own feelings, he didn't even look at the terms of his contract at all. A large circus, with its huge number of men, animals, and gimmicks, which are constantly being let go and replenished, can use anyone at any time, even a hunger artist, provided, of course, his demands are modest. Moreover, in this particular case, it was not only the hunger artist himself who was engaged, but also his old and famous name. In fact, given the characteristic nature of his art, which was not diminished by his advancing age, one could never claim that a worn-out artist, who no longer stood at the pinnacle of his ability, wanted to escape to a quiet position in the circus. On the contrary, the hunger artist declared that he could fast just as well as in earlier times, something that was entirely credible. Indeed, he even affirmed that if people would let him do what he wanted, and he was promised this without further ado, he would really now legitimately amaze the world for the first time, an assertion which, however, given the mood of the time, which the hunger artist in his enthusiasm easily overlooked, brought smiles from the experts. However, basically the hunger artist had not forgotten his sense of the way things really were, and he took it as self-evident that people would not set him and his cage up as the star attraction, somewhere in the middle of the arena, but would move him outside in some other readily accessible spot near the animal stalls. Huge, brightly painted signs surrounded the cage and announced what there was to look at there. During the intervals in the main performance, when the general public pushed out towards the menagerie in order to see the animals, they could hardly avoid moving past the hunger artist and stopping there a moment. They would perhaps have remained with him longer if those pushing up behind them in the narrow passageway, who did not understand this pause on the way to the animal stalls they wanted to see, had not made a longer peaceful observation impossible. This was also the reason why the hunger artist began to tremble at these visiting hours, which he naturally used to long for as the main purpose of his life. In the early days he could hardly wait for the pauses in the performances. He had looked forward with delight to the crowd pouring around him, until he became convinced only too quickly, and even the most stubborn, almost deliberate self-deception could not hold out against the experience, that, judging by their intentions, most of these people were, again and again without exception, only visiting the menagerie. And this view from a distance still remained his most beautiful moment. For when they had come right up to him, he immediately got an earful from the shouting of the two steadily increasing groups, the ones who wanted to take their time looking at the hunger artist, not with any understanding, but on a whim or from mere defiance. From him, these ones were soon the more painful, and a second group of people, whose only demand was to go straight to the animal stalls. Once the large crowds had passed, the late-comers would arrive, and although there was nothing preventing these people any more from sticking around for as long as they wanted, they rushed past with long strides, almost without a sideways glance, to get to the animals in time. And it was an all too rare stroke of luck when the father of a family came by with his children, pointed his finger at the hunger artist, gave a detailed explanation about what was going on here, and talked of earlier years when he had been present at similar, but incomparably more magnificent performances. And then the children, because they had been inadequately prepared at school and in life, always stood around still uncomprehendingly. What was fasting to them? But nonetheless, the brightness of the look in their searching eyes revealed something of new and more gracious times coming. Perhaps, the hunger artist said to himself sometimes, everything would be a little better if his location were not quite so near the animal stalls. That way it would be easy for people to make their choice, to say nothing of the fact that he was very upset and constantly depressed by the stink from the stalls, the animals' commotion at night, the pieces of raw meat dragged past him for the carnivorous beasts, and the roars at feeding time. But he did not dare to approach the administration about it. In any case, he had the animals to thank for the crowds of visitors among whom, here and there could be one destined for him. And who knew where they would hide him if he wished to remind them of his existence, and along with that, of the fact that, strictly speaking, he was only an obstacle on the way to the menagerie. A small obstacle, at any rate, a constantly diminishing obstacle. People got used to the strange notion that in these times they would want to pay attention to a hunger artist, and with this habitual awareness the judgment on him was pronounced. He might fast as well as he could, and he did, but nothing could save him any more. People went straight past him. Try to explain the art of fasting to anyone. If someone doesn't feel it, then he cannot be made to understand it. The beautiful signs became dirty and illegible. People tore them down, and no one thought of replacing them. The small table with the number of days the fasting had lasted, which early on had been carefully renewed every day, remained unchanged for a long time, for after the first weeks the staff grew tired of even this small task. And so the hunger artist kept fasting on, as he once had dreamed about in earlier times. And he had no difficulty succeeding in achieving what he had predicted back then, but no one was counting the days. No one, not even the hunger artist himself, knew how great his achievement was by this point, and his heart grew heavy. And when, once in a while, a person strolling past stood there making fun of the old number, and talking of a swindle, that was in a sense the stupidest lie which indifference and innate maliciousness could invent, for the hunger artist was not being deceptive, he was working honestly, but the world was cheating him of his reward. Many days went by once more, and this too came to an end. Finally, the cage caught the attention of a supervisor, and he asked the attendant why they had left this perfectly useful cage standing here unused with rotting straw inside. Nobody knew until one man, with the help of the table with the number on it, remembered the hunger artist. They pushed the straw around with a pole and found the hunger artist in there. "Are you still fasting?" the supervisor asked. "When are you finally going to stop?" "Forgive me everything," whispered the hunger artist. Only the supervisor, who was pressing his ear up against the cage, understood him. "Certainly," said the supervisor, tapping his forehead with his finger in order to indicate to the spectators the state the hunger artist was in. "We forgive you." "I always wanted you to admire my fasting," said the hunger artist. "But we do admire it," said the supervisor obligingly. "But you shouldn't admire it," said the hunger artist. "Well, then, we don't admire it," said the supervisor. "But why shouldn't we admire it?" "Because I had to fast. I can't do anything else," said the hunger artist. "Just look at you," said the supervisor. "Why can't you do anything else?" "Because," said the hunger artist, lifting his head a little and, with his lips pursed as if for a kiss, speaking right into the supervisor's ear so that he wouldn't miss anything, "because I couldn't find a food which I enjoyed. If I had found that, believe me, I would not have made a spectacle of myself, and would have eaten to my heart's content, like you and everyone else." Those were his last words, but in his failing eyes there was the firm, if no longer proud, conviction that he was continuing to fast. "All right, tidy this up now," said the supervisor, and they buried the hunger artist along with the straw. But in his cage they put a young panther. Even for a person with the dullest mind, it was clearly refreshing to see this wild animal throwing itself around in this cage, which had been dreary for such a long time. It lacked nothing. Without thinking about it for any length of time, the guards brought the animal food. It enjoyed the taste, and never seemed to miss its freedom. This noble body, equipped with everything necessary, almost to the point of bursting, also appeared to carry freedom around with it, that seemed to be located somewhere or other in its teeth, and its joy in living came with such strong passion from its throat that it was not easy for spectators to keep watching. But they controlled themselves, kept pressing around the cage, and had no desire to move on. End of A Hunger Artist by Franz Kafka.
Hop Frog, or the 8 Chained Orangutans, by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by The Channeler. I never knew anyone so keenly alive to a joke as the king was. He seemed to live only for joking. To tell a good story of the joke kind, and to tell it well, was the surest road to his favour. Thus it happened that his 7 ministers were all noted for their accomplishments as jokers. They all took after the king, too, in being large, corpulent, oily men, as well as inimitable jokers. Whether people grow fat by joking, or whether there is something in fat itself which predisposes to a joke, I've never been quite able to determine. But certain it is that a lean joker is a rara avis in terris. About the refinements, or as he called them, the ghost of wit, the king troubled himself very little. He had an especial admiration for breadth in a jest, and would often put up with length for the sake of it. Over-niceties wearied him. He would have preferred Rabelais' Gargantua to the Zadig of Voltaire. And, upon the whole, practical jokes suited his taste far better than verbal ones. At the date of my narrative, professing jesters had not altogether gone out of fashion at court. Several of the great continental powers still retained their fools, who wore motley, with caps and bells, and who were expected to be always ready with sharp witticisms at a moment's notice, in consideration for the crumbs that fell from the royal table. Our king, as a matter of course, retained his fool. The fact is, he required something in the way of folly, if only to counterbalance the heavy wisdom of the 7 wise men who were his ministers, not to mention himself. His fool, or professional jester, was not only a fool, however. His value was trebled in the eyes of the king, by the fact of his being also a dwarf and a cripple. Dwarfs were as common at court in those days as fools, and many monarchs would have found it difficult to get through their days are rather longer at court than elsewhere, without both a jester to laugh with and a dwarf to laugh at. But, as I have already observed, your jesters in 99 cases out of 100 are fat, round, and unwieldy, so that it was no small source of self-gratulation with our king. In Hopfrog, this was the fool's name, he possessed a triplicate treasure in one person. I believe the name Hopfrog was not that given to the dwarf by his sponsors at baptism, but it was conferred upon him by general consent of the several ministers on account of his inability to walk as other men do. In fact, Hopfrog could only get along by a sort of interjectional gait, something between a leap and a wriggle, a movement that afforded illimitable amusement and, of course, consolation to the king. For, notwithstanding the protuberance of his stomach and a constitutional swelling of the head, the king, by his whole court, was accounted a capital figure. But, although Hopfrog, through the distortion of his legs, could move only with great pain and difficulty along a road or floor, the prodigious muscular power which nature seemed to have bestowed upon his arms by way of compensation for deficiency in the lower limbs enabled him to perform many feats of wonderful dexterity where trees or ropes were in question, or anything else to climb. At such exercises, he certainly much more resembled a squirrel or a small monkey than a frog. I'm not able to say with precision from what country Hopfrog originally came. It was from some barbarous region, however, that no person ever heard of, a vast distance from the court of our king. Hopfrog, and a young girl very little less dwarfish than himself, although of exquisite proportion and a marvellous dancer, had been forcibly carried off from their respective homes in adjoining provinces and sent as presents to the king by one of his ever-victorious generals. Under these circumstances, it is not to be wondered at that a close intimacy arose between the two little captives. Indeed, they soon became sworn friends. Hopfrog, who although he made a great deal of sport was by no means popular, had it not in his power to render Trippetta many services, but she, on account of her grace and exquisite beauty, although a dwarf, was universally admired and petted, so she possessed much influence, and never failed to use it, whenever she could, for the benefit of Hopfrog. On some grand state occasion, I forgot what, the king determined to have a masquerade, and whenever a masquerade or anything of that kind occurred at our court, then the talents both of Hopfrog and Trippetta were sure to be called into play. Hopfrog, in especial, was so inventive in the way of getting up pageants, suggesting novel characters, and arranging costumes for masked balls, that nothing could be done, it seems, without his assistance. The night appointed for the fete had arrived. A gorgeous hall had been fitted up under Trippetta's eye with every kind of device which could possibly give éclat to a masquerade. The whole court was in a fever of expectation. As for costumes and characters, it might well be supposed that everybody had come to a decision on such points. Many had made up their minds as to what roles they should assume, a week or even a month in advance, and in fact there was not a particle of indecision anywhere, except in the case of the king and his 7 ministers. Why they hesitated I never could tell, unless they did it by way of a joke. More probably they found it difficult on account of being so fat to make up their minds. At all events, time flew, and as a last resort they sent for Trippetta and Hopfrog. When the 2 little friends obeyed the summons of the king, they found him sitting at his wine with the 7 members of his cabinet council. But the monarch appeared to be in very ill humour. He knew that Hopfrog was not fond of wine, for it excited the poor cripple almost to madness, and madness is no comfortable feeling. But the king loved his practical jokes, and took pleasure in forcing Hopfrog to drink, as the king called it, to be merry. "Come here, Hopfrog," said he, as the jester and his friend entered the room. "Swallow this bumper to the health of your absent friends." Here Hopfrog sighed. "And then let us have the benefit of your invention. We want characters, man, something novel, out of the way. We are wearied with this everlasting sameness. Come, drink! The wine will brighten your wits." Hopfrog endeavoured, as usual, to get up a jest in reply to these advances from the king, but the effort was too much. It happened to be the poor dwarf's birthday, and the command to drink to his absent friends forced the tears to his eyes. Many large, bitter drops fell into the goblet as he took it, humbly, from the hand of the tyrant. "Ah ha 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 ha!" roared the latter, as the dwarf reluctantly drained the beaker. "See what a glass of good wine can do? Why, your eyes are shining already." Poor fellow. His large eyes gleamed rather than shone, for the effect of the wine on his excitable brain was not more powerful than instantaneous. He placed the goblet nervously on the table, and looked round upon the company with a half-insane stare. They all seemed highly amused at the success of the king's joke. "And now to business," said the Prime Minister, a very fat man. "Yes," said the king. "Come, lend us your assistance. Characters, my fine fellow. We stand in need of characters, all of us." And as this was seriously meant for a joke, his laugh was chorused by the 7. Hopfrog also laughed, although feebly and somewhat vacantly. "Come, come," said the king impatiently. "Have you nothing to suggest?" "I'm endeavouring to think of something novel," replied the dwarf abstractedly, for he was quite bewildered by the wine. "Endeavouring?" cried the tyrant fiercely. "What do you mean by that? Ah, I perceive you are sulky and want more wine. Here, drink this." And he poured out another goblet full, and offered it to the cripple, who merely gazed at it, gasping for breath. "Drink, I say," shouted the monster, "or by the fiends—" The dwarf hesitated. The king grew purple with rage. The courtiers smirked. Trippetta, pale as a corpse, advanced to the monarch's seat, and falling on her knees before him, implored him to spare her friend. The tyrant regarded her for some moments, in evident wonder at her audacity. He seemed quite at a loss what to do or say. How most becomingly to express his indignation. At last, without uttering a syllable, he pushed her violently from him and threw the contents of the brimming goblet in her face. The poor girl got up the best she could, and not daring even to sigh, resumed her position at the foot of the table. There was a dead silence for about half a minute, during which the falling of a leaf or of a feather might have been heard. It was interrupted by a low but harsh and protracted grating sound, which seemed to come at once from every corner of the room. What are you making that noise for?" demanded the king, turning furiously to the dwarf. The latter seemed to have recovered in great measure from his intoxication, and looking fixedly but quietly into the tyrant's face, merely ejaculated, "I? I? How could it have been me?" "The sound appeared to come from without," observed one of the courtiers. "I fancy it was the parrot at the window, wetting his bill upon his cage wires." "True," replied the monarch, as if much relieved by the suggestion, "but on the honour of a knight, I could have sworn that it was the gritting of this vagabond's teeth." Hereupon the dwarf laughed. The king was too confirmed a joker to object to anyone's laughing, and displayed a set of large, powerful, and very repulsive teeth. Moreover, he avowed his perfect willingness to swallow as much wine as desired. The monarch was pacified, and having drained another bumper with no very perceptible ill effect, Hopfrog entered at once, and with spirit, into the plans for the masquerade. "I cannot tell what was the association of idea," observed he, very tranquilly, and as if he had never tasted wine in his life. "But just after your Majesty had struck the girl and thrown the wine in her face, just after your Majesty had done this, and while the parrot was making that odd noise outside the window, there came into my mind a capital diversion, one of my own country frolics, often enacted among us at our masquerades. But here it will be new altogether. Unfortunately, however, it requires a company of 8 persons, and—" "Here we are!" cried the king, laughing at his acute discovery of the coincidence. "8 to a fraction, I and my 7 ministers. Come, what is this diversion?" "We call it," replied the cripple, "the 8 chained orangutans, and it really is excellent sport if well enacted." "We will enact it," remarked the king, drawing himself up and lowering his eyelids. "The beauty of the game," continued Hopfrog, "lies in the fright it occasions among the women." "Capital!" roared in chorus the monarch and his ministry. "I will equip you as orangutans," proceeded the dwarf. "Leave all that to me. The resemblance shall be so striking that the company of masqueraders will take you for real beasts, and of course they will be as much terrified as astonished." "Oh, this is exquisite!" exclaimed the king. "Hopfrog, I will make a man of you." "The chains are for the purpose of increasing the confusion by their jangling. You are supposed to have escaped en masse from your keepers. Your Majesty cannot conceive the effect produced at a masquerade by 8 chained orangutans, imagined to be real ones by most of the company, and rushing in with savage cries among the crowd of delicately and gorgeously habited men and women. The contrast is inimitable." "It must be," said the king, and the council arose hurriedly, as it was growing late, to put in execution the scheme of Hopfrog. His mode of equipping the party as orangutans was very simple, but effective enough for his purposes. The animals in question had, at the epoch of my story, very rarely been seen in any part of the civilized world, and as the imitations made by the dwarf were sufficiently beast-like and more than sufficiently hideous, their truthfulness to nature was thus thought to be secured. The king and his ministers were first encased in tight-fitting stockinette shirts and drawers. They were then saturated with tar. At this stage of the process, someone of the party suggested feathers, but the suggestion was at once overruled by the dwarf, who soon convinced the 8, by ocular demonstration, that the hair of such a brute as the orangutan was much more efficiently represented by flue. A thick coating of the latter was accordingly plastered upon the coating of tar. A long chain was now procured. First, it was passed about the waist of the king, and tied, then about another of the party, and also tied, then about all successively in the same manner. When this chaining arrangement was complete, and the party stood as far apart from each other as possible, they formed a circle, and to make all things appear natural, Hopfrog passed the residue of the chain in 2 diameters at right angles across the circle, after the fashion adopted at the present day by those who capture chimpanzees or other large apes in Borneo. The grand saloon in which the masquerade was to take place was a circular room, very lofty, and receiving the light of the sun only through a single window at top. At night, the season for which the apartment was especially designed, it was illuminated principally by a large chandelier, depending by a chain from the centre of the skylight, and lowered or elevated by means of a counterbalance as usual. But, in order not to look unsightly, this latter passed outside the cupola and over the roof. The arrangements of the room had been left to Trippetta's superintendence, but in some particulars it seems she had been guided by the calmer judgment of her friend the dwarf. At his suggestion it was that on this occasion the chandelier was removed. Its waxen drippings, which in weather so warm it was quite impossible to prevent, would have been seriously detrimental to the rich dresses of the guests, who, on account of the crowded state of the saloon, could not all be expected to keep from out of its centre, that is to say, from under the chandelier. Additional sconces were set in various parts of the hall out of the war, and a flambeau emitting sweet odour was placed in the right hand of each of the caryatides that stood against the wall, some 50 or 60 altogether. The 8 orangutans, taking Hopfrog's advice, waited patiently until midnight, when the room was thoroughly filled with masqueraders, before making their appearance. No sooner had the clock ceased striking, however, than they rushed, or rather rolled in altogether, for the impediments of their chains caused most of the party to fall, and all to stumble as they entered. The excitement among the masqueraders was prodigious, and filled the heart of the king with glee. As had been anticipated, there were not a few of the guests who supposed the ferocious-looking creatures to be beasts of some kind in reality, if not precisely orangutans. Many of the women swooned with affright, and had not the king taken the precaution to exclude all weapons from the saloon, his party might soon have expiated their frolic in their blood. As it was, a general rush was made for the doors, but the king had ordered them to be locked immediately upon his entrance, and at the dwarf's suggestion the keys had been deposited with him. While the tumult was at its height, and each masquerader attentive only to his own safety, for in fact there was much real danger from the pressure of the excited crowd, the chain by which the chandelier ordinarily hung, and which had been drawn up on its removal, might have been seen very gradually to descend, until its hooked extremity came within 3 feet of the floor. Soon after this, the king and his 7 friends, having reeled about the hall in all directions, found themselves at length in its centre, and of course in immediate contact with the chain. While they were thus situated, the dwarf, who had followed noiselessly at their heels, inciting them to keep up the commotion, took hold of their own chain at the intersection of the 2 portions, which crossed the circle diametrically and at right angles. Here, with the rapidity of thought, he inserted the hook from which the chandelier had been wont to depend, and, in an instant, by some unseen agency, the chandelier chain was drawn so far upward as to take the hook out of reach, and, as an inevitable consequence, to drag the orangutans together in close connection and face to face. The masqueraders by this time had recovered, in some measure, from their alarm, and beginning to regard the whole matter as a well-contrived pleasantry, set up a loud shout of laughter at the predicament of the apes. "Leave 'em to me!" now screamed Hopfrog, his shrill voice making itself easily heard through all the din. "Leave 'em to me! I fancy I know them. If I can only get a good look at 'em, I could soon tell you who they are." Here, scrambling over the heads of the crowd, he managed to get to the wall, when, seizing a flambeau from one of the caryatides, he returned as he went to the centre of the room, leaping with the agility of a monkey upon the king's head, and thence clambered a few feet up the chain, holding down the torch to examine the group of orangutans, and still screaming, "I shall soon find out who they are!" And now, while the whole assembly, the apes included, were convulsed with laughter, the jester suddenly uttered a shrill whistle, when the chain flew violently up for about 30 feet, dragging with it the dismayed and struggling orangutans and leaving them suspended in mid-air between the skylight and the floor. Hopfrog, clinging to the chain as it rose, still maintained his relative position in respect to the 8 maskers, and still, as if nothing were the matter, continued to thrust his torch down towards them as though endeavouring to discover who they were. So thoroughly astonished was the whole company at this ascent that a dead silence of about a minute's duration ensued. It was broken by just a low, harsh, grating sound, as had before attracted the attention of the king and his councillors when the former threw the wine in the face of Trebetta. But on the present occasion there could be no question as to whence the sound issued. It came from the fang-like teeth of the dwarf, who ground them and gnashed them as he foamed at the mouth, and glared with an expression of maniacal rage into the upturned countenance of the king and his 7 companions. "Aha!" said at length the infuriated jester. "Aha! I begin to see who these people are now." Here, pretending to scrutinize the king more closely, he held the flambeau to the flaxen coat which enveloped him, and which instantly burst into a sheet of vivid flame. In less than half a minute, the whole 8 orangutans were blazing fiercely, amid the shrieks of the multitude who gazed at them from below, horror-stricken, and without the power to render them the slightest assistance. At length, the flames suddenly increasing in virulence, forced the jester to climb higher up the chain to be out of their reach, and as he made this movement, the crowd again sank for a brief instant into silence. The dwarf seized his opportunity and once more spoke. "I now see distinctly," he said, "what manner of people these maskers are. They are a great king and his 7 privy councillors, a king who does not scruple to strike a defenceless girl and his 7 councillors who abet him in the outrage. As for myself, I am simply Hopfrog, the jester, and this is my last jest." Owing to the high combustibility of both the flax and the tar to which it adhered, the dwarf had scarcely made an end of his brief speech before the work of vengeance was complete. The 8 corpses swung in their chains, a fetid, blackened, hideous, and indistinguishable mass. The cripple hurled his torch at them, clambered leisurely to the ceiling, and disappeared through the skylight. It is supposed that Trebetta, stationed on the roof of the saloon, had been the accomplice of her friend in his fiery revenge, and that, together, they effected their escape to their own country, for neither was seen again. End of Hopfrog, or the 8 Chained Orangutans, by Edgar Allan Poe.
Laughing Bill Hyde by Rex Beach, Part 1 of 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Mr. William Hyde was discharged from Deer Lodge Penitentiary a changed man. That was quite in line with the accepted theory of criminal jurisprudence, the warden's discipline, and the chaplain's prayers. Yes, Mr. Hyde was changed, and the change had bitten deep. His humorous contempt for the law had turned to abiding hatred. His sunburned cheeks were pallid, his lungs were weak, and he coughed considerably. Balanced against these results, to be sure, were the benefits accruing from 3 years of corrective discipline at the state's expense, the knack of conversing through stone walls, which Mr. Hyde had mastered, and the plaiting of wonderful horsehair bridles, which he had learned. Otherwise he was the same Laughing Bill his friends had known, neither more nor less regenerate. Since the name of Montana promised to associate itself with unpleasant memories, Mr. Hyde determined at once to bury his past and begin life anew in a climate more suited to weak lungs. To that end he stuck up a peaceful citizen of Butte who was hurrying homeward with an armful of bundles, and in the warm dusk of a pleasant evening relieved him of $83, a Swiss watch with an elk's tooth fob, a pearl-handled penknife, a key ring, and a bottle of digestive tablets. 3 wasted years of industry had not robbed Mr. Hyde of the technique of his trade. Hence there was nothing amateurish or uproarious about the procedure. He merely back-heeled the pedestrian against a billboard, held him erect and speechless by placing his left hand upon the victim's shoulder and pressing his left forearm firmly across the gentleman's apple, the while with his own dexterous right mitt he placed the $83 in circulation. During the transaction he laughed constantly. An hour later he was en route for the sunny South, there being good and sufficient reasons why he preferred that direction to any other. Arizona helped Mr. Hyde's lungs, for the random town which he selected was high and dry, but unfortunately so was Laughing Bill soon after his arrival, and in consequence he was forced to engage promptly in a new business enterprise. This time he raised a payroll. It was an easy task, for the custodian of the payroll was a small man with a kindly and unsuspicious nature. As a result of this operation, Bill was enabled to maintain himself for some 6 weeks in a luxury to which of late he had been unaccustomed. At the end of this time the original bearer of the payroll tottered forth from the hospital, and, chancing to overhear Mr. Hyde in altercation with a faro dealer, he was struck by some haunting note in the former's laughter, and lost no time in shuffling his painful way to the sheriff's office. Seeing the man go, Laughing Bill realized that his health again demanded a change of climate, and since it lacked nearly an hour of train time, he was forced to leave on horseback. Luckily for him, he found a horse convenient. It was a wild horse, with nothing whatever to indicate that it belonged to anyone, except the fact that it carried a silver-mounted saddle and bridle, the reins of which were fastened to a post in front of a saloon. Mr. Hyde enjoyed the ride, for it kept him out in the open air. It grieved him to part with the horse a few hours later, but being prodigal with personal property, he presented the animal to a poor Mexican woman, leaving her to face any resulting embarrassments. 10 minutes later he swung himself under a westbound freight, and in due time arrived in California, somewhat dirty and fatigued, but in excellent humor. Laughing Bill's adventures and his aliases during his slow progress up the coast form no part of this story. It might be said, with a great deal of truth, that he was missed, if not mourned, in many towns. Finally, having found the climates of California, Oregon, and Washington uniformly unsuited to one of his habits, force of circumstance in the shape of numerous handbills, adorned with an unflattering half-tone of himself, but containing certain undeniably accurate data such as a diameter of skull, length of nose, angle of ear, and the like, drove him still north and west. Bill was a modest man. He considered these statistics purely personal in character. To see them blazoned publicly on the walls of post offices and in the corridors of county buildings outraged his finer feelings, so he went away from there in haste, as usual. Having never sailed the sea, he looked forward to such an experience with lively anticipation, only to be disappointed in the realization. It was rough off flattery, and he suffered agonies strange and terrifying. In due time, however, he gained his sea legs, and being forever curious, even prying, he explored the ship. His explorations were interesting, for they took him into strange quarters, into the forecastle, the steerage, even into some of the first-class staterooms, the doors of which had been left on the hook while their occupants were at meals. No small benefit accrued to Mr. Hyde from these investigations. One day, during the dinner hour, as he was occupied in admiring the contents of a strange suitcase, a voice accosted him over his shoulder, and he looked up to discover a face in the cabin window. Bill realized that an explanation was due, for it was evident that the speaker had been watching him for some little time. But under the circumstances, even though the face in the window was round, youthful, good-humored, explanations promised to be embarrassing. "Howdy," said Mr. Hyde. "What luck?" inquired the stranger. Mr. Hyde sat back upon his heels and grinned engagingly. "Not much," he confessed. "Can't find it nowhere. This guy must be a missionary." The newcomer opened the door and entered. He was a medium-sized, plump young man. "Oh, I say," he protested, "is it as bad as that?" Bill nodded vaguely, meanwhile carefully measuring the physical proportions of the interloper. The latter went on. "I saw that you knew your business, and I was hoping you'd managed to find something I had missed." Mr. Hyde breathed deep with relief. His expression altered. "You been through ahead of me?" he inquired. "Oh, several times, daily, in fact." The speaker tossed a bunch of keys upon the berth, saying, "Glance through the steamer trunk while you're here and declare me in on anything you find." Mr. Hyde rose to his feet and retreated a step. His look of relief was replaced by one of dark suspicion. As always in moments of extremity, he began to laugh. "Who are you?" he demanded. "I? Why, I live here. That's my baggage. I've been through it, as I told you, but—" The young man frowned whimsically and lit a cigarette. "It doesn't diagnose. I can't find a solitary symptom of anything worth while. Sit down, won't you?" Mr. Hyde's manner changed for a second time. He was embarrassed, apologetic, crestfallen. "Your cabin? Why, then, it's a mistake," he declared. "I must have got in the wrong flat. Mac sent me up here for a deck of cards, but— Say, that's funny, ain't it?" He began to see the joke upon himself, and the youth echoed his laughter. "It is funny," the latter agreed. "For heaven's sake, don't spoil it. Sit down and have a smoke. I'm not going to eat you." "See here, you don't mean— D'ye think for a minute—" Mr. Hyde began with rotund dignity, but the other waved his cigarette impatiently, saying, "Oh, drop that stuff or I'll page your friend Mac and show you up." In assuming his air of outraged innocence, Laughing Bill had arched his hollow chest and inhaled deeply. As a result, he began to cough, whereupon his new acquaintance eyed him keenly, saying, "That's a bad bark. What ails you?" "Con," said Laughing Bill. "Pardon me, I wouldn't have smoked if I'd known." The speaker dropped his cigarette and placed a heel upon it. "What are you doing here? Alaska's no place for weak lungs." Gingerly seating himself upon the narrow settee, Mr. Hyde murmured wonderingly, "Say, you're a regular guy, aren't you?" He began to laugh again, but now there was less of a metallic quality to his merriment. "Yes, sir. Damn if you ain't." He withdrew from his pocket a silver-mounted hairbrush and comb, and placed them carefully upon the washstand. "I don't aim to quit winter on a sport like you." "Thanks awfully," smiled the young man. "I'd have fought you for that comb and brush. Girl stuff, you understand. That's she." He pointed to a leather-framed photograph propped against the mirror. Laughing Bill leaned forward and studied the picture approvingly. "Some queen, all right. Blonde, I reckon." "Sure. You like blondes?" "Who, me? I ain't strong for no kind of woman. You hate her, don't you?" The young man smiled more widely. His whole face lit up. "I hate her so much that I kissed her good-bye and sailed away to make a quick fortune. I hope Alaska's unhealthy." "Yeah?" "You see, I'm a doctor. I'm a good doctor, too, but it takes a long time to prove it out in the States, and I can't wait a long time." Mr. Hyde pondered briefly. "I don't see's you got much on me, Doc," he said. "I frisk 'em while they're good and healthy, and you take 'em when they're feeble. I don't see no difference to speak of." "It's an interesting viewpoint," the physician agreed, seriously enough, "and I respect every man's opinion. Tell me, how did you acquire that cough?" "Living in a ground-floor apartment." "What's your business?" "Harness maker." You'll do well up here." The doctor was highly entertained. "I understand there's a horse at Nome." "A horse?" "Alaska isn't a stock country." Laughing Bill was genuinely surprised. "No horses?" he muttered. "How the hell do you get away?" You don't. You stay and face the music. Now, what do you know about that? There was a brief silence. Well, I bet I'll turn my hand to something. No doubt. You impress me as a man of resource. The doctor's eyes twinkled, and Bill smiled. A bond of friendly understanding had already sprung up between the two men. Now then, I'm interested in your case. I've a notion to try to cure you. Nothing doing on the fees. I'm a dead card. Oh, I won't charge you anything. I'm merely interested in obscure ailments, and if I'm not mistaken, you suffer from more than one, well, disease. I think you need curing about as badly as any man I ever saw. Now, Laughing Bill was not skilled in subtleties, and his relief at extricating himself from a trying predicament banished any resentment he might have felt at the doctor's double meaning. Since the latter was a good-natured, harmless individual, he decided to humor him, and so, after they had visited for an hour or more, Mr. Hyde discreetly withdrew. But oddly enough, during the days immediately following, Laughing Bill grew to like the young fellow immensely. This in itself was a novel experience, for the ex-convict had been a loner all his life and had never really liked anyone. Dr. Evan Thomas, however, seemed to fill some long-felt want in Hyde's hungry make-up. He fitted in smoothly, too, and despite the latter's lifelong habit of suspicion, despite his many rough edges, he could not manage to hold the young man at a distance. Thomas was of a type strange to the wanderer. He was educated. He had unfamiliar airs and accomplishments. But he was human and natural withal. He was totally ignorant of much that Mr. Hyde deemed fundamental, and yet he was mysteriously superior, while his indifferent good nature, his mild amusement at the antics of the world about him, covered a sincere and earnest nature. He knew his business, moreover, and he revolutionized Bill's habits of hygiene in spite of the latter's protests. But the disease which ravaged Mr. Hyde's constitution had its toes dug in, and when the steamer touched at St. Michael's he suffered a severe hemorrhage. For the first time in his life Laughing Bill stood face to face with darkness. He had fevered memories of going overside on a stretcher. He was dimly aware of an appalling weakness, which grew hourly, then an agreeable indifference enveloped him, and for a long time he lived in a land of unrealities, of dreams. The day came when he began to wonder dully how and why he found himself in a freezing cabin with Dr. Thomas in fur cap and Arctic overshoes tending him. Bill pondered the phenomenon for a week before he put his query into words. "I've had a hard fight for you, old man," the doctor explained. "I couldn't leave you here to die." "I guess I must have been pretty sick." "Right. There's no hospital here, so I took this cabin, borrowed it from the company. We don't burn much fuel, and expenses aren't high." "You been standing off the landlord?" "Yes." There was a considerable silence, then Bill said fervently, "You're a regular guy, like I told you. But you got your pill business to attend to. I'm all right now, so you better blow." Tom smiled dubiously. "You're a long way from all right, and there's no place to blow to. The last boat sailed 2 weeks ago." "Last boat for where?" "For anywhere. We're here for the winter, unless the mail carrier will take us to Nome or up the Yukon after the trails open." "I bet you'll do a good business right here, when folks see what you done for me," Bill ventured. "Just wait till you look at the town. Deserted warehouses, some young and healthy watchmen, and a Siwash village. You're the only possible patient in all of St. Michael's." Bill lay silent for an hour, staring through the open cabin window at a gray curtain of falling snowflakes. Then he shook his head and muttered, "Well, I'll be danged." "Anything you want?" Thomas inquired quickly. "I was just thinking about that gal." Bill indicated the leather-framed photograph which was prominently featured above the other bunk. "You ain't getting ahead very fast, are you?" This time the young medical man smiled with his lips only. His eyes were grave and troubled. "I've written her all the circumstances, and she'll understand. She's that sort of a girl." He turned cheerfully back to his task. "I found that I had a few dollars left, so we won't starve." Mr. Hyde felt impelled to confess that in his war bag there was a roll of some $700, title to which had vested in him on the northward trip, together with certain miscellaneous objects of virtu. But he resisted the impulse, fearing that an investigation by his nurse might lead the latter to believe that he, Bill, was not a harness maker at all, but a jewelry salesman. He determined to spring that roll at a later date, and to present the doctor with a very thin, very choice gold watch out of stateroom 27. Bill carried out this intention when he had sufficiently recovered to get about. Later, when his lungs had healed, Bill hired the mailman to take him and his nurse to Nome. Since he was not yet altogether strong, he rode the sled most of the way, while the doctor walked. It was a slow and tiresome trip, along the dreary shores of the Bering Sea, over timberless tundras, across inlets where the new ice bent beneath their weight, and where the mail carrier cautiously tested the footing with the head of his axe. Sometimes they slept in their tent, or again in roadhouses and in Indian villages. Every hour Laughing Bill grew stronger, and with his strength of body grew his strength of affection for the youthful doctor. Bill experienced a dog-like satisfaction in merely being near him. He suffered pangs when Thomas made new friends. He monopolized him jealously. The knowledge that he had a pal was new and thrilling. It gave Bill constant food for thought and speculation. Thomas was always gentle and considerate, but his little services, his unobtrusive sacrifices never went unnoticed, and they awoke in the bandit an ever-increasing wonderment. Also, they awoke a fierce desire to square the obligation. The two men laid over at one of the old Russian towns, and Thomas, as was his restless custom, made investigation of the native village. Of course, Bill went with him. They had learned by this time to enter Indian houses without knocking, so therefore, when they finally came to a cabin larger and cleaner than the rest, they opened the door and stepped inside, quite like experienced travelers. A squaw was bent over a tub of washing. Another stood beside the tiny frosted window, staring out. Neither woman answered the greeting of the white men. "Must be the chief's house," Thomas observed. "Must be. I s'pose the old bird is out adding up his reindeer. Sapolio Sue is probably his head wife." Laughing Bill ran an interested eye over the orderly interior. "Some shack, but I miss the usual smell." Neither woman paid them the least attention, so they continued to talk with each other. "I wonder what she is washing," Dr. Thomas said finally. The figure at the window turned, exposing the face of a comely young Indian girl. Her features were good, her skin was light. She eyed the intruders coolly, then in a well-modulated voice and in excellent English she said, "She is washing a pair of sealskin pants." Both men removed their caps in sudden embarrassment. Thomas exclaimed, "I beg your pardon. We thought this was just an ordinary native house, or we wouldn't have intruded." "You haven't intruded. This is Reindeer Mary's house." The girl had again turned her back. "Are you Reindeer Mary?" "No, I am Ponnatal. Mary befriended me. She lets me live with her." "Allow me to introduce Mr. Hyde. I am Dr. Thomas. We were very rude." "Oh, everybody comes here." The men recognized instantly in the speaker's face, as well as in her voice, that education had set its stamp. "Will you sit down and wait for her?" "You overwhelm us." After an awkward moment the physician queried, "How in the world did you learn to speak such good English?" "A missionary took an interest in me when I was a little girl. He sent me to Carlisle." Laughing Bill had been an attentive listener. Now he ventured to say, "I know this Carlisle. He's a swell football player or something." Ponnatal smiled, showing a row of small white teeth. "Carlisle is an Indian school." "What made you come back?" Thomas inquired curiously. Ponnatal shrugged her shoulders. "There was an end to the money. What could I do? At first I thought I'd be able to help my people, but I couldn't. They will learn from the white people, but not from one of their own kind." "Your parents?" "They died when I was a baby. Mary took me in." The girl spoke in a flat, emotionless tone. "It must be tough to come back to this, now that you know what life really is," said Thomas after a time. Ponitai's eyes were dark with tragedy when she turned them to the speaker. "God!" she cried unexpectedly. Then abruptly she faced the window once more. It was a moment before she went on in fierce resentment. "Why didn't they leave me as they found me? Why did they teach me their ways, and then send me back to this dirt and ignorance and squalor? Sometimes I think I can't stand it. But what can I do? Nobody understands. Mary can't see why I'm different from her and the others. She has grown rich with her reindeer. She says if this is good enough for her, it should be good enough for me. As for the white men who come through, they can't, or they won't, understand. They're hateful to me. Peterson, the mail carrier, for instance. I don't know why I'm telling you this. You're strangers. You're probably just like Peterson." "I know why you're telling us," Thomas said slowly. "It's because we're not like Peterson and the others. It's because we can help you." "Help me?" sneered the girl. "How?" "I don't know yet, but you're out of place here. There's a place for you somewhere. I'll find it." Ponitai shook her head wearily. "Mary says I belong here, with my people." "No, you belong with white people, people who will treat you well." This time the girl smiled bitterly. "They have treated me worse than my own people have. I know them, and I hate them." "Ain't you the sorehead now?" Laughing Bill murmured. "You got 100% grouch. But if the old medicine man says he'll put you in right, you bet your string of beads he'll do it. He's got a gift for helping down and outers. You got class, kid. You certainly rhinestone this whole bunch of red men. Why, you belong in French heels and a boudoir cap. That's how I dope you." "There must be a chance for a girl like you in Nome," Thomas continued thoughtfully. "You'd make a good hand with children. Suppose I try to find you a place as a governess?" "Would you?" Ponitai's face was suddenly eager. "Children? Oh, yes, I'd work my fingers to the bone. I'd do anything." "Then I'll do what I can." For some time longer the three of them talked, and gradually into the native girl's eyes there came a light, for these men were not like the others she had met, and she saw the world begin to unfold before her. When at last they left, she laid a hand upon the doctor's arm and said imploringly, "You won't forget? You promise?" "I promise," he told her. "He don't forget nothing," Bill assured her, "and if he does, I'll see that he don't." After they had gone, Ponitai stood motionless for a long time. Then she whispered breathlessly, "Children! Little white children! I'll be very good to them." "She's a classy quilt," Laughing Bill said, on the way back to the roadhouse. "She's as pretty as a picture, and little more than a child," the doctor admitted. "You've made a hit. She'd do most anything for you." The doctor muttered absent-mindedly. "She's stood off Peterson and these rednecks, but she'd fall for you." Mr. Hyde was insinuating. Thomas halted. He stared at his partner curiously, coldly. "Say, do you think that's why I offered to help her?" he inquired. "Come clean," the invalid winked meaningly. "You're a long ways from home, and I've knew fellers to do a lot worse. You can grab her easy, and if you do—" Thomas grunted angrily. "I've put up with a lot from you," he said, and then he strode on. "And if you do," the other resumed, falling into step with him, "I'll bust you right where you're thickest." "Eh?" "I'll bust you wide open. Oh, me and that gal in the leather frame had a long talk while I was sick in St. Mike's, and she asked me to keep you in the middle of the trail. Well, I'm the little guy that can do it." "Bill!" Evan Thomas's eyes were twinkling. "I believe I'm going to cure you after all," said he. Late that afternoon Mr. Hyde disappeared. He did not show up until after dark. "I been to see Lo, the poor squaw," he readily confessed. "She ain't the pure domestic leaf. She's a blend. Part Rooshian or something. Seems there was a gang of Rooshians or Swedes or Dagos of some sort used to run this country. She says they horned into some of the best Injun families, and she's one of the overs." "They were Russians." "Rooshians is a kind of white people, ain't they? Well, that's how she come so light-complected. You remember she said our folks had treated her bad? It's a fact, Doc. She spilled the story, and it made a mouthful. It's like this. When Nome was struck, a Swede feller she had knowed staked her a claim, but she couldn't hold it, her being a squab. Underage, savvy. There's something in the law that prevents Injuns getting in on anything good, too. I don't rightly recollect what it is, but if it's legal you can bet it's crooked. Anyhow, Uncle Sam lets up a squawk that she's only 18, going on 19, and a noble redskin to boot, and says his mining claims is reserved for Laps and Yaps and Japs and Wops and such other furrin slantheads of legal age as declare their intention to become American citizens if their claims turn out rich enough so's it pays 'em to do so. Well, Ponitaw's Swede friend gets himself froze somehow, so she has to pass the buck. Naturally, she turns to her pals, the missionaries. There's a he missionary here, head mug of the whole gang. He's a godly walloper, and he tears into Satan bare-handed every Sunday. He slams the devil around something shameful, and Ponitaw thinks he's a square guy if ever they come square, so she asks him to relocate her claim, on shares, and hold it for the joint account. Old Dr. M.E. Church agrees to split 50-50, half to her and half to heaven. Then he vamps to Nome and chalks his moniker over the kids. Now get me. The claim turns out good, and Ponitaw's heavenly pilot makes a Mexican divvy. He takes the money and gives her his best wishes. He grabs everything and says he never knew nobody by the name of Ponitaw. He gets so he can't even pronounce it. He allows her face is familiar, but he can't place her, and the partnership idea always was repugnant to him. He never was partners with nobody, understand? He blows the show. He bows out, and he leaves the kid flat. He forsakes the Milky Way for the great white one, and he's out there now, smoking Coronas and wearing a red vest under his black coat with a diamond horseshoe in his tie. It looks to me like the James boys could have learned something from this gospel hold-up." "Do you believe her story?" Thomas inquired. "She don't know enough to lie, and you can't trust a guy that wears his collar backwards. She should go to court." Mr. Hyde shook his head. "I've been there, often, but I never picked up a bet. Somehow or other, courts is usually right next to jails, and you got to watch out you don't get in the wrong place. You can't win nothing in either one. I thought I'd tell you the story, so if you ever meet up with this shave-tailed preacher and he wants a headache pill, you can slip him some sugar-coated arsenic." In the days immediately following Dr. Thomas's arrival at Nome, he was a busy man, but he did not forget Ponitaw. He was allowed no opportunity of doing so, for Bill frequently reminded him of her, and as a result it was not long before he found a place for his charge in the home of a leading merchant. Arrangements made, Bill went in search of the mail carrier. Peterson was drinking with two friends at the bar of the Last Chance, and he pressed his late passenger to join them. But alcoholism was not one of Mr. Hyde's weaknesses. The best of Bill's bad habits was much worse than drink. He had learned from experience that liquor put a traitor's tongue in his head, and in consequence he was a teetotaler. "I got a job for you, Pete," he announced. "I got you another sled load for your next trip. You know Ponitaw?"
Ponitaw, sure, I know him.
Peterson spoke with enthusiasm. "Well, bring her along when you come. Me and the little doc will settle."
That's good job for me, all right. What makes you think she'll come? I asked her plenty times, but she ain't like me.
"You slip her this Billy Ducks and she'll come." Peterson pocketed the letter which Bill handed him. His eyes brightened. The flush in his face deepened.
You bet your gumboots I bring her. She's swell, ain't she, Bill? She's just some swell, like a white woman.
"Who's this?" queried one of Peterson's companions.
Ponitaw, she's young squaw. I got eyes on that chicken long time now.
The burly mailman laughed loudly and slapped his friend on the shoulder. Mr. Hyde appeared to share in the general good nature. Carelessly, smilingly, he picked up Peterson's dog whip, which lay coiled on the bar. Thoughtfully he weighed it. The lash was long, but the handle was short and thick, and its butt was loaded with shot. It had much the balance of a blackjack, a weapon not unknown to Mr. Hyde. "Pretty soft for your mailmen," the former speaker grinned.
Ja, pretty soft. I bet I have good time this trip. Just wait. You don't know how pretty is Ponto. She...
Peterson's listeners waited. They are waiting yet, for the mailman never completed his admiring recital of the Indian girl's charms, owing to the fact that the genial Mr. Hyde, without warning, tapped his late friend's round head with the leather butt of the dog whip. Had it not been for the Norseman's otter cap, it is probable that the new mail carrier would have taken the St. Michael's run. Peterson sat down upon his heels and rested his forehead against the cool brass footrail. The subsequent proceedings interested him not at all. Those proceedings were varied and sudden, for the nearest and dearest of Peterson's friends rushed upon Mr. Hyde with a roar. Him, too, Bill eliminated from consideration with the loaded whip handle. But, this done, Bill found himself hugged in the arms of the other man, as in the embrace of a bereaved she-grizzly. Now, even at his best, the laughing Mr. Hyde was no hand at rough and tumble, it being his opinion that fisticuffs was a peculiarly indecisive and exhausting way of settling a dispute. He possessed a vile temper, moreover, and once aroused, half measures failed to satisfy it. After Mr. Hyde's admirable beginning, those neutrals who had seen the start of the affray were prepared to witness an ending equally quick and conclusive. They were surprised, therefore, to note that Bill put up a very weak struggle, once he had come to close quarters. He made only the feeblest resistance before permitting himself to be borne backward to the floor, and then, as he lay pinned beneath his opponent, he did not even try to guard the blows that rained upon him. As a matter of fact, he continued to laugh as if the experience were highly diverting. Seeing that the fight was one-sided, the bartender hastened from his retreat, dragged Peterson's champion to his feet, and flung him back into the arms of the onlookers, after which he stooped to aid the loser. His hands were actually upon Bill before he understood the meaning of that peculiar laughter, and saw in Mr. Hyde's shaking fingers that which caused him to drop the prostrate victim as if he were a rattlesnake. "God Almighty!" exclaimed the rescuer. He retreated hurriedly whence he had come. Bill rose and dusted himself off. Then he bent over Peterson, who was stirring. "Just give her that billy ducks and tell her it's all right. Tell her I say you won't hurt her none." Then, still chuckling, he slipped into the crowd and out of the Last Chance. As he went, he coughed and spat a mouthful of blood. Once the mail carrier had been apprised of the amazing incidents which had occurred during his temporary inattention, he vowed vengeance in a mighty voice, and his threats found echo in the throats of his two companions. But the bartender took them aside and spoke guardedly. "You better lay off of that guy, or he'll flatten the graveyard with all three of you. I didn't make him at first, but I got him now, all right." "What do you mean? Who is he?" "His name's Hyde, Laughing Bill." "Laughing Bill Hyde?" One of Peterson's friends, he who had come last into the encounter, turned yellow and leaned hard against the bar. A sudden nausea assailed him, and he laid tender hands upon his abdomen. Laughing Bill Hyde. That's why he went down so easy. Why, he killed a feller I knew, ribboned him up from underneath, just that way, and the jury called it self-defense. A shudder racked the speaker's frame. "Sure, he's a cutter, a regular gent's cutter and fitter. He'd 'a' had you all over the floor in another minute. If I hadn't pried you apart, they'd 'a' sewed sawdust up inside of you like you was a doll. He had the old bone-handle Skinner in his mitt. That's why I let go of him. Laughing Bill. Take it from me, boys, you better walk around him like he was a hole in the ice." It may have been the memory of that heavy whip handle. It may have been the moral effect of stray biographical bits garnered here and there around the gambling table, or it may have been merely a high and natural chivalry, totally unsuspected until now, which prompted Peterson to treat Pontotoc with a chill and formal courtesy when he returned from St. Michael's. At any rate, the girl arrived in Nome with nothing but praise for the mailman. Pete Peterson, so she said, might have his faults, but he knew how to behave like a perfect gentleman. Ponnatal took up her new duties with enthusiasm, and before a month had passed she had endeared herself to her employers, who secretly assured Dr. Thomas that they had discovered a treasure and would never part with her. She was gentle, patient, sweet, industrious. The children idolized her. The Indian girl had never dreamed of a home like this. She was deliriously happy. She took pride in discharging her obligations. She did not forget the men who had made this wonder possible. They had rented a little cabin, and after the fashion of men, they made slipshod efforts at keeping house. Since it was Ponnatal's nature to serve, she found time somehow to keep the place tidy and to see to their comfort. Laughing Bill was a hopeless idler. He had been born to leisure and was wedded to indigence, therefore he saw a good deal of the girl on her visits. He listened to her stories of the children. He admired her new and stylish clothes. He watched her develop under the influence of her surroundings. Inasmuch as both of them were waifs and beholden to the bounty of others, they had ties in common, a certain mutuality. Hence they came to know each other intimately. Despite the great change in her environment, Ponnatal remained in many ways quite aboriginal. For instance, she was embarrassingly direct and straightforward. She entirely lacked hypocrisy, and that which puzzled or troubled her she boldly put into words. There came a time when Bill discovered that Ponnatal's eyes, when they looked at him, were more than friendly, that most of the services she performed were aimed at him. Then one day she asked him to marry her. There was nothing brazen or forward about the proposal. Ponnatal merely gave voice to her feelings in a simple, honest way that robbed her of no dignity. Bill laughed the proposal off. "I wouldn't marry the Queen of Sheba," said he. "Why?" "I ain't that kind of bird, that's why." "What kind of bird are you?" Ponnatal eyed him with a grave curiosity. "All men marry. I'm reading a great many books, and they're all about love and marriage. I love you, and I'm pretty. Is it because I'm an Indian?" "Hell, that wouldn't faze me, kiddo. You skin the white dames around this village. But you better cut out them books." "I'd make a good wife." "Sure, you're aces, but I'd be a bum husband. I ain't got the breath to blow out a candle." Mr. Hyde chuckled. The idea of marriage plainly amused him. "How you know I ain't got a covey of wives?" he inquired. "Oh, I know." Ponnatal was unsmiling. "I'm simple, but I can see through people. I can tell the good ones and the bad ones. You're a good man, Billy." Now this praise was anything but agreeable to Mr. Hyde, for above all things he abhorred so-called good people. Good people were suckers, and he prided himself on being a wise guy, with all that was meant thereby. "You lay off me, kid," he warned darkly, "and you muffle them wedding bells. You can't win nothing with that line of talk. If I was 50 inches around the chest, liked to work, and was fond of passementaries, I'd probably fall for you. But I ain't. I'm a good man all right, to leave alone. I'll be a brother to you, but that's my limit." The subject was embarrassing, so he changed it. "Say, I've been thinking about that claim of yours. Didn't you get no papers from that missionary?" "No." "Then his word's as good as yours." "That's what the lawyer told me. I offered to give him half, but he wouldn't touch the case." "It was a dirty deal, but you better forget it." "I'll try," the girl promised, "but I don't forget easily." Laughing Bill's rejection of Ponnatal's offer of marriage did not in the least affect their friendly relations. She continued to visit the cabin, and not infrequently she reverted to the forbidden topic, only to meet with discouragement. Dr. Thomas had opened an office, of course, but business was light and expenses heavy. Supplies were low in Nome and prices high. Coal, for instance, was $100 a ton, and as a result most of the idle citizens spent their evenings, but precious little else, around the saloon stoves. When April came, Laughing Bill regretfully decided that it was necessary for him to go to work. The prospect was depressing, and he did not easily reconcile himself to it, for he would have infinitely preferred some less degrading and humiliating way out of the difficulty. He put up a desperate battle against the necessity, and he did not accept the inevitable until thoroughly convinced that the practice of medicine and burglary could not be carried on from the same residence without the risk of serious embarrassment to his benefactor. However, to find employment in a community where there were 2 men to 1 job was not easy. But happily or unhappily, Bill had a smattering of many trades, and eventually there came an opening as handyman at a mine. It was a lowly position, and Bill had little pride in it, for he was put to helping the cook, waiting on table, washing dishes, sweeping cabins, making beds, and the like. He had been assured that the work was light, and so it was, but it was also continuous. He could summon not the slightest interest in it until he discovered that this was the very claim which rightfully belonged to Pontotoc. Then, indeed, he pricked up his ears. The Aurora Borealis, as the mine was now called, had been working all winter, and gigantic dumps of red pay dirt stood as monuments to the industry of its workmen. Rumor had it that the streak was rich, and that Dr. Slayforth, the owner, would be in on the first boat to personally oversee the cleanups. The ex-missionary, Bill discovered, had the reputation of being a tight man and meanly suspicious in money matters. He reposed no confidence in his superintendent, a surly, saturnine fellow known as Black Jack Berg, nor in Denny Slevin, his foreman. So much Laughing Bill gathered from camp gossip. It soon became evident that Black Jack was a hard driver, for sluicing began with the first trickle of snow water, even while the ditches were still ice-bound, and it continued with double shifts thereafter. A representative of Dr. Slayforth came out from Nome to watch the first clean-up, and Bill, in his capacity as chambermaid, set up a cot for him in the cabin shared by Black Jack and Denny. While so engaged, the latter discovered him, and gruffly ordered him to remove the cot to the bunkhouse. "Put him in with the men," growled Slevin. "Serves the damn spy right." "Spy? Is he a gumshoe?" Mr. Hyde paused, a pillow slipped between his teeth. "That's what. Me and Jack was honest enough to run things all winter, but we ain't honest enough to clean up. That's like old Slayforth, always looking to get the worst of it. I'm square, and so's Jack. Makes me sick, this spying on honest folks. Everybody knows we wouldn't turn a trick." Now, it was Laughing Bill's experience that honesty needs no boosting, and that he who most loudly vaunts his rectitude is he who is least certain of it. "The boss must be a good man, him being a sort of psalm singer," Bill ventured guilelessly. Denny snorted. "Oh, sure, he's good all right. He's most too good to be true. Billy, my boy, when you've seen as many crooks as I have, you'll know 'em, no matter how they come dressed." As he folded the cot, Mr. Hyde opined that worldly experience must indeed be a fine thing to possess. "You go gamble on it," Slevin agreed. "Now then, just tell that Hawkshaw we don't want no damn spies in our house. We're square guys, and we can't stomach 'em." That evening Black Jack called upon the handyman to help with the clean-up, and put him to tend the water while he and Denny, under the watchful eye of the owner's representative, lifted the riffles, worked down the concentrates, and removed them from the boxes. Bill was an experienced placer miner, so it was not many days before he was asked to help in the actual cleaning of the sluices. He was glad of the promotion, for as he told himself, no man can squeeze a lemon without getting juice on his fingers. It will be seen, alas, that Mr. Hyde's moral sense remained blunted in spite of the refining influence of his association with Dr. Thomas. But Aurora dust was fine, and the handyman's profits were scarcely worth the risks involved in taking them. One morning, while Bill was cleaning up the superintendent's cabin, he noticed a tiny yellow flake of gold upon the floor in front of Slevin's bed. Careful examination showed him several colors of the same sort, so he swept the boards carefully and took up the dust in a blower. He breathed upon the pile, blowing the lighter particles away. A considerable residue of heavy yellow grains remained. With a grin, Bill folded them in a cigarette paper and placed them in his pocket. But it puzzled him to explain how there came to be gold on the cabin floor. His surprise deepened when, a few days later, he found another prospect in the same place. His 2 sweepings had yielded perhaps a pennyweight of the precious metal, enough to set him to thinking. It was queer that in the neighborhood of Black Jack's bunk he could find no pay whatever. Slevin had left his hip boots in the cabin, and as Laughing Bill turned down their tops to set them out in the wind to dry, his sharp eye detected several yellow pinpoints of color, which proved, upon closer investigation, to be specks of gold clinging to the wet lining. "Well, I'll be danged," said Mr. Hyde. Carefully, thoughtfully, he replaced the boots where he had found them. The knowledge that he was on a hot trail electrified him. At the next clean-up, Laughing Bill took less interest in his part of the work and more in Denny Slevin's. When the riffles were washed and the loose gravel had been worked down into yellow piles of rich concentrates, Slevin, armed with a whisk broom, paddle, and scoop, climbed into the sluices. Bill watched him out of the corner of his eye, and it was not long before his vigilance was rewarded. The hold-up man turned away with a feeling of genuine admiration, for he had seen Slevin, under the very nose of the lookout, go south with a substantial amount of gold. The foreman's daring and dexterity amazed Bill and deepened his respect. Slevin's work was cunning, and yet so simple as to be almost laughable. With his hip boots pulled high, he had knelt upon one knee in the sluice, scooping up the wet piles of gold and black iron sand, while Berg held a gold pan to receive it. During the process, Black Jack had turned to address the vigilant owner's representative, and profiting by the brief diversion, Bill had seen Denny dump a heaping scoop load of pay into the gaping pocket-like top of his capacious rubber boot. "The sons of a gun," breathed Laughing Bill. "The double-crossing sons of a gun. Why, it begins to look like a big summer for me." Bill slept well that night, for now he knew the game which was going on. He felt sure that sooner or later he would just take a hand in it. Just how or when the hand would fall he could not tell, but that did not worry him in the least, inasmuch as he already held the trumps. It seemed that a kindly fortune had guided him to the Aurora, that fate had decreed he should avenge the wrongs of Pontotoc. The handyman fell asleep with a smile upon his lips. The first ship arrived that very evening, and the next day Dr. Slayforth in person appeared at the Aurora. He was a thin, restless man with weak and shifting eyes. He said grace at dinner, giving thanks for the scanty rations of hash and brown beans over which his hungry workmen were poised like cormorants. The Aurora had won the name of a bad feeder, but its owner seemed satisfied with his meal. Later, Bill overheard him talking with his superintendent. "I'm disappointed with the clean-ups," Slayforth confessed. "The pay appears to be pinching out." "She don't wash like she sampled, that's a fact," said Black Jack. "I'm afraid we shall have to practice economies." "Look here, if you aim to cut down the grub, don't try it," counseled Berg. "It's rotten now." "Indeed? There appeared to be plenty, and the quality was excellent. I fear you encourage gluttony, and nothing so interferes with work. We must effect a saving somehow. There is too great a variation between theoretical and actual values." "Huh! You better try feeding hay for a while," sourly grumbled the superintendent. "If you ain't getting what you aimed to get, it's because it ain't in the cards." This conversation interested Bill, for it proved that the robbers had helped themselves with a liberal hand. But how they had managed to appropriate enough gold to noticeably affect the showing of the winter's work intensely mystified him. It led him to believe that Black Jack and Denny were out for a homestake. That such was indeed the case, and that Slevin was not the only thief, Bill soon discovered, for after the next clean-up he slipped away through the twilight and took stand among the alders outside the rear window of the shack on the hill. From his point of concealment he could observe all that went on inside. It was a familiar scene. By the light of an oil lamp, Black Jack was putting the final touches to the clean-up. 2 gold pans, heaped high with the mingled black sand and gold dust as it came out of the sluices, were drying on the Yukon stove, and the superintendent was engaged in separating the precious yellow particles from the worthless material which gravity had deposited with it. This refining process was slow, painstaking work, and was effected with the help of a flat brass scoop, a blower. By shaking this blower and breathing upon its contents, the lighter grains of iron sand were propelled to the edge, as chaff is separated from wheat, and fell into a box held between the superintendent's knees. The residue, left in the heel of the blower after each blowing process, was commercial dust, ready for the bank or the assay office. Dr. Slayforth, with his glasses on the end of his nose, presided at the gold scales, while Denny Slevin looked on. As the dust was weighed, a few ounces at a time, it was dumped into a moose skin sack and entered upon the books. Black Jack had the light at his back. He was facing the window. Therefore, Laughing Bill commanded an unobstructed view of his adept manipulations. It was not long before the latter saw him surreptitiously drop a considerable quantity of gold out of the scoop and into the box between his knees, then cover it up with the black sand. This sleight of hand was repeated several times, and when the last heap of gold had been weighed, Bill estimated that Dr. Slayforth was poorer by at least 100 ounces, $1,600. There was no question about it now. These were not common thieves. This was becoming a regular man's game, and the stakes were assuming a size to give Laughing Bill a tingling sensation along his spine. Having discovered the modus operandi of the pair, and having read their cards, so to speak, he next set himself to discover where they banked their swag. But this was by no means easy. His utmost vigilance went unrewarded by so much as a single clue. End of Part 1 of Laughing Bill Hyde by Rex Beach. Laughing Bill Hyde by Rex Beach, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Berg and Slevin had a habit of riding into town on Saturday nights, and the next time they left the claim, Bill pleaded a jumping toothache and set out afoot for medical attention. It was late when he arrived at Nome. Nevertheless, a diligent search of the front street saloons failed to locate either man. He was still looking for them when they came riding in. With their delayed arrival, Bill's apprehensions vanished, as likewise did his imaginary toothache. He had feared they were in the habit of bringing the gold to Nome, there perhaps to bank it with some friend. But now he knew that they were too cautious for that, and preferred instead to cache it somewhere in the hills. This simplified matters immensely, so Bill looked up his little doctor for a social visit. Thomas was in his office. He greeted Bill warmly. "Say, pill rolling must be brisk to keep you on the job till midnight," the latter began. "Business is rotten," exclaimed the physician, "and it's a rotten business." "Nobody sick? That's tough. Open a can of typhoid germs and I'll put 'em in the well. Anything to stir up a little trade." "I've just balanced my books, and I've just heard from Alice." "Do the books balance?" "Oh, perfectly. Nothing equals nothing. It's a perfect equilibrium. Alice wants me to come home and start all over, and I'm tempted to do so." "Ain't going to throw up your tail, are you?" "I can't get along without her." Thomas was plainly in the depths. He turned away and stared moodily out into the dim-lit street. It was midnight, but already the days were shortening. Already there was an hour or two of dusk between the evening and the morning light. "Of course you can't get along without her," the ex-bandit agreed. "I seen that when I looked at her picture. Why don't you bring her in?" "Bring her in here?" Thomas faced about quickly. "Humph! Not much." "Well, this ain't no doll's village, that's a fact. It's full of wicked men, and the woman ain't worth bragging over. Suppose we go out and marry her?" We? Thomas smiled for the first time. Sure, I'll stick to the bitter finish. I'm broke, Bill. Pshaw, now, don't let that worry you. I got money. You? The doctor was surprised. Where did you get it? Well, I got it. That's the main thing. It was, left to me. Honestly? What do you mean, honestly? How much? I don't know exactly. You see, I ain't got it actually in my mitt. Oh. But I'll have it all right, Toe. It's just waiting for me to close down on it. I reckon there must be 1,000 gold buzzards in the stack. Maybe more. It's all yours. Thanks, said the physician, unimpressed. Look me in the eye, Bill spoke earnestly. 20,000 iron men ain't so bad. I'll buy a lot of dolls' clothes. We can have a big party. I ain't kidding. Then, reading amused incredulity in his friend's face, he demanded, how you know I ain't got a rich uncle that raised me from a colt, and that broke his heart at me running away and turning out wild, and has had his lawyers gunning for me ever since he knew I was getting old and going to croak? How you know that, eh? I don't know. I don't know anything about you, Bill. That's one of the most interesting features of our friendship. Well, pay a little attention to me. Now then, I figure it like this. I got lungs like a grasshopper, and the money won't do me no good, so I'll stake you and Miss Alice to it. Dr. Thomas eyed the speaker curiously. I believe you would, said he, after a moment. Would I? Say, have you ever seen a feather bed tied up with a rope? You sit tight, and I'll slip you a roll just that size. Of course you know I wouldn't take it. Why not? It's more'n likely to get me into evil company or give me some bad habit, and I'll gargle off before I've had a chance to spend it. I ain't strong. I'll earn what I get, Billy. All right, if you feel like that, I'll bet it for you on a crap game, and you can take the winnings. Nothing doing. I want honest money, money that I can look in the face. Mr. Hyde was out of patience. All money's honest after you get it, he cried. It's getting it that draws blood. I never knew a silver bird to fly off $1 and scratch a guy. Did you? I want to make money. That's why I came up to this God-forsaken place. But when your uncle's draft arrives, you cash it. Ain't you a champagne bone dome, muttered Bill. Such an attitude seemed to him both senseless and quixotic, for he had never attached the least sentiment to money. Money was an elemental necessity, therefore he looked upon it with practical, unromantic eyes, and helped himself to it as he helped himself to such elemental necessities as air or water. Most of life's necessaries had fallen into monopolistic hands, and were used to wring tribute from unfortunate mortals who had arrived too late to share in the graft, as witness, for instance, Standard Oil. So ran Bill's reasoning when he took the trouble to reason at all. Men had established arbitrary rules to govern their forays upon one another's property, to be sure, but under cover of these artificial laws they stole merrily and got away with it. Eagles did not scruple to steal from one another. Horses ate one another's fodder. Why human beings should not do likewise had always puzzled Mr. Hyde. The basic principle held good in both cases, it seemed to him, and Dr. Thomas's refusal to share in the coming legacy struck him as silly. It was the result of a warped and unsound philosophy. But argue as he would, he could not shake his friend's opinion of the matter. One evening, not long after his visit to town, Bill's toothache returned again to plague him. He raised groans and hoarse profanities, and then, while the crew was still at supper, he abandoned his work to set out in search of relief. But he did not go to Nome. Once out of sight of the mine, he doubled back and came out behind the superintendent's cabin. A moment later he was stretched out in the narrow, dark space beneath Black Jack's bunk. Dust irritated Bill's lungs, therefore he had carefully swept out the place that morning. Likewise he had thoughtfully provided himself with a cotton comforter as protection to his bones. He had no intention of permitting himself to be taken at a disadvantage, and knowing full well the painful consequences of discovery, he opened his bone-handled pocket-knife and tested its keen edge with his thumb. In the interests of peace and good fellowship, however, he hoped he could go through the night without coughing. Slevin was the first to return from supper. He went directly to his bunk, drew a bottle of whiskey from beneath his pillow, poured himself a drink, and replaced the bottle. When Berg entered he went through a similar procedure, after which a fire was built, the men kicked off their boots, lit their pipes, and stretched out upon their beds. "I've been thinking it over," the superintendent began, "and you can't do it." "Why not?" queried Slevin. "I told his nibs I was sick of the grub." "Foremen don't quit good jobs on account of the grub. You've got to stick till fall, then we'll both go. We'll strike the old man for a raise." "Humph! He'll let us go quick enough when we do that. Let's strike him now. I'm through." "Nothing stirring," Berg firmly declared. "We'll play out the string. I'm taking no chances." "Hell, ain't we taking a chance every day we stay here? I'm getting so I don't sleep. I got enough to do, me. I ain't a hog. I got a bully corner all picked out, Jack. Best corner in Seattle for a gin mill." "It'll wait. Corners don't get up and move." "No, I won't hold the bag for you or for nobody," declared the former speaker. "We'll go through, arm in arm. Once we're away clean, you can do what you like. Me for the Argentine and 10,000 acres of longhorns. You better forget that corner. Some night you'll get stewed and spill the beans." "Who, me?" Slevin laughed in disdain. "Fat chance." There was a long silence, during which the only sound was the bubbling of a pipe. "I suppose I'll have to stick, if you say so," Denny agreed finally. "But I'm fed up. I'm getting jumpy. I got a hunch the cache ain't safe. I feel like something was going to happen." Mr. Slevin's premonition, under the circumstances, was almost uncanny. It gave startling proof of his susceptibility to outside influences. "You are rickety," Black Jack told him. "Why, there ain't any danger. Nobody goes up there." Laughing Bill held his breath, missing not a word. "If they did, we'd pick 'em up with the glasses. It's open country, and we'd get 'em back before they got down." "I suppose so, but the nights are getting dark." "Nobody's out at night, either, you boob. I ain't losing any slumber over that. And I ain't going to lose any about your quitting ahead of me. That don't trouble me none." Berg yawned and changed the subject. Half an hour later he rose, languidly undressed, and rolled into his bed. Slevin followed suit shortly after, and the rapidity with which both men fell asleep spoke volumes for the elasticity of the human conscience. Now, Laughing Bill had come prepared to spend the night, but his throat tickled, and he had a distressing habit of snoring. Therefore he deemed it the part of caution to depart before he dropped off into the land of dreams. He effected the maneuver noiselessly. Bill lingered at the spring hole on the following morning, and lost himself in an attentive study of the surrounding scenery. It was fairly impressive scenery, and he had a keen appreciation of nature's beauty, but Black Jack's words continued to puzzle him. "Nobody goes up there." "Up where?" The Aurora lay in a valley, therefore most of the country around about was up. It was open, too. The ridges were bold and barren, garbed only with shreds and patches of short grass and reindeer moss. "We'd pick 'em up with the glasses. We'd get 'em before they got down." Manifestly the cache was in plain sight, if one only knew where to look for it. But Mr. Hyde's sharp eyes took in 10,000 likely hiding places, and he reasoned that it would be worse than folly to go exploring blindly without more definite data than he possessed. It was clever of the pair to hide the swag where they could oversee it every hour of the day, and they had chosen a safe location, too, for nobody wasted the effort to explore those domes and hogbacks now that they were known to contain no quartz. There was Anvil Mountain, for instance, a bold schist peak crowned with a huge rock in the likeness of a blacksmith's anvil. It guarded the entrance to the valley, rising from the very heart of the best mining section. It was the most prominent landmark hereabouts. But not a dozen men had ever climbed it, and nowadays nobody did. As Bill pondered the enigma, out from his bed in the willows came Don Antonio de Chiquito, a meek and lowly burro, the only member of the Aurora's working force which did not outrank in social importance the man of all work. Don Antonio was the pet of the Aurora Borealis and its scavenger. He ate everything from garbage to rubber boots. He was even suspected of possessing a low appetite for German socks. It was in fact this very democratic taste in things edible which caused him to remain the steadiest of Dr. Slayforth's boarders. Wisdom, patience, the sagacity of Solomon lurked in Don Antonio's eyes, and Laughing Bill consulted him as a friend and an equal. "Tony," he said, "you've done a heap of prospecting, and you know the business. There's a rich pocket on one of them hills. Which one is it?" Don Antonio de Chiquito had ears like sunbonnets. He folded them back, lifted his muzzle toward Anvil Rock, and brayed loudly. "Maybe you're right," said the man. He fitted the Chinese yoke to his skinny shoulders and took up his burden. The load was heavy, the yoke bruised his bones, therefore he was moved to complain. "The idea of me toting water for the very guys that stole my uncle's money. It's awful, the darned crooks." It was a rainy evening when business next took Blackjack Berg and Denny Slevin to town. Having dined amply, if not well, they donned slickers, saddled a pair of horses, and set out down the creek. Few people were abroad, therefore they felt secure from observation when they swung off the trail where it bends around the foot of Anvil Mountain and bore directly up through the scattered alders. The grass was wet. The rain erased the marks of their horses' feet almost in the passing. Tethering their mounts in the last clump of underbrush, the riders labored on afoot up a shallow draw which scarred the steep slope. The murk of twilight obscured them, but even in a good light they would have run small risk of discovery, for slow-moving human figures would have been lost against the dark background. The climb was long and arduous. Both men were panting when they breasted the last rise and looked down into the valley where lay the aurora borealis. This was a desolate spot. Great boulders, fallen from the huge rock overhead, lay all about. The earth was weathered by winter snows and summer rains. Ghostly fingers of mist writhed over the peak. Darkness was not far distant. The robbers remained on the crest perhaps 20 minutes. Then they came striding down. They passed within 100 yards of Laughing Bill Hyde, who lay flat in the wet grass midway of their descent. He watched them mount and ride out of sight. Then he continued his painful progress up the hillside. Weak lungs are not suited to heavy grades and slippery footing. Bill was sobbing with agony when he conquered the last rise and collapsed upon his face. He feared he was dying. Every cough threatened a hemorrhage. But when his breath came more easily and he missed the familiar taste of blood in his mouth, he rose and tottered about through the fog. He could discover no tracks. He began to fear the night would foil him, when at last luck guided his aimless footsteps to a slide of loose rock banked against a seamy ledge. The surface of the bank showed a muddy scar, already half obliterated by the rain. Brief search among the nearby boulders uncovered the hiding place of a pick and shovel. For once in his life Mr. Hyde looked upon these tools with favor, and energetically tackled the business end of a number 2. He considered pick and shovel work the lowest form of human endeavor. Nevertheless, he engaged in it willingly enough, and he had not dug deeply before he uncovered the side of a packing case labeled "Choice California Canned Fruits." Further rapid explorations showed that the box was fitted with a loose top, and that the interior was well nigh filled with stout canvas and moose skin bags. Bill counted them. He weighed one. Then he sat down weakly, and his hard, smoke-blue eyes widened with amazement. "Sufferin' cats," he whispered. He voiced other expletives too, even more forcefully indicative of surprise. He was not an imaginative man. It did not occur to him to doubt his sanity, or to wonder if he were awake. Nevertheless, he opened one of the pokes and incredulously examined its contents. "I'm damn if it ain't," he said finally. "I should reckon they was ready to quit. Argentine? Why, Jack'll bust the bottom out of a boat if he takes this with him. He'll drown a lot of innocent people." Mr. Hyde shook his head and smiled pityingly. "It ain't safe to trust him with it. It ain't safe, the thieving devil. There's 500 pounds if there's an ounce." He began to figure with his finger on the muddy shovel blade. $100,000, he announced finally. "Them boys is all right." Slowly, reluctantly, he replaced the gold sacks, reburied the box, and placed the tools where he had found them. Then he set out for home. Don Antonio de Chiquito was contentedly munching an empty oat sack, doubtless impelled thereto by the lingering flavor of its former contents, when on the following morning Bill accosted him. "Tony, I gotta hand it to you," the man said admiringly. "You're some pocket miner, and you speak up like a gent when you're spoken to. I got some nice eggshells saved up for you." Then his voice dropped to a confidential tone. "We're in a passel of crooks, Tony. Evil associates, I call 'em. They're bound to have a bad influence over us. I feel it already, don't you? Well, suppose you meet me tonight at the gap in the hedge, and we'll take a walk." Don Antonio appeared in every way agreeable to the proposal, but to make certain that he would keep his appointment, Bill led him down into the creek bottom and tied him securely, after which he removed a pack saddle and a bunch of hay from the stable. The saddle he hid in the brush, the hay he spread before his accomplice, with the generous invitation, "Drink hearty, it's on the house." In explanation he went on, "It's this way, Tony. They left the elevator out of that Anvil skyscraper, and I can't climb stairs on one lung. So you got to be my 6-cylinder oat motor. We got a busy night ahead of us." That evening Laughing Bill ascended Anvil Mountain for a second time, but the exertion did not wind him unduly, for he made the ascent at the end of Don Antonio's tale. He was back in camp for breakfast, and despite his lack of sleep, he performed his menial duties during the day with more than his usual cheerfulness. "Speed up, can't you?" Slevin paused midway of the steepest slope and spoke impatiently to his partner below. "I'm coming," Black Jack panted. Being the heavier and clumsier of the two, the climb was harder for him. "You're so spry, suppose you just pack this poke." He unslung a heavy leather sack from his belt and gave it to Denny. "We'd oughta got an earlier start," the latter complained. "The days are getting short, and I had a rotten fall going down last time." Relieved of some 15 pounds of dead awkward weight, and nothing is more awkward to carry than a sizable gold sack, Berg made better speed, arriving at the cache in time to see Slevin spit on his hands and fall to digging. "Every time we open her up I get a shiver," Denny confessed, with a laugh. "I'm scared to look." "Humph! Think she's going to get up and walk out on us?" Berg seated himself, lit his pipe, and puffed in silence for a while. "We ain't never been seen," he declared positively. "She's as safe as the Bank of England as long as you don't get drunk." "Me? Drunk? Ha! Me and the demon rum is divorced forever." Slevin's shovel struck wood and he swiftly uncovered the box, then removed its top. He stood for a full minute staring into its interior. Then he cried, hoarsely, "Jack!" Berg was on his feet in an instant. He strode to the excavation and bent over it. After a time he straightened himself and turned blazing eyes upon his confederate. Denny met his gaze with the glare of a man demented. "What'd I tell ya?" the latter chattered. "I told you they'd get to it. By God, they have." He cast an apprehensive glance over his shoulder. Far below, the lights of the valley were beginning to twinkle. In the direction of Nome, the cross on the Catholic church gleamed palely against the steel-gray expanse of Bering Sea. Berg was a man of violent temper. He choked and gasped. His face was bloated with an apoplectic rage. He began to growl curses deep in his throat. "Who got it?" he demanded. "What do you mean by they?" "Shh!" Slevin was panic-stricken. He flung out a nervous, jerky hand. "Maybe they're here. Now. Look out!" "What do you mean by they?" the larger man repeated. God, I don't know, but there must have been more'n one. 500 pounds. One man couldn't pack it." "You said they," Berg persisted in an odd tone. Slevin's madly roving gaze flew back and settled upon the discolored visage thrust toward him. Then his own eyes widened. He recoiled, crying, "Look here! You don't think I—" His words ended in a bark. I ain't said what I think, but I'm thinking fast. Nobody knew it but us. How do you know? I know. Slowly Slevin settled himself. His muscles ceased jumping. His bullet head drew down between his shoulders. Well, it wasn't me, so it must have been you. Don't stall, roared the larger man. It won't win you anything. You can't leave here till you come through. That goes double, Jack. I got my gat too, and you ain't gonna run out on me. You wanted to quit. You weakened. You're a liar. The men stared fixedly at each other, heads forward, bodies tense. As they glared, the fury of betrayal grew to madness. Where'd you put it? Berg ground the words between his teeth. I'm asking you that very thing, the foreman asked in a thin, menacing voice. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, he widened the distance between himself and his accuser. It was not a retreat. He merely drew himself together, defensively, holding himself under control with the last supreme effort of his will. The tension snapped suddenly. With a harsh, wordless cry of fury, Black Jack tore his six-shooter from its resting place, but Slevin's right hand stirred in unison, and it moved like light. Owing to the fact that he carried his gun beneath his left armpit, he was the first to fire, by the fraction of a second. It was impossible to miss at this distance. Berg went to his knees as if hit by a sledge, but he fired from that position, and his shot caught Slevin as the latter crow-hopped nimbly. Both men were down now. Slevin, however, seemed made of rubber. He was up again almost instantly, and zigzagging toward the shelter of the nearest rocks. Berg emptied his Colt at the running target. Then a shout burst from his lips as he saw Denny pitch forward, out of sight. With shaking, clumsy fingers, Black Jack reloaded his hot weapon. With his left hand pressed deep into his side, he rose slowly to his feet and lurched forward. "You rat!" he yelled. "Double-cross me, will you?" He heard the sound of a body moving over loose stones and halted, weaving in his tracks and peering into the gloom. "Come out," he ordered. "Come out and own up, and I'll let you off." There was a silence. "I see you." He took unsteady aim at a shadow and fired. "Never mind, I'll get you." After a little while he stumbled onward between the boulders, shouting a challenge to his invisible opponent. He had gone maybe 50 feet when the darkness was stabbed by the blaze of Slevin's gun. 3 times the weapon spoke, at little more than arm's length, and Black Jack spun on his heels, then rocked forward limply. It was a long time before the sound of his loud, slow breathing ceased. Not until then did Denny Slevin move. With a rattle in his throat, the foreman crept out from hiding and went down the mountainside upon his hands and knees. It occasioned considerable speculation at the Aurora Borealis when neither the superintendent nor the foreman appeared for breakfast. Later, a telephone message to Dr. Slayforth, having elicited the startling intelligence that neither man had been seen in town during the night, there came a flicker of excitement. This excitement blazed to white heat when Slayforth rode up on a muddy horse, accompanied by the town marshal and the chief of police. Followed more telephoning and some cross-examination. But the men were gone. They had disappeared. It was a mystery baffling any attempt at explanation, for there were no ships in the roadstead, and hence it was impossible for the pair to have taken French leave. While the search party was being organized, there came word that the missing saddle horses had been found on the slope of Anvil Mountain, and by the time Slayforth's party had reached the ground, more news awaited them. Up near the head of the draw someone had discovered the body of Denny Slevin. There was a rush thither, and thence up on the trail Slevin had left, to the scene of the twilight duel, to Black Jack Berg and the cache in the slide. The story told itself down to the last detail. It was the story of a thieves' quarrel and a double killing. Dr. Slayforth fell upon his bag of gold as a mother falls upon her babe. He voiced loud hysterical condemnation of the deed. He wept tears of mingled indignation and thanksgiving. He gabbled scriptural quotations about the wages of sin. Then, remembering that the wages of his men were going on, he sent them back to their work and determined to dock half their morning's pay. The story of the tragedy was still the sensation of Nome when, a fortnight later, Laughing Bill Hyde showed up in town with the cheerful announcement that he had been fired. Ponnatal was at the cabin when he arrived, and she did not try to conceal her joy at seeing him again. "I've been so unhappy," she told him. "You've never been out of my thoughts, Billy." "Ain't you got nothing better to think about than me?" he asked with a smile. "Well, the psalm shouter let me out, jerked the pillar slip from under me, you might say, and turned me adrift. He's got a high-chested, low-browed Swede in my place. It takes a guy with hair down to his eyebrows to be a buck chambermaid." "The old rascal!" Ponnatal's face darkened with anger. "No wonder those men robbed him. I wish they had taken all his gold and escaped." "You're pretty sore on his heavenly nibs, ain't you?" Ponnatal clenched her hands and her eyes blazed. "Well, you got this consolation. The Aurora ain't as rich as it was." "It would have been rich enough for us." "Us?" "Yes. You'd marry me if I were rich, wouldn't you?" "No, I wouldn't," Bill declared firmly. "What's the use to kid you?" "Why wouldn't you? Are you ashamed of me?" Bill protested. "Say, what is this you're giving me, the third degree?" "If I were as rich as Reindeer Mary, wouldn't you marry me?" Ponnatal gazed at the unworthy object of her affections with a yearning that was embarrassing, and Laughing Bill was forced to spar for wind. "Ain't you the bold Mary Ann, making cracks like that?" he chided. "I'm ashamed of you, honest. I've passed up plenty of frills in my time, and we're all better off for it. My appetite for marriage ain't no keener than it used to be, so you forget it. Little Doc, he's the marrying kind." "Oh, yes, he tells me a great deal about his Alice. He's very much discouraged. If I had the Aurora, I wouldn't forget him. I'd give him half." "Would you now? Well, he's the one stiff-neck that wouldn't take it. He's funny that way. Seems to think money'll bite him or something. I don't know how these philanthropists get along, with proud people always spurning their gifts. He's got my Nan. You take my tip, kid, and cling to your coin. Salt it down for winter. That's what I'm doing with mine." "Are you?" Ponnatal was not amused. She was gravely interested. "I thought you were broke, Billy." "Where'd you get that at?" he demanded. "I've always got a pinch of change, I have. I'm lucky that way. Now then, you run along, and don't never try to feint me into a clinch. It don't go." Laughing Bill enjoyed a good rest in the days that followed. He rested hard for several weeks, and when he rested he lifted his hand to absolutely nothing. He was an expert idler, and with him indolence was but a form of suspended animation. In spite of himself, however, he was troubled by a problem. He was completely baffled by it, in fact, until, without warning and without conscious effort, the solution presented itself. Bill startled his cabin mate one day by the announcement that he intended to go prospecting. "Nonsense," said Thomas, when the first shock of surprise had passed. "This country has been run over, and every inch is staked." "I'll bet I'll horn in somewhere. All I want is one claim where I got room to sling myself." "If that's all you want, I'll give you a claim. It has 20 acres. Is that room enough?" "Plenty. Where is it?" "It's on Eclipse Creek, I believe. A patient gave it to me for a bill." "He won't call for a new deal if I strike it rich?" "No, I paid his fare out of the country. But why waste your valuable time? Your time is valuable, I presume?" "Sure, I ain't got much left. You don't believe in hunches, do you? Well, I do. I've seen 'em come out. Look at Denny Slevin, for instance. I heard him say he had a hunch something unpleasant was going to happen to him, and it did. We'll go 50-50 on this Eclipse Creek." The doctor shrugged his shoulders. "Suit yourself. Fresh air won't hurt you." The first frosts of autumn had arrived before Laughing Bill returned to town with the announcement that he had struck a prospect. Dr. Thomas was at first incredulous, then amazed. Finally, when the true significance of those tiny yellow grains came home to him, his enthusiasm burst all bounds. He was for at once closing his office and joining actively in his partner's work. But Bill would not hear of such a thing. "Stick to the pills and powders, Doc," he counseled. "You know that game, and I know this. It's my strike, and I don't want no amoochers butting in. I got options on the whole creek. She's eclipsed for fair, 'cause I don't like neighbors. You shut your trap till spring and sit tight. Then we'll roll our packs, stomp on the fire, and call the dog. Old home week for us." "But, Billy, we can't work out that claim in one winter," protested the physician. "How do you know we can't? Maybe it's just a pocket." "We'll find other pockets. We have the whole creek." "Say, how much do you need to satisfy you?" Bill inquired curiously. "I don't know. $100,000, perhaps." $100,000! Whew, you got rich tastes. This ain't no bonanza." "But if it's any good at all, it will net us that much, probably more." Bill considered briefly, then he announced, "All right, Boo, I got your idea. When I hand you 100,000 iron men, we quit. No questions, no regrets. Is that it? But you've hiked the limit on me. I dunno I'll make good." By the time snow fled, the tent on Eclipse Creek had been replaced by a couple of warm shacks, provisions had been bought, and a crew hired. Work commenced immediately, and it continued throughout the winter with Bill in charge. The gravel was lean-looking stuff, but it seemed to satisfy the manager, and whenever Thomas came out from town, he received encouraging reports from his partner. Hyde ceased playing solitaire long enough to pan samples in his tub of snow water. Now, had the younger man been an experienced placer miner, he might have noted with suspicion that whenever Bill panned he chewed tobacco, a new habit he had acquired, and not infrequently he spat into the tub of muddy water. But Thomas was not experienced in the wiles and artifices of mine salters, and the residue of yellow particles left in the pan was proof positive that the claim was making good. It did strike him as strange, however, that when he selected a pan of dirt and washed it unassisted, he found nothing. At such times Bill explained, glibly enough, that no pay dump carried steady values, and that an inexperienced sampler was apt to get skunked under the best of circumstances. Concentrates lay in streaks and pockets, he declared. Then, to prove his assertions, Bill would help his partner pan, and inasmuch as he wore long fingernails, underneath which colors of gold could be easily concealed, it was not surprising that he succeeded in finding a prospect where the doctor had failed. For fear Thomas should still entertain some lingering doubts, Bill occasionally sent him down into the shaft alone to sample the pay streak, but in each instance he took pains to go down beforehand with a shotgun and some shells of his own loading and to shoot a few rounds into the face of the thawed ground. The winter passed quickly enough, Bill's only concern arising from the fact that his strike had become common knowledge, and that men were clamoring to buy or to lease a part of the creek. It was a tiny creek, and he had it safely tied up under his options. Therefore he was in a position to refuse every offer. By so doing he gained the reputation of being a cautious, cagey man, and difficult to deal with. Bill paid off his crew out of the first spring cleanup from the dust he had managed to dump into the sluices at night. Thereafter he sent the gold to town by Dr. Thomas, who came after it regularly. When he closed down the works in June, he and his partner held bank deposit slips for a trifle over $100,000. Rumor placed their profits at much more. Bill saw little of Ponnatal after his return to Nome, for the girl avoided him, and when he did see her she assumed a peculiar reserve. Her year and a half of intimate association with cultured people had in reality worked an amazing improvement in her, and people no longer regarded her as an Indian, but referred to her now as "that Russian governess." Nevertheless, she could retreat behind a baffling air of stolidity, almost of sullenness, when she chose, and that was precisely the mask she wore for Bill. In reality she was far from stolid and anything but sullen. For his part, he made no effort to break down the girl's guard. He continued to treat her with his customary free good nature. Notwithstanding the liberal margin of profit on his winter's operations, Bill realized that he was still shy approximately half of the sum which Dr. Thomas had set as satisfactory, and when the latter began planning to resume work on a larger scale in the fall, Mr. Hyde was stricken with panic. Fearing lest his own lack of enthusiasm in these plans and his indifference to all affairs even remotely concerning Eclipse Creek should awaken suspicion, he determined to sell out his own and his partner's interests in accordance with their original understanding. Without consulting Thomas, he called upon Dr. Slayforth. The pious mine owner was glad to see him. His manner was not at all what it had been when Bill worked for him. His words of greeting fairly trickled prune juice and honey. "Say, Doc, I got a load on my chest. I'm a strayed lamb, and you being a sort of shepherd, I turns to you," Bill began. "I trust you have not come in vain." The ex-missionary beamed benignly. "It has been my duty and my privilege to comfort the afflicted. What troubles you, William?" "There's a school of sharks in this village, and I don't trust 'em. They're too slick for a feller like me." "It is an ungodly place," the doctor agreed. "I have felt the call to work here, but my duties prevent. Of course I labor in the Lord's vineyard as I pass through, but I am weak." "Me too, and getting weaker daily." Bill summoned a hollow cough. "Listen to that hospital bark. I gotta blow this place, Doc, or they'll button me up in a rosewood overcoat. I gotta sell Eclipse Creek and beat it." Again he coughed. "I am distressed. But why do you come here?" "I aim to sell out to you." "What is your price, William?" "150,000, cash." Slayforth lifted protesting palms. "My dear man, that's cheaper'n good advice, and you know it. I took out most that much last winter with a squeegin' gang of 6. Here's the bank's O.K. But I ain't got use for a lot of money, Doc. I wouldn't know how to run a vineyard like you do. All I want is a nice little corner saloon or a cattle ranch." "It is a large sum of money you ask. There is always an element of uncertainty about placer mining." Dr. Slayforth failed to conceal the gleam of avarice in his eyes. "Doc, take it from me. There ain't a particle of uncertainty about Eclipse Creek," Bill earnestly assured his hearer. "If I told you what's there, you wouldn't believe me. But Thomas, he's got a gal and I got a cough. They both need attention, and he's the only guy that can give it. We're willing to hand you Eclipse Creek if you'll take it." There was considerable conversation and the visit to Eclipse Creek, but the doctor, it proved, was willing to take any good bargain, and a few days later the transfer was made. When the larger part of Slayforth's winter's cleanup had changed hands, the two partners adjourned to Thomas's little office. "Well," the physician heaved a deep sigh of relief, "it's all over, and I feel as if I were dreaming. The Oregon sails tomorrow. It's time to stomp on the fire." I wonder if we were wise to sell out at that price," the doctor mused doubtfully. "You lay a bet on it, Boo. Something tells me that soul saver will go bust on Eclipse Creek. I got a hunch that way." Mr. Hyde's seamy face wrinkled into a broad grin. "Well, I've more faith in your hunches than I used to have. You've been a good friend, Bill, and a square one." The speaker choked, then wrung his partner's hand. "I've cabled Alice to meet us. I want you to know her, and I want her to see that I cured you after all." "I'd admire to meet her, but my taste has allers run more to brunettes," said Mr. Hyde. Then, since he abhorred emotional display, he continued briskly, "Now call the dog. I'm off to buy our ducats." Laughing Bill purchased 3 tickets instead of 2. Then he went in search of Ponnatal. It so chanced that he found her alone. Now neither he nor any other man had ever called upon her, therefore she was dumbfounded at his coming. "Well, kid," he announced, "me and the doc have sold Eclipse Creek, and we bow out tomorrow on the Big Smoke." Ponnatal opened her lips, but no sound issued. She possessed a strong young body, but the strength, the life, seemed suddenly to go out of it, leaving her old and spiritless. "Got a kind word for us?" the man inquired with a twinkle. "I'm glad you struck it rich," she murmured dully. You'll take care of yourself, Billy." "Who, me? I don't s'pose so. I don't know how to take care of nothing." There was a moment of silence. "Like me?" he asked. Ponnatal turned away blindly. But as she did so, Laughing Bill put his hand gently upon her shoulder, saying, "Cheer up, kid. You're going to join the troop. I've come to get you." There was amazement, incredulity in the girl's face as she lifted it to his. "What do you mean?" she quavered. "Are you going to marry me?" "You guessed it," he laughed. "I've been aiming to put up that job on you for a long time, but I had a lot of deals on my hands. I was a sort of power of attorney for a couple of simps, and it kept me busy. If you think the two of us can do with 3 lungs, why, we'll grab a psalm shouter and—" "Billy, Billy!" Pontotoc clung to him fiercely, hungrily. "Oh, Billy, I'll make you well. We'll go to Arizona, Colorado, Montana, where it is high and dry." "I've been to them places," he told her dubiously, "and I most stopped breathing altogether." "New Mexico, then. You won't be ashamed of me there." "Say, kid, I wouldn't be ashamed of a hair lip and warts in New Mexico, but you got me wrong. I'm plumb proud of you, and just to prove it, I aim to make you carry our bankroll in your name. That's how she stands at the bank, and that's how she's going to stand. From time to time you can give me a check for what you think I'm worth. Now then, do with me as you will. Grab your lid. We'll join hands and be soldered up." Laughing Bill stared after the girl as she hurried away. Musingly he said, "The little dot got in on no pair, for it was all her coin, of course. But she'd a had to split 50-50 with a lawyer. So hit ain't a bad deal all round." End of Laughing Bill Hyde by Rex Beach.
A Ramble in Aphasia by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claudia Salto. My wife and I parted on that morning in precisely our usual manner. She left her second cup of tea to follow me to the front door. There she plucked from my lapel the invisible strand of lynch, the universal act of woman to proclaim ownership, and bade me to take care of my cold. I had no cold. Next came her kiss of parting, the level kiss of domesticity flavored with young hyson. There was no fear of the extemporaneous, of variety spicing her infinite custom. With the deft touch of long malpractice, she dabbed awry my well-set scarf-pin, and then, as I closed the door, I heard her morning slippers pattering back to her cooling tea. When I set out, I had no thought or premonition of what was to occur. The attack came suddenly. For many weeks I had been toiling, almost night and day, at a famous railroad law case that I won triumphantly but a few days previously. In fact, I had been digging away at the law almost without cessation for many years. Once or twice good Dr. Volney, my friend and physician, had warned me. "If you don't slacken up, Belford," he said, "you'll go suddenly to pieces. Either your nerves or your brain will give way. Tell me, does a week pass in which you do not read in the papers of a case of aphasia, of some man lost, wandering nameless, with his past and his identity blotted out, and all from that little brain clot made by overwork or worry?" "I always thought," said I, "that the clot in those instances was really to be found on the brains of the newspaper reporters." Dr. Volney shook his head. "The disease exists," he said. "You need a change or a rest. Courtroom, office, and home. There is the only route you travel. For recreation you read law books. Better take warning in time." On Thursday nights, I said defensively, my wife and I play cribbage. On Sundays, she reads to me the weekly letter from her mother. That law books are not a recreation remains yet to be established. That morning, as I walked, I was thinking of Dr. Volney's words. I was feeling as well as I usually did, possibly in better spirits than usual. I woke with stiff and cramped muscles from having slept long on the incommodious seat of a day coach. I leaned my head against the seat and tried to think. After a long time, I said to myself, I must have a name of some sort. I searched my pockets. Not a card, not a letter, not a paper or monogram could I find. But I found in my coat pocket nearly $3,000 in bills of large denomination. I must be someone, of course, I repeated to myself, and began again to consider. The car was well crowded with men, among whom, I told myself, there must have been some common interests, for they intermingled freely, and seemed in the best good humor and spirits. One of them, a stout, spectacled gentleman, enveloped in a decided odor of cinnamon and aloes, took the vacant half of my seat with a friendly nod and unfolded a newspaper. In the intervals between his periods of reading, we conversed, as travelers will, on current affairs. I found myself able to sustain the conversation on such subjects with credit, at least to my memory. By and by, my companion said, "You are one of us, of course. Fine lot of men the West sends in this time. I'm glad they held the convention in New York. I've never been East before. My name's R.P. Boulder, Boulder & Son of Hickory Grove, Missouri." Though unprepared, I rose to the emergency, as men will when put to it. Now must I hold a christening, and be at once babe, parson, and parent. My senses came to the rescue of my slower brain. The insistent odor of drugs from my companion supplied one idea. A glance at his newspaper, where my eye met a conspicuous advertisement, assisted me further. "My name," said I, glibly, "is Edward Pinkhammer. I am a druggist, and my home is in Cornopolis, Kansas." "I knew you were a druggist," said my fellow traveler, affably. "I saw the callous spot on your right forefinger, where the handle of the pestle rubs. Of course, you are a delegate to our national convention." "Are all these men druggists?" I asked, wonderingly. "They are. This car came through from the West. And they're your old-time druggists, too. None of your patent tablet and granule pharmaceutists that use slot machines instead of a prescription desk. We percolate our own paregoric and roll our own pills, and we ain't above handling a few garden seeds in the spring and carrying a side line of confectionery and shoes. I tell you, Hempinker, I've got an idea to spring on this convention. New ideas is what they want. Now, you know the shelf bottles of tartar emetic and Rochelle salt, antimonium et potassium tartrate, and sodium et potassium tartrate. One's poison, you know, and the other's harmless. It's easy to mistake one label for the other. Where do druggists mostly keep 'em? Why, as far apart as possible on different shelves. That's wrong. I say, keep 'em side by side, so when you want one, you can always compare it with the other and avoid mistakes. Do you catch the idea?" "It seems to me a very good one," I said. "All right. When I spring it on the convention, you back it up. We'll make some of these Eastern orange phosphate and massage cream professors that think they're the only lozenges in the market look like hypodermic tablets." "If I can be of any aid," I said, warming, "the 2 bottles of tartrate of antimony and potash and tartrate of soda and potash shall henceforth sit side by side," I concluded firmly. "Now there's another thing," said Mr. Boulder. "For an excipient in manipulating a pill mass, which do you prefer, the magnesia carbonate or the pulverized glycerizer radix?" "The magnesia," I said. It was easier to say than the other word. Mr. Boulder glanced at me distrustfully through his spectacles. "Give me the glycerizer," said he. "Magnesia cakes." "Here's another one of these fake aphasia cases," he said presently, handing me his newspaper and laying his finger upon an article. "I don't believe in 'em. I put 9 out of 10 of 'em down as frauds. A man gets sick of his business and his folks and wants to have a good time. He skips out somewhere, and when they find him he pretends to have lost his memory, don't know his own name, and won't even recognize the strawberry mark on his wife's left shoulder. Aphasia. Tut! Why can't they stay at home and forget?" I took the paper and read, after the pungent headlines, the following: Denver, June 12th. Elwyn C. Belford, a prominent lawyer, is mysteriously missing from his home since 3 days ago, and all efforts to locate him have been in vain. Mr. Belford is a well-known citizen of the highest standing, and has enjoyed a large and lucrative law practice. He is married and owns a fine home and the most extensive private library in the state. On the day of his disappearance, he drew quite a large sum of money from his bank. No one can be found who saw him after he left the bank. Mr. Belford was a man of singularly quiet and domestic tastes, and seemed to find his happiness in his home and profession. If any clue at all exists to his strange disappearance, it may be found in the fact that for some months he has been deeply absorbed in an important law case in connection with the Q, Y, and Z Railroad Company. It is feared that overwork may have affected his mind. Every effort is being made to discover the whereabouts of the missing man. "It seems to me you're not altogether uncynical, Mr. Boulder," I said after I had read the dispatch. "This has the sound, to me, of a genuine case. Why should this man, prosperous, happily married and respected, choose suddenly to abandon everything? I know that these lapses of memory do occur, and that men do find themselves adrift without a name, a history, or a home." "Oh, gammon and jalap," said Mr. Boulder. "It's larks they're after. There's too much education nowadays. Men know about aphasia, and they use it for an excuse. The women are wise, too. When it's all over, they look you in the eye, as scientific as you please, and say, 'He hypnotized me.' Thus Mr. Boulder diverted, but did not aid, me with his comments and philosophy. We arrived in New York about 10 at night. I rode in a cab to a hotel, and I wrote my name, Edward Pinkhammer, in the register. As I did so, I felt pervade me a splendid, wild, intoxicating buoyancy, a sense of unlimited freedom, of newly attained possibilities. I was just born into the world. The old fetters, whatever they had been, were stricken from my hands and feet. The future lay before me, a clear road, such as an infant enters, and I could set out upon it equipped with a man's learning and experience. I thought the hotel clerk looked at me 5 seconds too long. I had no baggage. "The druggist's convention," I said. "My trunk has somehow failed to arrive." I drew out a roll of money. "Ah," said he, showing an auriferous tooth, "we have quite a number of the Western delegates stopping here." He struck a bell for the boy. I endeavored to give color to my roll. "There is an important movement on foot among us Westerners," I said, "in regard to a recommendation to the convention that the bottles containing the tartrate of antimony and potash and the tartrate of sodium and potash be kept in a contiguous position on the shelf." "Gentlemen to 314, said the clerk hastily. I was whisked away to my room. The next day I bought a trunk and clothing, and began to live the life of Edward Pinkhammer. I did not tax my brain with endeavors to solve problems of the past. It was a piquant and sparkling cup that the great island city held up to my lips. I drank of it gratefully. The keys of Manhattan belong to him who is able to bear them. You must be either the city's guest or its victim. The following few days were as gold and silver. Edward Pinkhammer, yet counting back to his birth by hours only, knew the rare joy of having come upon so diverting a world, full-fledged and unrestrained. I sat entranced on the magic carpets provided in theatres and roof gardens that transported one into strange and delightful lands full of frolicsome music, pretty girls, and grotesque, drolly, extravagant parodies upon humankind. I went here and there at my own dear will, bound by no limits of space, time, or comportment. I dined in weird cabarets, at weirder table d'hôte to the sound of Hungarian music and the wild shouts of mercurial artists and sculptors. Or, again, where the night life quivers in the electric glare like a kinetoscopic picture, and the millinery of the world and its jewels, and the ones whom they adorn, and the men who make all three possible are met for good cheer and the spectacular effect. And among all these scenes that I have mentioned, I learned one thing that I never knew before. And that is that the key to liberty is not in the hands of license, but convention holds it. Comity has a toll gate at which you must pay, or you may not enter the land of freedom. In all the glitter, the seeming disorder, the parade, the abandon, I saw this law, unobtrusive yet like iron, prevail. Therefore, in Manhattan you must obey these unwritten laws, and then you will be freest of the free. If you decline to be bound by them, you put on shackles. Sometimes, as my mood urged me, I would seek the stately, softly murmuring palm rooms, redolent with high-born life and delicate restraint, in which to dine. Again, I would go down to the waterways in steamers packed with vociferous, bedecked, unchecked, love-making clerks and shop girls to their crude pleasures on the island shores. And there was always Broadway, glistening, opulent, wily, varying, desirable Broadway, growing upon one like an opium habit. One afternoon, as I entered my hotel, a stout man with a big nose and a black moustache blocked my way in the corridor. When I would have passed around him, he greeted me with offensive familiarity. "Hello, Belford!" he cried loudly. "What the deuce are you doing in New York? Didn't know anything could drag you away from that old book den of yours. Is Mrs. B along, or is this a little business run alone, eh?" "You have made a mistake, sir," I said coldly, releasing my hand from his grasp. "My name is Pinkhammer. You will excuse me." The man dropped to one side, apparently astonished. As I walked to the clerk's desk, I heard him call to a bellboy and say something about telegraph blanks. "You will give me my bill," I said to the clerk, "and have my baggage brought down in half an hour. I do not care to remain where I am annoyed by confidence men." I moved that afternoon to another hotel, a sedate, old-fashioned one on Lower Fifth Avenue. There was a restaurant a little way off Broadway, where one could be served almost al fresco in a tropic array of screening flora. Quiet and luxury and a perfect service made it an ideal place in which to take luncheon or refreshment. One afternoon I was there, picking my way to a table among the ferns, when I felt my sleeve caught. "Mr. Belford!" exclaimed an amazingly sweet voice. I turned quickly to see a lady seated alone, a lady of about 30, with exceedingly handsome eyes, who looked at me as though I had been her very dear friend. "You were about to pass me," she said accusingly. "Don't tell me you do not know me. Why should we not shake hands at least once in 15 years?" I shook hands with her at once. I took a chair opposite her at the table. I summoned with my eyebrows a hovering waiter. The lady was philandering with an orange ice. I ordered a crème de menthe. Her hair was reddish bronze. You could not look at it, because you could not look away from her eyes. But you were conscious of it as you are conscious of sunset while you look into the profundities of a wood at twilight. "Are you sure you know me?" I asked. "No," she said, smiling. "I was never sure of that." "What would you think," I said, a little anxiously, "if I were to tell you that my name is Edward Pinkhammer, from Cornopolis, Kansas?" "What would I think?" she repeated, with a merry glance. "Why, that you had not brought Mrs. Belford to New York with you, of course. I do wish you had. I would have liked to see Marian." Her voice lowered slightly. "You haven't changed much, Elwyn." I felt her wonderful eyes searching mine and my face more closely. "Yes, you have," she amended, and there was a soft, exultant note in her latest tones. "I see it now. You haven't forgotten. You haven't forgotten for a year or a day or an hour. I told you you never could." I poked my straw anxiously in the crème de menthe. "I'm sure I beg your pardon," I said, a little uneasy at her gaze, "but that is just the trouble. I have forgotten. I've forgotten everything." She flouted my denial. She laughed deliciously at something she seemed to see in my face. "I've heard of you at times," she went on. "You're quite a big lawyer out west. Denver, isn't it? Or Los Angeles? Marion must be very proud of you. You knew, I suppose, that I married 6 months after you did. You may have seen it in the papers. The flowers alone cost $2,000. She had mentioned 15 years. 15 years is a long time. Would it be too late, I asked somewhat timorously, to offer you congratulations? Not if you dare do it, she answered, with such fine intrepidity that I was silent and began to crease patterns on the cloth with my thumbnail. "Tell me one thing," she said, leaning toward me rather eagerly, "a thing I have wanted to know for many years, just from a woman's curiosity, of course. Have you ever dared since that night to touch, smell, or look at white roses? At white roses wet with rain and dew?" I took a sip of crème de menthe. "It would be useless, I suppose," I said, with a sigh, "for me to repeat that I have no recollection at all about these things. My memory is completely at fault. I need not say how much I regret it." The lady rested her arms upon the table, and again her eyes disdained my words and went traveling by their own route direct to my soul. She laughed softly, with a strange quality in the sound. It was a laugh of happiness, yes, and of content, and of misery. I tried to look away from her. "You lie, Elwyn Belford," she breathed blissfully. "Oh, I know you lie." I gazed dully into the ferns. "My name is Edward Pinkhammer," I said. "I came with the delegates to the Druggists' National Convention. There is a movement on foot for arranging a new position for the bottles of tartrate of antimony and tartrate of potash, in which very likely you would take little interest." A shining landau stopped before the entrance. The lady rose. I took her hand and bowed. "I am deeply sorry," I said to her, "that I cannot remember. I could explain, but fear you would not understand. You will not concede, Pinkhammer, and I really cannot at all conceive of the roses and other things." "Good bye, Mr. Belford," she said, with her happy, sorrowful smile, as she stepped into her carriage. I attended the theatre that night. When I returned to my hotel, a quiet man in dark clothes, who seemed interested in rubbing his finger nails with a silk handkerchief, appeared magically at my side. "Mr. Pinkhammer," he said, giving the bulk of his attention to his forefinger, "may I request you to step aside with me for a little conversation? There is a room here." "Certainly," I answered. He conducted me into a small private parlor. A lady and a gentleman were there. The lady, I surmised, would have been unusually good looking had her features not been clouded by an expression of keen worry and fatigue. She was of a style of figure and possessed coloring and features that were agreeable to my fancy. She was in a travelling dress. She fixed upon me an earnest look of extreme anxiety, and pressed an unsteady hand to her bosom. I think she would have started forward, but the gentleman arrested her movement with an authoritative motion of his hand. He then came, himself, to meet me. He was a man of 40, a little grey about the temples, and with a strong, thoughtful face. "Belford, old man," he said cordially, "I'm glad to see you again. Of course we know everything is all right. I warned you, you know, that you were overdoing it. Now you'll go back with us and be yourself again in no time." I smiled ironically. "I have been Belforded so often," I said, "that it has lost its edge. Still, in the end, it may grow wearisome. Would you be willing at all to entertain the hypothesis that my name is Edward Pinkhammer, and that I never saw you before in my life?" Before the man could reply, a wailing cry came from the woman. She sprang past his detaining arm. "Elvin!" she sobbed, and cast herself upon me and clung tight. "Elwin!" she cried again, "don't break my heart. I'm your wife. Call my name once, just once. I could see you dead rather than this way." I unwound her arms respectfully but firmly. "Madam," I said severely, "pardon me if I suggest that you accept the resemblance too precipitately. It is a pity," I went on with an amused laugh, as the thought occurred to me, "that this Belford and I could not be kept side by side upon the same shelf, like tartrates of sodium and antimony for purposes of identification. In order to understand the illusion," I concluded airily, "it may be necessary for you to keep an eye on the proceedings of the Druggists' National Convention." The lady turned to her companion and grasped his arm. "What is it, Dr. Volney? Oh, what is it?" she moaned. He led her to the door. "Go to your room for a while," I heard him say. "I will remain and talk with him. His mind? No, I think not. Only a portion of the brain. Yes, I am sure he will recover. Go to your room and leave me with him." The lady disappeared. The man in dark clothes also went outside, still manicuring himself in a thoughtful way. I think he waited in the hall. "I would like to talk with you a while, Mr. Pinkhammer, if I may," said the gentleman who remained. "Very well, if you care to," I replied, "and will excuse me if I take it comfortably. I am rather tired." I stretched myself upon a couch by a window and lit a cigar. He drew a chair near by. "Let us speak to the point," he said, soothingly. "Your name is not Pinkhammer." "I know that as well as you do," I said, coolly. "But a man must have a name of some sort. I can assure you that I did not extravagantly admire the name of Pinkhammer, but when one christens oneself suddenly, the fine names do not seem to suggest themselves. But suppose it had been Scheringhausen or Scroggins, I think I did very well with Pinkhammer." "Your name," said the other man seriously, "is Elwin C. Belford. You are one of the first lawyers in Denver. You are suffering from an attack of aphasia which has caused you to forget your identity. The cause of it was over application to your profession, and perhaps a life too bare of natural recreation and pleasures. The lady who has just left the room is your wife. She is what I would call a fine-looking woman, I said, after a judicial pause. I particularly admire the shade of brown in her hair. She is a wife to be proud of. Since your disappearance nearly 2 weeks ago, she has scarcely closed her eyes. We learned that you were in New York through a telegram sent by Isidore Newman, a traveling man from Denver. He said that he had met you in a hotel here, and that you did not recognize him. I think I remember the occasion, I said. The fellow called me Belfort, if I am not mistaken. But don't you think it about time now for you to introduce yourself? I am Robert Volney, Dr. Volney. I have been your close friend for 20 years and your physician for 15. I came with Mrs. Belfort to trace you as soon as we got the telegram. Try, Elwyn. Old man, try to remember. What's the use to try? I asked with a little frown. You say you are a physician. Is aphasia curable? When a man loses his memory, does it return slowly or suddenly? Sometimes gradually and imperfectly, sometimes as suddenly as it went. Will you undertake the treatment of my case, Dr. Volney? I asked. Old friend, said he, I'll do everything in my power, and will have done everything that science can do to cure you. Very well, said I. Then you will consider that I am your patient. Everything is in confidence now, professional confidence. Of course, said Dr. Volney. I got up from the couch. Someone had set a vase of white roses on the center table, a cluster of white roses, freshly sprinkled and fragrant. I threw them far out of the window, and then I laid myself upon the couch again. It will be best, Bobby, I said, to have this cure happen suddenly. I'm rather tired of it all anyway. You may go now and bring Marian in. But, oh, Doc, I said with a sigh as I kicked him on the shin, good old Doc, it was glorious. End of A Ramble in Aphasia by O. Henry.
Krambambuli by Marie von Ebner-Eschenbach, translated by A.I. Dupont-Coleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A man may have a kind of liking for all sorts of things and all manner of creatures, but love, the real thing that does not pass away, he learns to know, if at all, only once in his life. This, at least, is the conviction of Ranger Hopp. How many dogs has he had in his time, and liked them too? But to love, what you can really call to love, and never to forget, only one, Krambambuli. He bought him, or more strictly speaking traded him, in the Lion Tavern at Wischau, from an under-forester out of a job. The very first time he looked at the dog he was taken with a liking for him that was to last as long as he lived. The master of the handsome beast, sitting at the table by an empty brandy glass and grumbling at the landlord because he would not give him another, looked like a thorough rascal. He was a little fellow, still young, and yet as dried up and weather-beaten as a dead tree, with yellow hair and a scanty yellow beard. His forester's coat, probably a relic of the departed splendors of his previous service, bore traces of a night spent in wet ditches by the roadside. Although Hopp was not fond of bad company, he took a seat near the fellow and began at once to talk with him. He soon found out that the good-for-nothing drunkard had already pledged his gun and his game bag to the landlord, and was now inclined to let the dog go the same way. But the landlord, wretched usurer, refused to hear of a pledge that would need to be fed every day. At first Herr Hopp said no word of the liking he had taken to the dog, but called for a bottle of the good Danzig cherry brandy which the landlord had, and made haste to pour some out for the vagabond. In an hour all was settled. The ranger handed over 12 bottles of the liquor on which the bargain had been struck. The other gave up the dog. To his credit be it said, it was not easy for him. His hands trembled so as he fastened the cord about the animal's neck that it seemed as if he would never finish the operation. Hopp waited patiently, admiring the wonderful quality of the dog in spite of his bad condition. He was not more than 2 years old. His coloring corresponded to that of the wretch who was abandoning him, though perhaps a couple of shades darker. On his forehead he had a mark, a white streak that ran off in slender lines to right and left, like pine needles. His eyes were big and black and lustrous, ringed about with clear amber. His ears set high, long, and perfect. In fact, there was not a flaw in the whole dog, from the tips of his paws to the end of his fine, sensitive nose. The whole supple and yet powerful frame was beyond praise, borne on 4 living columns that might have supported the body of a deer and were not much thicker than a hare's legs. By St. Hubert, the creature must have had a pedigree as long and as pure as that of a knight of the Teutonic order. The ranger's heart exulted over the splendid bargain he had made. He stood up, took the cord which the vagabond had at last succeeded in tying, and asked, "What's his name?" "His name? Why, you can call him the same as what you have bought him for, Krambambuli." "Well, Krambambuli it shall be. Come on then. Are you ready? Off we go." But no matter how he called and whistled and pulled, the dog refused to obey. He turned his head toward the man whom he still regarded as his master, only whined when the latter shouted, "March!" and accompanied the order with a vigorous kick, and still tried to huddle close to him. Only after a hard struggle did Herr Hopp succeed in taking possession of the dog. Finally he had to be tied up, put in a bag, and carried off on his new master's shoulder to the hunting lodge which lay several miles away. It took 2 full months before Krambambuli, beaten half to death and chained with a spiked collar after each attempt at flight, at last came to understand to whom he belonged. But then, when his subjection was completed, what a dog he was! No tongue can describe, no word can measure the height of perfection that he reached, not merely in the exercise of his appointed functions, but in his daily life as a zealous servant, a good comrade, a true friend and guardian. It is often said of intelligent dogs that nothing is lacking to them but the power of speech. To Krambambuli not even this was lacking. His master, at least, was able to hold long conversations with him. The ranger's wife became actually jealous of Bully, as she called him scornfully. Sometimes she reproached her husband. She had spent the whole day in silence at her monotonous knitting, when she was not sweeping, washing, or cooking. At night, after supper, when she picked up her knitting again, she would have been glad of a bit of a chat. "You've always got something to say to Bully, Hopp, and never anything to me. Talking to a dumb brute the way you do, you'll forget how to talk to humans." The ranger admitted that there was something in what she said, but he saw no remedy. What was he to talk to his old woman about? They had never had any children. They were not allowed to keep a cow, and a gamekeeper finds no interest in domestic fowls when they are alive, and not much when they are cooked. The breeding or shooting of game, on the other hand, she knew nothing about. Finally Hopp found a way out of the difficulty. Instead of talking to Krambambuli, he talked of Krambambuli, of the triumphs that he won everywhere, of the envy that the possession of him excited, of the absurdly high sums that had been offered for him and contemptuously rejected. 2 years passed by in this manner. Then one day the countess, his master's wife, appeared at the ranger's door. He knew at once what the visit must mean, and when the kind and beautiful lady began, "Tomorrow, my good Hopp, is the Count's birthday," he took up the sentence quietly with a smile. "And your gracious ladyship wishes to make him a present, and you have come to the conclusion that you couldn't give him anything else as good as Krambambuli." "Yes, yes, my dear Hopp, you've guessed it." The countess flushed with pleasure at finding him meet her halfway, spoke of her gratitude, and begged him to name the price that should be paid for the dog. The wily old ranger chuckled, put on an exceedingly deferential air, and presently came out with a decisive declaration. "Please, your ladyship, if the dog stays at the castle, if he doesn't bite through every cord and break every chain, or strangle himself trying, then your ladyship may have him for nothing, for that is just what he would be worth to me." The test was made, but it did not go as far as strangling, for the Count, before that point was reached, lost all pleasure in the obstinate creature. It was useless to try to win him by kindness or to conquer him by force. He snapped at every one who came near him, refused to eat, and, for a hunting dog has not much reserve flesh, wasted away to a skeleton. In a few weeks Hop got word to come and take away his worthless cur. When he speedily responded to the summons and sought the dog in his kennel, there was a meeting full of indescribable joy. Krambambuli uttered a feeble bark, jumped on his master, put his forepaws against his breast, and licked away the tears of joy that were running down the old man's cheeks. On the evening of this blissful day the pair paid a visit to the tavern. The ranger played cards with the doctor and the steward. Krambambuli lay in the corner by his master's chair. Now and then Hop looked round at him, and the dog, no matter how sound asleep he seemed to be, instantly began to thump with his tail on the floor, as if he would say, "Here I am!" And when Hop, carried away by joy, shouted out as if it were a song of triumph, "How goes it with Krambambuli?" the dog rose with respectful dignity, stood at attention, and answered with his clear eyes, "It goes well." About this time, not only in the Count's preserves, but in the whole surrounding district, a band of poachers carried on their operations in the boldest fashion. The leader was a dissolute rascal. He was called Yellow by the woodcutters who met him drinking his brandy in some tavern of ill repute, the gamekeepers who now and then got on his track, though they could never come up with him, and the customers whom he had for his ill-gotten booty among the lowest class in every village. He was the most daring rogue that ever set a problem for honest gamekeepers. He must have been at one time in the profession himself, or he would never have known how to track out the game with such accuracy or so cleverly to avoid every trap that was set for him. His depredations reached an unheard of height, and all the men employed on the estate were grimly bent on catching him. Thus it happened only too often that those who were caught in some small breach of the game laws were more roughly treated than at another time they would have been, or then could quite be justified. This caused a great deal of bitterness in various places. The head gamekeeper, against whom the feeling was strongest, received not a few well-meant warnings. The poachers, it was said, had taken their oath to make an example of him the first good chance they got. The bold, high-spirited man, however, tossed his warnings to the winds, and took all the more care to let it be known that he had enjoined the greatest strictness on his subordinates, and was prepared to take the entire responsibility for any unpleasant consequences. Most frequently he reminded Ranger Hop of the need for strict execution of his duties, and sometimes reproached him for lack of sharpness, at which, however, the old man only smiled. But Krambambuli, at whom on such occasions he looked down with a wink, yawned loudly and contemptuously. He and his master bore no grudge against the head gamekeeper, who was the son of the memorable hero that had taught Hop all the noble lore of the chase, as Hop in turn had initiated the gamekeeper when a boy into the same calling. The ranger still thought with pleasure of the trouble he had taken with his education, was proud of his former pupil, and loved him in spite of the rough handling which he, as well as the others, got from him. One June morning he met him again in the act of administering justice. It was in the circular clearing among the lime trees at the end of the park on the border of the Count's Wood, and in the neighborhood of the breeding places which the head gamekeeper would have liked to protect with murderous mines. The trees were at their best just then, and a dozen small boys had climbed into their branches. Nimble as squirrels, they swarmed over the limbs of the splendid trees, broke off all the smaller branches within their reach, and threw them on the ground. 2 women quickly picked them up and stuffed them into baskets, which were already more than half full of the fragrant spoils. The head gamekeeper flew into a terrible rage, and ordered his subordinates to shake the boys out of the trees, regardless of the height from which they fell. While he crawled to his feet, with cries and lamentations, one with the skin scratched off his face, another with a dislocated shoulder, a third with a broken leg, he gave the 2 women a sound drubbing with his own hands. In one of them Hop recognized the light hussy whom rumor pointed out as the mistress of Yellow. And when the women's baskets and shawls and the boys' hats had been seized, and Hop was charged to produce them before the court, he could not get rid of an unpleasant foreboding. The order which the head keeper, wild as a devil in hell and surrounded by wailing and tortured sinners, shouted to him then, was the last he ever had from him. 1 week later he came face to face with him again, in the circular clearing among the beech trees, dead. From the appearance of the body it was plain that it had been dragged here, through mud and underbrush, that it might lie in state on this very spot. It had been placed upon a pile of broken boughs, the forehead encircled with a chaplet of blossoms, and another wreath of the same sort laid across his breast. His head was by his side, also filled with blossoms. The murderers had left him his game bag too, only they had removed the cartridges and replaced them with more blossoms. His fine breech loader was missing. In its stead was a worthless old musket. When later they found the bullet that caused his death buried in his breast, it fitted exactly the barrel of this weapon which had been laid in mockery across his shoulder. Hobbs stood petrified with horror, gazing down at the disfigured corpse. He was unable to lift a finger, and even his brain seemed paralyzed. He could do nothing but stare and stare, and it was only some moments later that he regained his power of observation and asked himself a silent question. "What's the matter with the dog?" Krambambuli was sniffing at the corpse and running about distractedly, his nose on the ground. Once he whimpered, once he uttered a shrill yelp of joy. Then he gave tongue and made a few quick leaps, just as if a long slumbering memory had awakened in him. "Down!" cried Hob. "Down with you!" And Krambambuli obeyed. But he gazed at his master with intense excitement, and, as Hob would have expressed it, said to him, "For goodness sake, don't you see anything? Don't you smell anything? Oh, master dear, do look, do smell! Master, come this way!" And he thumped with his tail against the ranger's knee, stole back to the corpse, often looking round as if to say, "Do you follow me?" and began to take the heavy gun in his mouth, plainly trying to lift it. A shudder ran down the ranger's spine, and all kinds of conjectures began to dawn in his mind, but because it was his business not to see millstones, not to give instruction to the authorities, but rather to leave untouched the ghastly thing he had found, and go his way, which in this case led straight to the ministers of justice, well, he did just what it was his business to do. After all the formalities prescribed by the law in the case of such a catastrophe had been fulfilled, which took the whole day and part of the night, Hob found time before he slept for another conversation with his dog. "Old dog," he said, "now the police are at work, and they'll be skirmishing about all over the place. Are we going to leave it to others to rid the world of the blackguard that killed the chief? My old dog knows the low-lived villain. Yes, he knows him. But nobody needs to know that. I haven't told them. Ha! I think I'll bring my dog into the job. There may be some sport." He stooped over the dog, who sat between his outspread legs, and pressed his cheek against the animal's head, taking his grateful caresses in return. Then he went on murmuring, "How goes it with my Krambambuli?" until sleep overtook him. Psychologists have attempted to explain the mysterious impulse that drives many criminals to return again and again to the scene of his crime. Hob knew nothing of their learned disquisitions, but none the less he scouted incessantly with his dog in the neighborhood of the circular clearing. On the 10th day after the head keeper's murder he had for the first time given a few hours' thought to something else than his vengeance, and had been busy in the Count's wood, marking the trees which were to be taken down at the next cutting. When he had finished his task, however, he threw his gun over his shoulder once more and took the shortest way through the woods to the breeding places near the circle. At the particular moment when he set foot on the path that runs along the side of the beechwood, he fancied he heard something rustle in the underbrush. A moment later silence reigned again, a deep continuing silence. He would almost have thought there had been nothing to take note of, if the dog had not looked with such special keenness into the thicket. His hair bristling, his neck outstretched, his tail stiff, he glared at one particular spot in the undergrowth. "Oho!" thought Hob. "If that's you, my fine fellow, just wait." He slipped behind a tree and cocked his gun. His heart beat wildly in his bosom, and his naturally short breath came near failing him entirely, when suddenly, wonderful to relate, Yellow came through the hedge onto the footpath. 2 young hares were hanging from his back, and on his shoulder the head-keeper's breech-loader with its Russia leather straps. It was a strong temptation to shoot down the villain from the safe concealment, but Hob was not the man to fire upon even the worst offender without first warning him. With one bound he sprang out from behind the tree and onto the path, crying, "Give yourself up, you cursed rascal!" As the poacher, for his only answer, snatched the gun from his shoulder, the ranger pulled the trigger. Good heavens! A flash in the pan, a harmless crack instead of a heavy detonation. The loaded gun had been left too long leaning against a tree in the damp woods. Goodbye. So this is death, thought the old man. But no, he is still unwounded. Only his head flies off, riddled with shot. The other, too, has no luck today. That is the last cartridge in his gun, and he must pull another out of his pocket. "At him!" cries Hopp hoarsely to his dog. "Seize him!" "Here, Krambambuli! Here to me!" calls the other with a soft and coaxing voice. Ah, a well-known voice. And the dog? What happened next took less time to happen than to relate. Krambambuli had recognized his first master and ran towards him, half the way. Then Hopp whistled, and he turned. Yellow whistled, he turned again, quivering in desperate uncertainty on a spot equally distant from the two men, attracted at once and repelled. Finally the poor beast gave up the hopeless conflict and put an end to his doubts, but not to his suffering. Baying, howling, his belly on the ground, his body taut as a sinew, his head raised as though he were calling on heaven to witness his torture, he crawled to his first master. At the sight a thirst for blood seized Hopp. With trembling fingers he had put in a fresh cartridge. With calm sureness he took aim. But the poacher had once more raised his barrel to point it at him. This time it would be decisive. Both of them knew this, and, whatever thoughts were going through their minds, they faced each other as calmly as if they had been painted on canvas. 2 shots rang out. The keeper hit. The poacher missed. And why? Because, as the dog leaped upon him with excited caresses, he started at the moment of pulling the trigger. "Beast!" he hissed between his teeth, then fell backward, motionless. The executioner came slowly toward him. "You've had enough," he was thinking. "'Twere a pity to waste another bullet on you." Nevertheless, he set his gun on the ground and loaded it anew. The dog sat up straight in front of him, his tongue hanging out, panting quickly and loudly, and gazing at the ranger. And when he had finished his loading and picked up his gun once more, they held a colloquy of which no witness could have understood a word, had a living man been there instead of the dead. "You know for whom this bullet is meant?" "I can guess." "Deserter, traitor, vile scum, forgetful of all faith and duty." "Yes, master, that I am." "You were my joy once, but now it is all over. You are no more to me." "I know, master." And Krambambuli lay down, his head pressed close to his outstretched paws, and looked at the ranger. Yes, if the wretched brute had not looked at him, he might have made a quick end of it all, and saved himself and the dog further pain. But he could not. Who could shoot a creature that looked at him like that? Hopp muttered a few curses between his clenched teeth, each one more lurid than the last, bent over the poacher's body, took the hairs, and went on his way. The dog followed him with his eyes until he had disappeared among the trees. Then he rose to his feet, and a blood-curdling howl rang through the woods. He ran round a few times in an aimless circle, and then sat down again by the dead man. In that position the officers of justice found him, when, led by Hopp at nightfall, they came to view the body and provide for its removal. Krambambuli drew back a few paces when the man approached. "There's your dog," said one of them to the ranger. "I left him here to watch," answered Hopp, ashamed to confess the truth. But it was no use, the truth came out just the same, for when the corpse was put on the cart and carried away, Krambambuli trotted after it, head and tail drooping. Next day a court attendant saw him slinking about near the room where the body of Yellow lay. The man gave him a kick and called out, "Go home!" Krambambuli snarled at him and ran away, as the man thought, in the direction of the ranger's house. He did not go there, though, but began to lead a miserable vagabond life. Wild and worn to a skeleton, he wandered about the poor dwellings of the cottagers at the end of the village. Suddenly he darted on a child that was standing in front of the last house, and snatched greedily from him the crust of bread that he was munching. The child was speechless with fright, but a small Spitz dog ran out of the house and barked at the robber. Krambambuli dropped his booty and fled. That same evening Hopp was standing at his window before going to bed, looking out into the bright summer night. In fancy he saw the dog sitting on the other side of the heath by the edge of the wood, gazing at the scene of his former happiness with unchanged longing, the truest of the true, masterless. The ranger closed the shutters and went to bed, but after a while he got up again, went once more to the window and looked out, but the dog was not there. Again he tried to sleep, and the second time it was in vain. He could bear it no longer. Whatever had passed, he could not get on without the dog. I'll take him back, he thought to himself, and felt himself a new man after the decision. At the first peep of the day he dressed himself, told his wife not to wait dinner for him, and hastened away. But as he left the house he stumbled over the wanderer whom he had gone to seek afar off. Krambambuli lay dead at his feet, his head touching the threshold that he had not dared to cross. The ranger never got over it. Those were his best hours in which he forgot that he had lost him. Deep in affectionate thought he would murmur as of old, "How goes it with my Krambam?" But in the middle of the name he would stop suddenly, remembering, shake his head, and say with a heavy sigh, "Too bad about the old dog." End of Krambambuli by Marie von Ebner-Eschenbach. Read by Julie Niedermaier.
Our Lady's Child, or Marienkind, by Brothers Grimm, based on the original 1884 translation by Margaret Hunt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Our Lady's Child. Hard by a great forest dwelt a woodcutter with his wife, who had an only child, a little girl 3 years old. They were so poor, however, that they no longer had daily bread, and did not know how to get food for her. One morning the woodcutter went out sorrowfully to his work in the forest, and while he was cutting wood, suddenly there stood before him a tall and beautiful woman with a crown of shining stars on her head, who said to him, "I am the Virgin Mary, mother of the child Jesus. Thou art poor and needy. Bring thy child to me. I will take her with me and be her mother and care for her." The woodcutter obeyed, brought his child, and gave her to the Virgin Mary, who took her up to heaven with her. There the child fared well, ate sugar cakes and drank sweet milk, and her clothes were of gold, and the little angels played with her. And when she was 14 years of age, the Virgin Mary called her one day and said, "Dear child, I am about to make a long journey, so take into thy keeping the keys of the 13 doors of heaven. 12 of these thou mayest open, and behold the glory which is within them. But the 13th, to which this little key belongs, is forbidden thee. Beware of opening it, or thou wilt bring misery on thyself." The girl promised to be obedient, and when the Virgin Mary was gone, she began to examine the dwellings of the kingdom of heaven. Each day she opened one of them, until she had made the round of the 12. In each of them sat one of the apostles in the midst of a great light, and she rejoiced in all the magnificence and splendor, and the little angels who always accompanied her rejoiced with her. Then the forbidden door alone remained, and she felt a great desire to know what could be hidden behind it, and said to the angels, "I will not quite open it, and I will not go inside it, but I will unlock it so that we can just see a little through the opening." "Oh, no," said the little angels, "that would be a sin. The Virgin Mary has forbidden it, and it might easily cause thy unhappiness." Then she was silent, but the desire in her heart was not stilled, but gnawed there and tormented her, and let her have no rest. And once when the angels had all gone out, she thought, "Now I am quite alone, and I could peep in. If I do it, no one will ever know." She sought out the key, and when she had got it in her hand, she put it in the lock, and when she had put it in, she turned it round as well. Then the door sprang open, and she saw there the Trinity sitting in fire and splendor. She stayed there a while and looked at everything in amazement. Then she touched the light a little with her finger, and her finger became quite golden. Immediately a great fear fell on her. She shut the door violently and ran away. Her terror, too, would not quit her, let her do what she might, and her heart beat continually and would not be still. The gold, too, stayed on her finger and would not go away, let her rub it and wash it never so much. It was not long before the Virgin Mary came back from her journey. She called the girl before her and asked to have the keys of heaven back. When the maiden gave her the bunch, the Virgin looked into her eyes and said, "Hast thou not opened the 13th door also?" "No," she replied. Then she laid her hand on the girl's heart and felt how it beat and beat, and saw right well that she had disobeyed her order and had opened the door. Then she said once again, "Art thou certain that thou hast not done it?" "Yes," said the girl for the second time. Then she perceived the finger which had become golden from touching the fire of heaven, and saw well that the child had sinned, and said for the third time, "Hast thou not done it?" "No," said the girl for the third time. Then said the Virgin Mary, "Thou hast not obeyed me, and besides that thou hast lied. Thou art no longer worthy to be in heaven." Then the girl fell into a deep sleep, and when she awoke she lay on the earth below, and in the midst of a wilderness. She wanted to cry out, but she could bring forth no sound. She sprang up and wanted to run away, but whithersoever she turned herself, she was continually held back by thick hedges of thorns through which she could not break. In the desert in which she was imprisoned, there stood an old hollow tree, and this had to be her dwelling place. Into this she crept when night came, and here she slept. Here, too, she found a shelter from storm and rain, but it was a miserable life, and bitterly did she weep when she remembered how happy she had been in heaven, and how the angels had played with her. Roots and wild berries were her only food, and for these she sought as far as she could go. In the autumn she picked up the fallen nuts and leaves, and carried them into the hole. The nuts were her food in winter, and when snow and ice came, she crept amongst the leaves like a poor little animal that she might not freeze. Before long her clothes were all torn, and one bit of them after another fell off her. As soon, however, as the sun shone warm again, she went out and sat in front of the tree, and her long hair covered her on all sides like a mantle. Thus she sat year after year, and felt the pain and the misery of the world. One day, when the trees were once more clothed in fresh green, the king of the country was hunting in the forest, and followed a roe, and as it had fled into the thicket which shut in this part of the forest, he got off his horse, tore the bushes asunder, and cut himself a path with his sword. When he had at last forced his way through, he saw a wonderfully beautiful maiden sitting under the tree, and she sat there and was entirely covered with her golden hair down to her very feet. He stood still and looked at her full of surprise. Then he spoke to her and said, "Who art thou? Why art thou sitting here in the wilderness?" But she gave no answer, for she could not open her mouth. The king continued, "Wilt thou go with me to my castle?" Then she just nodded her head a little. The king took her in his arms, carried her to his horse, and rode home with her, and when he reached the royal castle he caused her to be dressed in beautiful garments, and gave her all things in abundance. Although she could not speak, she was still so beautiful and charming that he began to love her with all his heart, and it was not long before he married her. After a year or so had passed, the queen brought a son into the world. Thereupon the Virgin Mary appeared to her in the night when she lay in her bed alone, and said, "If thou wilt tell the truth and confess that thou didst unlock the forbidden door, I will open thy mouth and give thee back thy speech. But if thou perseverest in thy sin and deniest obstinately, I will take thy newborn child away with me." Then the queen was permitted to answer, but she remained hard and said, "No, I did not open the forbidden door." And the Virgin Mary took the newborn child from her arms and vanished with it. Next morning, when the child was not to be found, it was whispered among the people that the queen was a man-eater, and had killed her own child. She heard all this and could say nothing to the contrary, but the king would not believe it, for he loved her so much. When a year had gone by, the queen again bore a son, and in the night the Virgin Mary again came to her and said, "If thou wilt confess that thou openest the forbidden door, I will give thee thy child back and untie thy tongue. But if you continuest in sin and deniest it, I will take away with me this new child also." Then the queen again said, "No, I did not open the forbidden door." And the virgin took the child out of her arms and away with her to heaven. Next morning, when this child also had disappeared, the people declared quite loudly that the queen had devoured it, and the king's counselors demanded that she should be brought to justice. The king, however, loved her so dearly that he would not believe it, and commanded the counselors under pain of death not to say any more about it. The following year the queen gave birth to a beautiful little daughter, and for the third time the Virgin Mary appeared to her in the night and said, "Follow me." She took the queen by the hand and led her to heaven, and showed her there her two eldest children, who smiled at her and were playing with the ball of the world. When the queen rejoiced thereat, the Virgin Mary said, "Is thy heart not yet softened? If thou wilt own that thou openest the forbidden door, I will give thee back thy two little sons." But for the third time the queen answered, "No, I did not open the forbidden door." Then the Virgin let her sink down to earth once more, and took from her likewise her third child. Next morning, when the loss was reported abroad, all the people cried loudly, "The queen is a man-eater! She must be judged!" And the king was no longer able to restrain his counselors. Thereupon a trial was held, and as she could not answer and defend herself, she was condemned to be burnt alive. The wood was got together, and when she was fast bound to the stake, and the fire began to burn round about her, the hard ice of pride melted. Her heart was moved by repentance, and she thought, "If I could but confess before my death that I opened the door." Then her voice came back to her, and she cried out loudly, "Yes, Mary, I did it!" And straightway the rain fell from the sky and extinguished the flames of fire, and a light broke forth above her, and the Virgin Mary descended with the two little sons by her side, and the newborn daughter in her arms. She spoke kindly to her and said, "He who repents his sins and acknowledges it, it is forgiven." Then she gave her the three children, untied her tongue, and granted her happiness for her whole life. End of Our Lady's Child. The Golden Poppy by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The Golden Poppy. I have a poppy field. That is, by the grace of God and the good nature of editors, I am enabled to place each month divers gold pieces into a clerical gentleman's hands, and in return for said gold pieces, I am each month reinvested with certain proprietary rights in a poppy field. This field blazes on the rim of the Piedmont Hills. Beneath lies all the world. In the distance, across the silver sweep of bay, San Francisco smokes on her many hills like a second Rome. Not far away, Mount Tamalpais thrusts a rugged shoulder into the sky, and midway between is the Golden Gate, where sea mist loves to linger. From the poppy field we often see the shimmering blue of the Pacific beyond, and the busy ships that go forever out and in. "We shall have great joy in our poppy field," said Bess. "Yes," said I, "how the poor city folk will envy when they come to see us, and how we will make all well again when we send them off with great golden armfuls." "But those things will have to come down," I added, pointing to numerous obtrusive notices, relics of the last tenant, displayed conspicuously along the boundaries, and bearing, each and all, this legend: "Private grounds, no trespassing." Why should we refuse the poor city folk a ramble over our field, because, forsooth, they have not the advantage of our acquaintance? "How I abhor such things," said Bess, "the arrogant symbols of power." "They disgrace human nature," said I. "They shame the generous landscape," said she, and they are abominable. Piggish, quoth I, hotly. Down with them. We looked forward to the coming of the poppies, did Bess and I, looked forward as only creatures of the city may look who have been long denied. I have forgotten to mention the existence of a house above the poppy field, a squat and wandering bungalow in which we had elected to forsake town traditions and live in fresher and more vigorous ways. The first poppies came, orange, yellow, and golden, in the standing grain, and we went about gleefully, as though drunken with their wine, and told each other that the poppies were there. We laughed at unexpected moments, in the midst of silences, and at times grew ashamed and stole forth secretly to gaze upon our treasury. But when the great wave of poppy flame finally spilled itself down the field, we shouted aloud and danced and clapped our hands, freely and frankly mad. And then came the Goths. My face was in a lather the time of the first invasion, and I suspended my razor in mid-air to gaze out on my beloved field. At the far end I saw a little girl and a little boy, their arms filled with yellow spoil. Ah, thought I, an unwonted benevolence burgeoning, what a delight to me is their delight. It is sweet that children should pick poppies in my field. All summer shall they pick poppies in my field. But they must be little children, I added as an afterthought, and they must pick from the lower end. This last prompted by a glance at the great golden fellows nodding in the wheat beneath my window. Then the razor descended. Shaving was always an absorbing task, and I did not glance out of the window again until the operation was completed. And then I was bewildered. Surely this was not my poppy field. No. And yes, for there were the tall pines clustering austerely together on one side, the magnolia tree burdened with bloom, and the Japanese quinces splashing the driveway hedge with blood. Yes, it was the field, but no wave of poppy flame spilled down it, nor did the great golden fellows nod in the wheat beneath my window. I rushed into a jacket and out of the house. In the far distance were disappearing two huge balls of color, orange and yellow, for all the world like perambulating poppies of cyclopean breed. "Johnny," said I, to the 9-year-old son of my sister, "Johnny, whenever little girls come into our field to pick poppies, you must go down to them, and in a very quiet and gentlemanly manner tell them it is not allowed." Warm days came, and the sun drew another blaze from the free-bosomed earth, whereupon a neighbor's little girl, at the behest of her mother, duly craved and received permission from Bess to gather a few poppies for decorative purposes. But of this I was uninformed, and when I descried her in the midst of the field, I waved my arms like a semaphore against the sky. "Little girl," called I, "little girl." The little girl's legs blurred the landscape as she fled, and in high elation I sought Bess to tell her the potency of my voice. Nobly she came to the rescue, departing forthwith on an expedition of conciliation and explanation to the little girl's mother. But to this day the little girl seeks cover at sight of me, and I know the mother will never be as cordial as she would otherwise have been. Came dark, overcast days, stiff, driving winds, and pelting rains, day on day, without end, and the city folk cowered in their dwelling places like flood-beset rats, and like rats, half drowned and gasping. When the weather cleared, they crawled out and up the green Piedmont slopes to bask in the blessed sunshine, and they invaded my field in swarms and droves, crushing the sweet wheat into the earth, and with lustful hands ripping the poppies out by the roots. "I shall put up the warnings against trespassing," I said. "Yes," said Bess with a sigh, "I'm afraid it is necessary." The day was yet young when she sighed again. "I'm afraid, old man, that your signs are of no avail. People have forgotten how to read these days." I went out on the porch. A city nymph in cool summer gown and picture hat paused before one of my newly reared warnings and read it through with care. Profound deliberation characterized her movements. She was statuesquely tall, but with a toss of her head and a flirt of her skirt, she dropped on hands and knees, crawled under the fence, and came to her feet on the inside with poppies in both her hands. I walked down the driveway and talked ethically to her, and she went away. Then I put up more signs. At one time, years ago, these hills were carpeted with poppies. As between the destructive forces and the will to live, the poppies maintained an equilibrium with their environment. But the city folk constituted a new and terrible destructive force. The equilibrium was overthrown, and the poppies well nigh perished. Since the city folk plucked those with the longest stems and the biggest bowls, and since it is the law of kind to procreate kind, the long-stemmed, big-bowled poppies failed to go to seed, and the stunted, short-stemmed variety remained to the hills. And not only was it stunted and short-stemmed, but sparsely distributed as well. Each day and every day, for years and years, the city folk swarmed over the Piedmont hills, and only here and there did the genius of the race survive in the form of miserable little flowers, close clinging and quick blooming, like children of the slums dragged hastily and precariously through youth to a shriveled and futile maturity. On the other hand, the poppies had prospered in my field, and not only had they been sheltered from the barbarians, but also from the birds. Long ago the field was sown in wheat, which went to seed unharvested each year, and in the cool depths of which the poppy seeds were hidden from the keen-eyed songsters. And further, climbing after the sun through the wheat stalks, the poppies grew taller and more royal even than the primordial ones of the open. So the city folk, gazing from the bare hills to my blazing, burning field, were sorely tempted, and it must be told, as sorely fell. But no sorer was their fall than that of my beloved poppies. Where the grain holds the dew and takes the bite from the sun, the soil is moist, and in such soil it is easier to pull the poppies out by the roots than to break the stalk. Now the city folk, like other folk, are inclined to move along the line of least resistance, and for each flower they gathered, they were also gathering many crisp rolled buds, and with them all the possibilities and future beauties of the plant for all time to come. One of the city folk, a middle-aged gentleman with white hands and shifty eyes, especially made life interesting for me. We called him the Repeater, what of his ways. When from the porch we implored him to desist, he was wont slowly and casually to direct his steps toward the fence, simulating finely the actions of a man who had not heard, but whose walk instead had terminated of itself or of his own volition. To heighten this effect, now and again, still casually and carelessly, he would stoop and pluck another poppy. Thus did he deceitfully save himself the indignity of being put out, and rob us of the satisfaction of putting him out. But he came, and he came often, each time getting away with an able-bodied man's share of plunder. It is not good to be of the city folk. Of this I am convinced. There is something in the mode of life that breeds an alarming condition of blindness and deafness, or so it seems with the city folk that come to my poppy field. Of the many to whom I have talked ethically, not one has been found who ever saw the warnings so conspicuously displayed, while to those called out to from the porch, possibly 1 in 50 has heard. Also, I have discovered that the relation of city folk to country flowers is quite analogous to that of a starving man to food. No more than a starving man realizes that 5 pounds of meat is not so good as an ounce, do they realize that 500 poppies crushed and bunched are less beautiful than 2 or 3 in a free cluster where the green leaves and golden bowls may expand to their full loveliness. Less forgivable than the unaesthetic are the mercenary. Hordes of young rascals plunder me and rob the future that they may stand on street corners and retail California poppies, only 5 cents a bunch. In spite of my precautions, some of them made $1 a day out of my field. One horde do I remember with keen regret. reconnoitering for a possible dog. They applied at the kitchen door for "a drink of water, please." While they drank they were besought not to pick any flowers. They nodded, wiped their mouths, and proceeded to take themselves off by the side of the bungalow. They smote the poppy field beneath my windows, spread out fan-shaped 6 wide, picking with both hands, and ripped a swath of destruction through the very heart of the field. No cyclone traveled faster or destroyed more completely. I shouted after them, but they sped on the wings of the wind, great regal poppies, broken-stalked and mangled, trailing after them or cluttering their wake, the most high-handed act of piracy, I am confident, ever committed off the high seas. One day I went a-fishing, and on that day a woman entered the field. Appeals and remonstrances from the porch having no effect upon her, Bess dispatched a little girl to beg of her to pick no more poppies. The woman calmly went on picking. Then Bess herself went down through the heat of the day, but the woman went on picking, and while she picked she discussed property and proprietary rights, denying Bess's sovereignty until deeds and documents should be produced in proof thereof, and all the time she went on picking, never once overlooking her hand. She was a large woman, belligerent of aspect, and Bess was only a woman and not prone to fisticuffs. So the invader picked until she could pick no more, said "Good day," and sailed majestically away. "People have really grown worse in the last several years, I think," said Bess to me in a tired sort of voice that night, as we sat in the library after dinner. Next day I was inclined to agree with her. "There's a woman and a little girl heading straight for the poppies," said May, a maid about the bungalow. I went out on the porch and waited their advent. They plunged through the pine trees and into the fields, and as the roots of the first poppies were pulled, I called to them. They were about 100 feet away. The woman and the little girl turned to the sound of my voice and looked at me. "Please do not pick the poppies," I pleaded. They pondered this for a minute. Then the woman said something in an undertone to the little girl, and both backs jackknifed as the slaughter recommenced. I shouted, but they had become suddenly deaf. I screamed, and so fiercely that the little girl wavered dubiously, and while the woman went on picking I could hear her in low tones heartening the little girl. I recollected a siren whistle with which I was wont to summon Johnny, the son of my sister. It was a fearsome thing, of a kind to wake the dead, and I blew and blew, but the jackknifed backs never unclasped. I do not mind with men, but I have never particularly favored physical encounters with women, yet this woman, who encouraged a little girl in iniquity, tempted me. I went into the bungalow and fetched my rifle. Flourishing it in a sanguinary manner and scowling fearsomely, I charged upon the invaders. The little girl fled screaming to the shelter of the pines, but the woman calmly went on picking. She took not the least notice. I had expected her to run at the sight of me, and it was embarrassing. There was I, charging down the field like a wild bull upon a woman who would not get out of the way. I could only slow down, supremely conscious of how ridiculous it all was. At a distance of 10 feet she straightened up and deigned to look at me. I came to a halt and blushed to the roots of my hair. Perhaps I really did frighten her. I sometimes try to persuade myself that this was so. Or perhaps she took pity on me, but at any rate she stalked out of my field with great composure, nay, majesty, her arms brimming with orange and gold. Nevertheless, thenceforward I saved my lungs and flourished my rifle. Also I made fresh generalizations. To commit robbery, women take advantage of their sex. Men have more respect for property than women. Men are less insistent in crime than women, and women are less afraid of guns than men. Likewise, we conquer the earth in hazard and battle by the virtues of our mothers. We are a race of land robbers and sea robbers, we Anglo-Saxons, and small wonder when we suckle at the breasts of a breed of women such as maraud my poppy field. Still the pillage went on. Sirens and gun flourishings were without avail. The city folk were great of heart and undismayed, and I noted the habit of repeating was becoming general. What booted it how often they were driven forth if each time they were permitted to carry away their ill-gotten plunder? When one has turned the same person away twice and thrice, an emotion arises somewhat akin to homicide. And when one has once become conscious of this sanguinary feeling, his whole destiny seems to grip hold of him and drag him into the abyss. More than once I found myself unconsciously pulling the rifle into position to get a sight on the miserable trespassers. In my sleep I slew them in manifold ways and threw their carcasses into the reservoir. Each day the temptation to shoot them in the legs became more alluring, and every day I felt my fate calling to me imperiously. Visions of the gallows rose up before me, and with the hemp about my neck I saw stretched out the pitiless future of my children, dark with disgrace and shame. I became afraid of myself, and Bess went about with anxious face, privily beseeching my friends to entice me into taking a vacation. Then, and at the last gasp, came the thought that saved me. Why not confiscate? If their forays were bootless, in the nature of things their forays would cease. The first to enter my field thereafter was a man. I was waiting for him, and oh joy, it was the repeater himself, smugly complacent with knowledge of past success. I dropped the rifle negligently across the hollow of my arm and went down to him. "I am sorry to trouble you for those poppies," I said in my oiliest tones, "but really, you know, I must have them." He regarded me speechlessly. It must have made a great picture. It surely was dramatic. With the rifle across my arm and my suave request still ringing in my ears, I felt like Black Bart, and Jesse James, and Jack Sheppard, and Robin Hood, and whole generations of highwaymen. "Come, come," I said a little sharply, and in what I imagined was the true fashion, "I am sorry to inconvenience you, believe me, but I must have those poppies." I absently shifted the gun and smiled. That fetched him. Without a word he passed them over and turned his toes toward the fence, but no longer casual and careless was his carriage, nor did he stoop to pick the occasional poppy by the way. That was the last of the repeater. I could see by his eyes that he did not like me, and his back reproached me all the way down the field and out of sight. From that day the bungalow has been flooded with poppies. Every vase and earthen jar is filled with them. They blaze on every mantel and run riot through all the rooms. I present them to my friends in huge bunches, and still the kind city folks come and gather more for me. "Sit down for a moment," I say to the departing guest. And there we sit in the shade of the porch while aspiring city creatures pluck my poppies and sweat under the brazen sun. And when their arms are sufficiently weighted with my yellow glories, I go down with the rifle over my arm and disburden them. Thus have I become convinced that every situation has its compensations. Confiscation was successful so far as it went, but I had forgotten one thing, namely the vast number of the city folk. Though the old transgressors came no more, new ones arrived every day, and I found myself confronted with the titanic task of educating a whole cityful to the inexpediency of raiding my poppy field. During the process of disburdening them I was accustomed to explaining my side of the case, but I soon gave this over. It was a waste of breath. They could not understand. To one lady who insinuated that I was miserly, I said, "My dear madam, no hardship is worked upon you. Had I not been parsimonious yesterday and the day before, these poppies would have been picked by the city hordes of that day and the day before, and your eyes, which today have discovered this field, would have beheld no poppies at all. The poppies you may not pick today are the poppies I did not permit to be picked yesterday and the day before. Therefore, believe me, you are denied nothing." "But the poppies are here today," she said, glaring carnivorously upon their glow and splendor. "I will pay you for them," said a gentleman at another time. I had just relieved him of an armful. I felt a sudden shame, I know not why, unless it be that his words had just made clear to me that a monetary as well as an aesthetic value was attached to my flowers. The apparent sordidness of my position overwhelmed me, and I said weakly, I do not sell my poppies. You may have what you have picked." But before the week was out I confronted the same gentleman again. "I will pay you for them," he said. "Yes," I said, "you may pay me for them. $20, please." He gasped, looked at me searchingly, gasped again, and silently and sadly put the poppies down. But it remained, as usual, for a woman to attain the sheerest pitch of audacity. When I declined payment and demanded my plucked beauties, she refused to give them up. "I picked these poppies," she said, "and my time is worth money. When you have paid me for my time, you may have them." Her cheeks flamed rebellion, and her face, withal a pretty one, was set and determined. Now, I was a man of the hill tribes, and she was a mere woman of the city folk, and though it is not my inclination to enter into details, it is my pleasure to state that that bunch of poppies subsequently glorified the bungalow, and that the woman departed to the city unpaid. Anyway, they were my poppies. "They are God's poppies," said the radiant young radical, democratically shocked at sight of me turning city folk out of my field, and for 2 weeks she hated me with a deathless hatred. I sought her out and explained. I explained at length. I told the story of the poppy as Maeterlinck had told the life of the bee. I treated the question biologically, psychologically, and sociologically. I discussed it ethically and aesthetically. I grew warm over it and impassioned, and when I had done, she professed conversion, but in my heart of hearts I knew it to be compassion. I fled to other friends for consolation. I retold the story of the poppy. They did not appear supremely interested. I grew excited. They were surprised and pained. They looked at me curiously. "It ill befits your dignity to squabble over poppies," they said. "It is unbecoming." I fled away to yet other friends. I sought vindication. The thing had become vital, and I needs must put myself right. I felt called upon to explain, though well knowing that he who explains is lost. I told the story of the poppy over again. I went into the minutest details. I added to it and expanded. I talked myself hoarse, and when I could talk no more, they looked bored. Also, they said insipid things, and soothful things, and things concerning other things, and not at all to the point. I was consumed with anger, and there and then I renounced them all. At the bungalow I lie in wait for chance visitors. Craftily I broach the subject, watching their faces closely the while to detect first signs of disapprobation, whereupon I empty long-stored vials of wrath upon their heads. I wrangle for hours with whosoever does not say I am right. I am become like Guy de Maupassant's old man who picked up a piece of string. I am incessantly explaining, and nobody will understand. I have become more brusque in my treatment of the predatory city folk. No longer do I take delight in their disburdenment, for it has become an onerous duty, a wearisome and distasteful task. My friends look askance and murmur pityingly on the side when we meet in the city. They rarely come to see me now. They are afraid. I am an embittered and disappointed man, and all the light seems to have gone out of my life and into my blazing field. So one pays for things. Piedmont, California, April 1902. End of The Golden Poppy by Jack London.
Circumvented by R. Ramsey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars, Rolander. Circumvented by R. Ramsey. I tell you, he does not dream of Dolly. How can you imagine anything so absurd? That was how the family tyrant addressed her mother. And poor Mrs. Rhodes was as ever annihilated. It was a vain thing to try and brave Georgiana. There she stood in the window, majestic, the eldest daughter, her straight hair stiffly ridged with hot irons, her face pale, and her lips determined, altogether handsome, but very hard. Behind her one had a glimpse of a forlorn little figure wandering in the grass. The sight of that lonely figure and a dim idea of its unhappiness made the poor lady pluck up spirit to murmur still, I thought that Freddie—" "Impossible!" said Georgiana. Her voice vibrated with a little more than disdain. "Why, what could he see in a stupid little goose like that? It would be cheaper to buy a sixpenny doll and set it up in his house. Then at least he could always change it. But if he wants a wife—" In the garden Dolly was walking rather sadly among the trees, and her white skirts brushed against the grass like a sigh. She was a little slip of a thing with Irish eyes, great and grey, always brimming with either a laugh or tears, and she had the dearest eager face in the world. It was a troubled face now, for she could not understand why life had been made bitter to her just lately. Perhaps it was because of some unwitting sin, perhaps because the family tyrant felt, like her, the approaching parting with their oldest playfellow. Georgiana had a peculiar way of showing when she was vexed. The Reverend Frederick Cockburn had not always been 6 feet high and a parson, and for the greater part of their lives they had only been parted by a garden wall. Even when he was at college, he was continually running down, and they had never made a plan without him. He belonged to the girls like a brother. Later he had had to admonish them as a curate, but he had been their old comrade still. Of course, he was lucky to get a living offered to him so young, and it was only right that he should accept it, but still it was a blow. Freddie had run in so often to talk it over. The girls knew all about his house and his parish, down to the woman who played the harmonium and dragged the chants, that they had forgotten it was so far away. Now they had suddenly to remember. Dolly was under the weeping ash, where she and Freddie had hidden when they were little. Georgiana had had the biggest bite of the apple, and then she had deserted and said, "I'll tell." How she would miss him. Always he had been her champion, defending her when Georgiana was angry and pulled her hair. And although these days were past, she wanted him more than ever. It had hurt her lately that he should have been monopolized by Georgiana, and that she had been thrust back and made a third. He was a young housekeeper, and the eldest daughter could talk of carpets and curtains and butcher's bills. To Dolly life was a weary nightmare of Freddie serious in a chair, and Georgiana giving him good advice. Vainly she tried to keep her lips steady, leaning her head in among the leaves. Half a mile away a black object was sitting on a fence, whistling impatiently, inwardly furious with Georgiana. "If she would only come out of the gate," he said, hitting wildly at all the buttercups in his reach. "If she'd only give me a chance. But she's just pinned to Dolly, and I never can get a minute." His whistle grew more lugubrious. "And I'm off tomorrow." Never in the ancient days, when he used to stand in front of his younger playmate and defy Georgiana, had he felt her to be such a tyrant. He longed to stand up to her and shake his fist at her as of old. An instant he stood on the highest rail of the fence to reconnoitre beyond the trees, and then sat down again in despair. "I know she thinks I'm not good enough for Dolly," he said. "We always were enemies, but she might let me ask her. It's Dolly's business." Then he jumped down in a hurry that would have been undignified in any vicar less young and eager. Among the trees he had caught sight of the unaccompanied white flutter of Dolly's dress. At the familiar whistle she started, reddening and glancing fearfully towards the house. The tyrant's ears were sharp, but for once it appeared that she had not heard it, and Dolly rushed down the tree-hidden path to the gate. Her head was just under the green branches, and they caught at her hair as she hurried. The prettiest picture in all the garden, with a quaint little forward stagger. "Oh, Freddie," she said. He was leaning over the gate, which was fastened with a complicated arrangement of twisted string, meant to hold it together and keep it shut. There was something earnest and businesslike in his manner. He hardly smiled at her greeting, and it hurt her. His face was so desperately solemn. "Do you want Georgiana?" she said bravely. To talk about furniture?" He looked at her reproachfully across the gate. "Dolly," he said, "how can you be so unkind? I've been haunting the place for hours, watching to catch you alone. I've no chance if I go to the house, and I can't stand housekeeping and chairs and tables." At the emphatic climax they had to laugh. He was struggling mechanically with the string, and Dolly was making believe to help him. "You used always to jump it," she said. Their hands touched as they fumbled at it, and she felt a new and disturbing thrill. "Hadn't you better do that if you have not become too grand?" "Don't," said Freddie. Ah, their fingers had been too near. He caught hers and held them tight. "They are all chaffing me about being a vicar and having a house and all that, asking if I've got anybody to put into it. But what's the good if you can't get the girl you want?" "Oh," said Dolly, looking startled and shrinking as far as the imprisoned hand would allow. He held it fast. "Dolly," he said, "we've always been chums, you and I. Let me tell you, and then you must tell me honestly if I've got any chance." He was interrupted. "Is that you, Freddie? What a blessing! I wanted to tell you what you must do about the study." It was with a kind of terror that he saw Georgiana charging down upon them remorselessly through the trees. Dolly had wrung her hand away and vanished with a little sound like a gasp, and he, on the wrong side of the gate, was almost speechless with wrath and temper. "If a man can't furnish his own study as he likes," he stammered darkly, turning on his heel. Georgiana was like a fate. What was Freddie saying? A rather sad little face was visible among the leaves of the weeping ash. I don't know, Georgiana. He was just beginning. I think he has fallen in love again." The elder girl glanced at her young sister with a gleam of suspicion, but Dolly had spoken in all good faith. And indeed, in the dim past Freddie had once or twice been smitten, and had confided his troubles to the kind ears of Dolly. They had been slight affairs, and, although unhappy, always less tragic than laughable. "He did not say who it was?" "No," answered Dolly, "because you interrupted. I'm trying to guess." Georgiana turned her back on the wistful grey Irish eyes. "Can't you?" she said, and walked away utterly hard-hearted. That evening there was a formidable leave-taking. To Freddie Cockburn it was a nightmare. As he sat in the drawing-room being talked to by Georgiana and Mrs. Rhodes, Dolly was very silent. He grew desperate. The last precious minutes were ticking loudly, now and then marked by a warning whir as the grandfather's clock reproached him. He listened to them, but all the while he was wandering backwards hand in hand with Dolly, who now sat so distantly in the window. With a start his mind came back impatiently to the present. "Goodbye, my dear boy. We shall hear how you get on. Your mother will write and tell us," "You must let me know how you manage about the stairs," said Georgiana. They accompanied him to the door, lingering affectionately to watch him go, and behind them the great brown clock was ticking the last minutes reproachfully. He shook hands and waited, desperately bold. "Will you come to the gate with me, Dolly?" There was a slight pause at that abrupt invitation. He saw Dolly involuntarily start forward, and then hesitate, with a faint red wonderment in her cheek. He waited, gazing back eagerly at his fate in the balance. "Yes, Dolly, come along," said Georgiana. The vicar of Little Easter was in his study. He had not been writing sermons, but pens were lying about the table, and there were other signs of an intellectual struggle. "I can't do it," he said at last, crumpling up many fragments of blotted paper, each the unlucky beginning of a letter. Then he thrust his hands through his hair, giving it a despairing rumple. "It's no good," he said. "I can't put it in a letter, and it does look a cowardly way of asking, like chalking up a thing and running round the corner. If I were a girl and a fellow wrote to me instead of coming and standing to his guns, I should call it cheek." Dear Dolly! He tore the last attempt furiously across. "She would think it was a joke and show it all round the family for them to laugh at it too," he lamented. "If Georgiana did not kidnap it first. I don't think she would stick at that, and I'm afraid she regularly hates me. Queer." He stared forlornly at the heap of papers, and then all at once an idea struck him, and he jumped up. "Hooray!" With sudden energy he flung out of his study and crossed the hall. His mother was sitting in her room, the only place that was quite in order, stitching rings on curtains. She was going to stay and put him to rights before returning home and leaving him in his glory. "What is the matter, Freddie?" she said. "I was thinking," said the vicar soberly, "that you've a lot to do. Couldn't you ask one of the girls over while you are here to help?" "If you think the place is ready for visitors," said Mrs. Cockburn, smiling. The girls were, of course, Freddie's old companions. "Well, you might ask Dolly. I'm sure she wouldn't mind." The old lady looked up keenly, but his manner was very careless. "Why not Georgiana?" she inquired. "Eldest first." "I don't think she could be spared just now," said the vicar, hiding his alarm. And I'd like the place to be tidy before she came." So Mrs. Cockburn wrote and invited Dolly. The answer came very quickly. Dolly could not leave home just now. While his mother was reading out the many sufficient reasons, Freddie stared hopelessly across at the fatal letter. His face expressed utter dejection until about halfway through. At the last clause it lighted up with an inspiration. He leaned over the table. "Then, mother, of course you'll ask Georgiana." His mother glanced at him oddly. "Do you want her?" "Want her!" cried the vicar. "Rather!" There was no mistaking the eagerness in his voice. It betrayed itself in the very stammer with which he proceeded. "I didn't know she would come, but if Dolly's to manage the school treat this year, and if Dolly's to take the club, they won't want Georgiana. Tell her we can't possibly get the house put to rights without her. Say whatever you think will bring her. Only make her come." He got up and fetched his writing things from the study. Mrs. Cockburn had to write the invitation then and there, almost to his dictation. "Tell her she must come," he cried impetuously, rushing away to look for a stamp, and then riding in with the letter himself to catch the early post. Mrs. Cockburn looked after him amused, but just a little bit disappointed. "It's Georgiana, then, after all," she said. 3 days later, Georgiana was installed at Little Easter. She arrived with rather too many clothes for a person who was to help in getting a house in order, but that did not prevent her from buckling to. Mrs. Cockburn, a kind old lady with a twinkle of humour to comfort her in her trials, was taken aback by her visitor's authoritative grasp at the reins. But Freddie, having suffered more nearly from her tyrannical ways, thought he had never known her so gracious. In fact, he repented himself of the hard things he had been thinking, of all but a certain determination. I don't believe she hates me really, he thought. It was only that she didn't want me to marry Dolly. He made that reflection whilst shaving with care the morning after her arrival. On coming down to breakfast, he found her at her post. She had already whisked away half the litter that was hampering the breakfast room and was making the tea. As he came in, she nodded. "Good morning, Freddie. Your mother is breakfasting in her room. What a wilderness your house is at present. The first thing after breakfast will be to have a man in and put down the carpets." "But they are down," stammered the vicar, who had labored hard all the past week. "All crooked," said Georgiana. She poured out his tea and sat down opposite with an air of calm superiority and possession, which the vicar was too agitated to remark. Having long since made up her mind as to what she wanted, she was not unduly elated at the present turn of affairs. Freddie was always fickle, and it had taken very little pains to keep him apart from Dolly while that fancy lasted. It was not her part to consider Dolly, years younger and pretty and always light. Something like exultation glittered in Georgiana's eyes. She had a glimpse of Dolly at home and smiled. Her triumph was pitiless. "Oh, by the by," she said, "your idea of furnishing the drawing-room is too ridiculous. It ought to be smart and shiny, a company room. You don't want old pictures and comfortable chairs." "Don't I?" said the vicar with a half smile, thinking whose whims he had tried to suit in the furnishing. "No," said Georgiana. Her tone was lordly. "I'll tell you what I will do. You shall drive me into the town, and I will help you to choose what you really want." "Do," began the vicar, and then stopped hastily, reddening. She looked at him witheringly, unaware that the word suppressed had been simply Dolly. "In the meantime," she vouchsafed after a crushing pause. He looked up suddenly from his letters. "I'm afraid you'll be dull, Georgiana," he said, rising. "It's awfully good of you to come, and perhaps you can find some amusement. You can do what you like, you know, so long as you don't touch my study or trick it up like a heathen place in Japan. The fact is, I find I must leave you and mother for a day or two. Is that the dog cart? My train is at 10:30. Georgiana looked out of the window. There was the dog cart, and a beast of a brown horse pawing and snorting to take him away to the country station. She turned round angrily like a person who had been cheated. "Why?" she asked. Freddie had left the breakfast table and was stacking his letters behind the clock. He answered her with a kind of chuckle. "Important business." 3 minutes later he was running down the stairs, got up for a journey. Mrs. Cockburn was just saying good morning to the rather blank-looking visitor, and he kissed her hurriedly. "I must go off at once," he said. "Georgiana will explain. And I say, mother," in a tone of anxious hospitality, "don't let her go home or anything till I come back. I must catch the early train." Dolly was all alone. There was no dragon guarding her, and she might wander unwatched about the garden, unvexed by the family tyrant's whim. However, she sat forlornly under the willow tree. She was disappointed at not being allowed to go and visit Mrs. Cockburn, but queerly enough it had hurt her more to find her refusal met by that urgent invitation to Georgiana. It was a much warmer letter. Mrs. Cockburn had been told in inviting Georgiana to say whatever would bring her, and she had, according written, Freddie says she must come twice. They were ringing in Dolly's ears, these impetuously written words, but she had not any right to be angry, and hardly any right to be sad. Only if that message had been in her letters, she would have defied them all. The sun burnt down over all the garden, except under the sad green shade of the willow tree. Afterwards it sank lower and lower behind the beeches until it was almost dusk. It was then that Dolly heard a familiar whistle. She started up from the grass, and her wistful face was scarlet. It must be imagination. Almost before she knew it, she was hurrying up the path. "Oh!" she gasped, finding herself at the gate and ready to turn and fly as the strange whistler came in sight. Her heart beat too fast for her to hear any step, as if it could be him. "Dolly!" he cried in a voice of triumph. "How did you get here?" she panted. He vaulted the gate this time, and was immediately by her side. "By train," he said coolly. "As soon as I had got Georgiana safe, I bolted." Dolly paled slightly. Had he come to make an announcement? "Will you come in to mother?" she said faintly. But Freddie barred the way. "No," he said, "I won't." She was almost frightened. He was so white and eager and so emphatic. "Dolly," he said, "I've got my chance at last. Georgiana thinks I'm not half good enough for you, and I'm sure it's true. But I don't care. She'd no right to fight as she did for her lofty plans. It's your business. And Dolly, I love you so." "I like the house," said Georgiana. She spoke in a slightly patronizing tone, and poor Mrs. Cockburn sighed. "It is rather big," she said, "but if Freddie should marry and settle down—" "It will not be too big," declared Georgiana. "I have been drawing up my ideas about the rooms, and I have toiled all the morning in the study." Mrs. Cockburn looked alarmed. Even in a possible daughter-in-law this was rather drastic. "He will not like you to touch his study." "I know. He charged me to let it alone," said Georgiana calmly. "But it is no good giving in to a man's absurd notions. And he had crammed it with such extraordinary things. I have made it look like another place." Again Freddie's mother sighed. It was the familiar tone of the family tyrant. She sighed for Freddie. The sigh was interrupted by his return. Unexpectedly as he had disappeared yesterday, he came back. They heard him cross the hall with a long, quick, eager step, and then he burst in upon them, a boy again. "Well, where have you been?" asked his mother, smiling. He was so tired and dusty, and so excited. The vicar looked at her like a schoolboy, half proud, half shy. "I've been to the old place," he said, "to ask Dolly if she would have me. And she says yes." End of Circumvented by R. Ramsay. Read by Lars, Rolander.
By Anton Pavlovich Chekhov. Translated by Constance Garnett. Read by Paul Rizik. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Maxim Torchakov, a farmer in southern Russia, was driving home from church with his young wife and bringing back an Easter cake which had just been blessed. The sun had not yet risen, but the east was all tinged with red and gold and had dissipated the haze which usually, in the early morning, screens the blue of the sky from the eyes. It was quiet. The birds were hardly yet awake. The corncrake uttered its clear note, and far away above a little tumulus, a sleepy kite floated, heavily flapping its wings, and no other living creature could be seen all over the steppe. Torchakov drove on, and thought that there was no better nor happier holiday than the feast of Christ's resurrection. He had only lately been married, and was now keeping his first Easter with his wife. Whatever he looked at, whatever he thought about, all seemed to him bright, joyous, and happy. He thought about his farming, and thought that it was all going well, that the furnishing of his house was all the heart could desire. There was enough of everything, and all of it good. He looked at his wife, and she seemed to him lovely, kind, and gentle. He was delighted by the glow in the east, and the young grass, and the squeaking shafts, and the kite. And when on the way he ran into a tavern to light a cigarette and drink a glass, he felt happier still. It is said, "Great is the day," he chattered. "Yes, it is great. Wait a bit, Lizaveta. The sun will begin to dance. It dances every Easter, so it rejoices too." "It is not alive," said his wife. "But there are people on it," exclaimed Tortchakov. "There really are. Ivan Stepanitch told me that there are people on all the planets, on the sun and on the moon. Truly. But maybe the learned men tell lies. The devil only knows. Surely that is not a horse." "Yes, it is." At the crooked ravine, which was just a half-way to the journey home, Tortchakov and his wife saw a saddled horse, standing motionless and sniffing last year's dry grass. On a hillock beside the roadside, a red-haired Cossack was sitting doubled up, looking at his feet. "Christ is risen!" Maxim shouted at him. "Whoa!" "Truly he is risen," answered the Cossack without raising his head. "Where are you going?" "Home on leave." "Why are you sitting here, then?" "Why, I've fallen ill. I haven't the strength to go on." "What's wrong?" "I ache all over." What a misfortune. People are keeping holiday and you fall sick. But you should ride on to the village or an inn. What's the use of sitting here?" The Cossack raised his head, and with big, exhausted eyes scanned Maxim and his wife and the horse. "Have you come from church?" he asked. "Yes." "The holiday found me on the high road. It was not God's will for me to reach home. I'd get on my horse at once and ride off, but I haven't the strength. You might, good Christians, give a wayfarer some Easter cake to break his fast." "Easter cake?" Tortchakov repeated. "That we can, to be sure. Stay, I'll—" Maxim fumbled quickly in his pockets, glanced at his wife, and said, "I haven't a knife, nothing to cut it with, and I don't like to break it. It would spoil the whole cake. There's a problem. You look and see if you haven't got a knife." The Cossack got up groaning and went to his saddle to get a knife. "What an idea!" said Tortchakov's wife angrily. "I won't let you slice up the Easter cake. What should I look like taking it home already cut? Ride on to the peasants in the village and break your fast there." The wife took the napkin with the Easter cake in it out of her husband's hands and said, "I won't allow it. One must do things properly. It's not a loaf, but a holy Easter cake, and it's a sin to cut it just anyhow." "Well, Cossack, don't be angry," laughed Tortchakov. "The wife forbids it. Goodbye. Good luck on your journey." Maxim shook the reins, clicked to the horse, and the chaise rolled on squeaking. For some time his wife went on grumbling and declaring that to cut the Easter cake before reaching home was a sin and not the proper thing. In the east the first rays of the rising sun shone out, cutting their way through the feathery clouds, and the song of the lark was heard in the sky. Now not one, but 3 kites were hovering over the steppe at a respectful distance from one another. Grasshoppers began chirring in the young grass. When they had driven 3/4 of a mile from the crooked ravine, Tortchakov looked round and stared intently into the distance. "I can't see the Cossack," he said. "Poor dear fellow, to take it into his head to fall ill on the road. There couldn't be a worse misfortune, to have to travel and not have the strength. I shouldn't wonder if he dies by the roadside. We didn't give him any Easter cake, Lizaveta, and we ought to have given it. I'll be bound if he wants to break his fast, too." The sun had risen, but whether it was dancing or not, Tortchakov did not see. He remained silent all the way home, thinking and keeping his eyes fixed on the horse's black tail. For some unknown reason he felt overcome by depression, and not a trace of the holiday gladness was left in his heart. When he arrived home and said, "Christ is risen," to his workmen, he grew cheerful again and began talking, but when he sat down to break the fast and had taken the bite of the Easter cake, he looked regretfully at his wife and said, "It wasn't right for us, Lizaveta, not to give that Cossack something to eat." "You are a queer one, upon my word," said Lizaveta, shrugging her shoulders in surprise. "Where did you pick up such fashion as giving away the holy Easter cake on the high road? Is it an ordinary loaf? Now that it is cut and lying on the table, let anyone eat it that likes, your Cossack too. Do you suppose I grudge it?" "That's all right, but we ought to have given the Cossack some. Why, he was worse off than a beggar or an orphan, on the road and far from home and sick too." Tortchakov drank half a glass of tea, and neither ate nor drank anything more. He had no appetite. The tea seemed to choke him, and he felt depressed again. After breaking their fast, his wife and he lay down to sleep. When Lizaveta woke 2 hours later, he was standing by the window, looking into the yard. "Are you up already?" asked his wife. "I somehow can't sleep." "Ah, Lizaveta," he sighed. "We were unkind, you and I, to that Cossack." "Talking about the Cossack again," yawned his wife. "You have got him on the brain. He has served his Tsar, shed his blood maybe, and we treated him as though he were a pig. We ought to have brought the sick man home and fed him, and we did not even give him a morsel of bread. Catch me letting you spoil the Easter cake for nothing. And one that's been blessed, too. You would have cut it up on the road, and shouldn't I have looked the fool when I got home?" Without saying anything to his wife, Maxime went to the kitchen, wrapped up a piece of cake in a napkin, together with half a dozen eggs, and went to the laborers in the barn. "Kuzma, put down your concertina," he said to one of them. "Saddle the bay, or Ivanchik, and ride briskly to the crooked ravine. There you will see a sick Cossack with a horse, so give him this. Maybe he hasn't ridden away yet." Maxime felt cheerful again, but after waiting for Kuzma for some hours, he could bear it no longer, so he saddled a horse and went off to meet him. He met him just at the ravine. "Well, have you seen the Cossack?" "I can't find him anywhere. He must have ridden on." A queer business." Tortchakov took the bundle from Kuzma and galloped on further. When he reached Sestrovo, he asked the peasants, "Friends, have you seen a sick Cossack with a horse? Did he ride by here? A red-headed fellow on a bay horse." The peasants looked at one another and said that they had not seen the Cossack. "The returning postman drove by, it's true, but as for a Cossack or anyone else, there has been no such." Maxime got home at dinner time. "I can't get that Cossack out of my head, do what you will," he said to his wife. "He gives me no peace. I keep thinking, what if God meant to try us, and send some saint or angel in the form of a Cossack? It does happen, you know. It's bad, Lizaveta. We were unkind to that man." "What do you keep pestering me with that Cossack for?" cried Lizaveta, losing her patience at last. "You stick to it like tar." "You are not kind, you know," said Maxime, looking into his wife's face. And for the first time since his marriage, he perceived that his wife was not kind. "I may be unkind," cried Lizaveta, tapping angrily with her spoon, "but I am not going to give away the holy Easter cake to every drunken man on the road. The Cossack wasn't drunk." "He was drunk." "Well, you're a fool, then." Maxime got up from the table and began reproaching his young wife for hard-heartedness and stupidity. She, getting angry too, answered his reproaches with reproaches, burst into tears, and went away into their bedroom, declaring that she would go home to her father's. This was the first matrimonial squabble that happened in the Tortchakovs' married life. He wandered about the yard until evening, picturing his wife's face, and it seemed to him now spiteful and ugly. And as though to torment him, the Cossack haunted his brain, and Maxime seemed to see, now his sick eyes, now his unsteady walk. "Ah, we were unkind to that man," he muttered. When it got dark, he was overcome by an insufferable depression such as which he had never felt before. Feeling so dreary and being angry with his wife, he got drunk, as he had sometimes done before he was married. In his drunkenness he used bad language and shouted to his wife that she had a spiteful, ugly face, and that next day she would send her packing to her father's. On the morning of Easter Monday, he drank some more to sober himself, and got drunk again. And with that, his downfall began. His horses, cows, sheep, and hives disappeared one by one from the yard. Maxime was more and more often drunk. Debts mounted up, and he felt an aversion for his wife. Maxime put down all his misfortunes to the fact that he had an unkind wife, and above all, that God was angry with him on account of the sick Cossack. Lizaveta saw their ruin, but who is to blame for it she did not understand. End of The Cossack by Anton Pavlovich Chekhov.
The Trial for Murder by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Reyto. The Trial for Murder by Charles Dickens. I have always noticed a prevalent want of courage. even among persons of superior intelligence and culture, as to imparting their own psychological experiences when those have been of a strange sort. Almost all men are afraid that what they could relate in such wise would find no parallel or response in a listener's internal life, and might be suspected or laughed at. A truthful traveller who should have seen some extraordinary creature in the likeness of a sea-serpent would have no fear of mentioning it. But the same traveller, having had some singular presentiment, impulse, vagary of thought, vision, so-called, dream, or other remarkable mental impression, would hesitate considerably before he would own to it. To this reticence I attribute much of the obscurity in which such subjects are involved. We do not habitually communicate our experiences of these subjective things as we do our experiences of objective creation. The consequence is that the general stock of experience in this regard appears exceptional, and really is so in respect of being miserably imperfect. In what I am going to relate, I have no intention of setting up, opposing, or supporting any theory whatever. I know the history of the bookseller of Berlin. I have studied the case of the wife of a late astronomer royal as related by Sir David Brewster, and I have followed the minutest details of a much more remarkable case of spectral illusion occurring within my private circle of friends. It may be necessary to state as to this last, that the sufferer, a lady, was in no degree, however distant, related to me. A mistaken assumption on that head might suggest an explanation of a part of my own case, but only a part, which would be wholly without foundation. It cannot be referred to my inheritance of any developed peculiarity, nor had I ever before any at all similar experience, nor have I ever had any at all similar experience since. It does not signify how many years ago or how few a certain murder was committed in England, which attracted great attention. We hear more than enough of murderers as they rise in succession to their atrocious eminence, and I would bury the memory of this particular brute, if I could, as his body was buried in Newgate jail. I purposely abstain from giving any direct clue to the criminal's individuality. When the murder was first discovered, no suspicion fell, or I ought rather to say, for I cannot be too precise in my facts, it was nowhere publicly hinted that any suspicion fell, on the man who was afterwards brought to trial. As no reference was at that time made to him in the newspapers, it's obviously impossible that any description of him can at that time have been given in the newspapers. It is essential that this fact be remembered. Unfolding at breakfast my morning paper, containing the account of that first discovery, I found it to be deeply interesting, and I read it with close attention. I read it twice, if not 3 times. The discovery had been made in a bedroom, and when I laid down the paper I was aware of a flash, rush, flow, I do not know what to call it, no word I can find is satisfactorily descriptive, in which I seemed to see that bedroom passing through my room like a picture impossibly painted on a running river. Though almost instantaneous in its passing, it was perfectly clear, so clear that I distinctly, and with a sense of relief, observed the absence of the dead body from the bed. It was in no romantic place that I had this curious sensation, but in chambers in Piccadilly, very near to the corner of St. James's Street. It was entirely new to me. I was in my easy-chair at the moment, and the sensation was accompanied with a peculiar shiver which started the chair from its position. But it is to be noted that the chair ran easily on casters. I went to one of the windows, there are 2 in the room, and the room is on the 2nd floor,
to refresh my eyes with the moving objects down in Piccadilly. It was a bright autumn morning, and the street was sparkling and cheerful. The wind was high. As I looked out, it brought down from the park a quantity of fallen leaves, which a gust took and whirled into a spiral pillar. As the pillar fell and the leaves dispersed, I saw two men on the opposite side of the way, going from west to east. They were one behind the other. The foremost man often looked back over his shoulder. The second man followed him at a distance of some 30 paces, with his right hand menacingly raised. First, the singularity and steadiness of this threatening gesture in so public a thoroughfare attracted my attention, and next the more remarkable circumstance that nobody heeded it. Both men threaded their way among the other passengers, with a smoothness hardly consistent even with the action of walking on a pavement, and no single creature that I could see gave them place, touched them, or looked after them. In passing before my windows, they both stared up at me. I saw their two faces very distinctly, and I knew that I could recognize them anywhere. Not that I had consciously noticed anything very remarkable in either face, except that the man who went first had an unusually lowering appearance, and that the face of the man who followed him was the color of impure wax. I am a bachelor, and my valet and his wife constitute my whole establishment. My occupation is in a certain branch bank, and I wish that my duties as head of a department were as light as they are popularly supposed to be. They kept me in town that autumn when I stood in need of change. I was not ill, but I was not well. My reader is to make the most that can be reasonably made of my feeling jaded, having a depressing sense upon me of a monotonous life, and being slightly dyspeptic. I am assured by my renowned doctor that my real state of health at the time justifies no stronger description, and I quote his own from his written answer to my request for it. As the circumstances of the murder, gradually unravelling, took stronger and stronger possession of the public mind, I kept them away from mine by knowing as little about them as was possible in the midst of the universal excitement. But I knew that a verdict of wilful murder had been found against the suspected murderer, and that he'd been committed to Newgate for trial. I also knew that his trial had been postponed over 1 sessions of the Central Criminal Court, on the ground of general prejudice and want of time for the preparation of the defence. I may further have known, but I believe I did not, when or about when the sessions to which his trial stood postponed would come on. My sitting-room, bedroom, and dressing-room are all on one floor. With the last, there's no communication but through the bedroom. True, there is a door in it, once communicating with the staircase, but a part of the fitting of my bath has been, and had then been for some years, fixed across it. At the same period, and as part of the same arrangement, the door had been nailed up and canvassed over. I was standing in my bedroom late one night giving some directions to my servant before he went to bed. My face was towards the only available door of communication with the dressing-room, and it was closed. My servant's back was towards that door. While I was speaking to him, I saw it open, and a man look in, who very earnestly and mysteriously beckoned to me. That man was the man who had gone second of the two along Piccadilly, and whose face was of the colour of impure wax. The figure, having beckoned, drew back and closed the door. With no longer pause than was made by my crossing the bedroom, I opened the dressing-room door and looked in. I had a lighted candle already in my hand. I felt no inward expectation of seeing the figure in the dressing-room, and I did not see it there. Conscious that my servant stood amazed, I turned round to him and said, "Derek, could you believe that in my cool senses I fancied I saw As I there laid my hand upon his breast, with a sudden start he trembled violently and said, "Oh, Lord, yes, sir, a dead man beckoning." Now, I do not believe that this John Derrick, my trusty and attached servant for more than 20 years, had any impression whatever of having seen any such figure until I touched him. The change in him was so startling when I touched him that I fully believe he derived his impression in some occult manner from me at that instant. I bade John Derrick bring some brandy, and I gave him a dram, and was glad to take one myself. Of what had preceded that night's phenomenon I told him not a single word. Reflecting on it, I was absolutely certain that I'd never seen that face before, except on the one occasion in Piccadilly. Comparing its expression when beckoning at the door with its expression when it had stared up at me as I stood at my window, I came to the conclusion that on the first occasion it had sought to fasten itself upon my memory, and that on the second occasion it had made sure of being immediately remembered. I was not very comfortable that night, though I felt a certainty, difficult to explain, that the figure would not return. At daylight I fell into a heavy sleep, from which I was awakened by John Derrick's coming to my bedside with a paper in his hand. This paper, it appeared, had been the subject of an altercation at the door between its bearer and my servant. It was a summons to me to serve upon a jury at the forthcoming sessions of the Central Criminal Court at the Old Bailey. I'd never before been summoned on such a jury, as John Derrick well knew. He believed, I am not certain at this hour whether with reason or otherwise, that that class of jurors were customarily chosen on a lower qualification than mine, and he had at first refused to accept the summons. The man who served it had taken the matter very coolly. He had said that my attendance or non-attendance was nothing to him. There the summons was, and I should deal with it at my own peril, and not at his. For a day or two I was undecided whether to respond to this call, or take no notice of it. I was not conscious of the slightest mysterious bias, influence, or attraction, one way or the other. Of that I am as strictly sure as of every other statement that I make here. Ultimately I decided, as a break in the monotony of my life, that I would go. The appointed morning was a raw morning in the month of November. There was a dense brown fog in Piccadilly, and it became positively black, and in the last degree oppressive east of Temple Bar. I found the passages and staircases of the courthouse flaringly lighted with gas, and the court itself similarly illuminated. I think that, until I was conducted by officers into the old court and saw its crowded state, I did not know that the murderer was to be tried that day. I think that, until I was so helped into the old court with considerable difficulty, I did not know into which of the two courts sitting my summons would take me. But this must not be perceived as a positive assertion, for I am not completely satisfied in my mind on either point. I took my seat in the place appropriated to jurors in waiting, and I looked about the court as well as I could through the cloud of fog and breath that was heavy in it. I noticed the black vapour hanging like a murky curtain outside the great windows, and I noticed the stifled sound of wheels on the straw or tan that was littered in the street, also the hum of the people gathered there, which a shrill whistle, or a louder song or hail than the rest, occasionally pierced. Soon afterwards the judges, 2 in number, entered and took their seats. The buzz in the court was awfully hushed. The direction was given to put the murderer to the bar. He appeared there, and in that same instant I recognized in him the first of the 2 men who had gone down Piccadilly. If my name had been called then, I doubt if I could have answered to it audibly. But it was called about 6th or 8th in the panel, and I was by that time able to say, "Here." Now, observe, as I stepped into the box, the prisoner, who had been looking on attentively, but with no sign of concern, became violently agitated and beckoned to his attorney. The prisoner's wish to challenge me was so manifest that it occasioned a pause, during which the attorney, with his hand upon the dock, whispered with his client and shook his head. I afterwards had it from the gentleman that the prisoner's first affrighted words to him were, "At all hazards challenge that man." But that, as he would give no reason for it, and admitted that he'd not even known my name until he heard it called and I appeared, it was not done. Both on the ground already explained, that I wish to avoid reviving the unwholesome memory of that murderer, and also because a detailed account of his long trial is by no means indispensable to my narrative, I shall confine myself closely to such incidents in the 10 days and nights during which we, the jury, were kept together, as directly bear on my own curious personal experience. It is in that, and not in the murderer, that I seek to interest my reader. It is to that, and not to a page of the Newgate calendar, that I beg attention. I was chosen foreman of the jury. On the second morning of the trial, after evidence had been taken for 2 hours, I heard the church clock strike. Happening to cast my eyes over my brother jurymen, I found an inexplicable difficulty in counting them. I counted them several times, yet always with the same difficulty. In short, I made them one too many. I touched the brother juryman whose place was next to me, and I whispered to him, "Oblige me by counting us." He looked surprised by the request, but turned his head and counted. "Why," he says suddenly, "we are But no, it's not possible. No, we are 12. According to my counting that day, we were always right in detail, but in the gross we were always one too many. There was no appearance, no figure to account for it, but I had now an inward foreshadowing of the figure that was surely coming. The jury were housed at the London Tavern. We all slept in one large room on separate tables, and we were constantly in the charge and under the eye of the officers sworn to hold us in safe keeping. I see no reason for suppressing the real name of that officer. He was intelligent, highly polite, and obliging, and, I was glad to hear, much respected in the city. He had an agreeable presence, good eyes, enviable black whiskers, and a fine, sonorous voice. His name was Mr. Harker. When we turned into our 12 beds at night, Mr. Harker's bed was drawn across the door. On the night of the second day, not being disposed to lie down, and seeing Mr. Harker sitting on his bed, I went and sat beside him and offered him a pinch of snuff. As Mr. Harker's hand touched mine in taking it from my box, a peculiar shiver crossed him, and he said, "Who is this?" Following Mr. Harker's eyes, and looking along the room, I saw again the figure I expected, the second of the 2 men who had gone down Piccadilly. I rose and advanced a few steps, then stopped, and looked round at Mr. Harker. He was quite unconcerned, laughed, and said in a pleasant way, "I thought for a moment we had a 13th juryman without a bed, but I see it is the moonlight." Making no revelation to Mr. Harker, but inviting him to take a walk with me to the end of the room, I watched what the figure did. It stood for a few moments by the bedside of each of my 11 brother jurymen, close to the pillow. It always went to the right-hand side of the bed, and always passed out crossing the foot of the next bed. It seemed, from the action of the head, merely to look down pensively at each recumbent figure. It took no notice of me, or of my bed, which was that nearest to Mr. Harker's. It seemed to go out where the moonlight came in, through a high window, as by an aerial flight of stairs. Next morning at breakfast it appeared that everybody present had dreamed of the murdered man last night except myself and Mr. Harker. I now felt as convinced that the second man who had gone down Piccadilly was the murdered man, so to speak, as if it had been borne into my comprehension by his immediate testimony. But even this took place, and in a manner for which I was not at all prepared. On the 5th day of the trial, when the case for the prosecution was drawing to a close, a miniature of the murdered man, missing from his bedroom upon the discovery of the deed, and afterwards found in a hiding-place where the murderer had been seen digging, was put in evidence. Having been identified by the witness under examination, it was handed up to the bench, and thence handed down to be inspected by the jury. As an officer in a black gown was making his way with it across to me, the figure of the second man who had gone down Piccadilly impetuously started from the crowd, caught the miniature from the officer, and gave it to me with his own hands, at the same time saying, in a low and hollow tone, before I saw the miniature, which was in a locket, "I was younger then, and my face was not then drained of blood." It also came between me and the brother juryman to whom I would have given the miniature, and between him and the brother juryman to whom he would have given it, and so passed it on through the whole of our number and back into my possession. Not one of them, however, detected this. At table, and generally when we were shut up together in Mr. Harker's custody, we had from the first naturally discussed the day's proceedings a good deal. On that 5th day, the case for the prosecution being closed, and we having that side of the question in a completed shape before us, our discussion was more animated and serious. Among our number was a vestryman, the densest idiot I have ever seen at large, who met the plainest evidence with the most preposterous objections, and who was sided with by 2 flabby parochial parasites, all the 3 impanelled from a district so delivered over to fever that they ought to have been upon their own trial for 500 murders. When these mischievous blockheads were at their loudest, which was towards midnight, while some of us were already preparing for bed, I again saw the murdered man. He stood grimly behind them, beckoning to me. On my going towards them, and striking into the conversation, he immediately retired. This was the beginning of a separate series of appearances, confined to that long room in which we were confined. Whenever a knot of my brother jurymen laid their heads together, I saw the head of the murdered man among theirs. Whenever their comparison of notes was going against him, he would solemnly and irresistibly beckon to me. It will be borne in mind that down to the production of the miniature on the 5th day of the trial, I had never seen the appearance in court. 3 changes occurred now that we entered on the case for the defence. 2 of them I will mention together first. The figure was now in court continually, and it never there addressed itself to me, but always to the person who was speaking at the time. For instance, the throat of the murdered man had been cut straight across. In the opening speech for the defence it was suggested that the deceased might have cut his own throat. At that very moment the figure, with its throat in the dreadful condition referred to, this it had concealed before, stood at the speaker's elbow, motioning across and across its windpipe, now with the right hand, now with the left, vigorously suggesting to the speaker himself the impossibility of such a wound having been self-inflicted by either hand. For another instance, a witness to character, a woman deposed to the prisoner's being the most amiable of mankind. The figure at that instant stood on the floor before her, looking her full in the face and pointing out the prisoner's evil countenance with an extended arm and an outstretched finger. The third change now to be added impressed me strongly as the most marked and striking of all. I do not theorize upon it, I accurately state it, and there leave it. Although the appearance was not itself perceived by those whom it addressed, its coming close to such persons was invariably attended by some trepidation or disturbance on their part. It seemed to me as if it were prevented, by laws to which I was not amenable, from fully revealing itself to others, and yet as if it could invisibly, dumbly, and darkly overshadow their minds. When the leading counsel for the defense suggested that hypothesis of suicide, and the figure stood at the learned gentleman's elbow, frightfully sawing at its severed throat, it is undeniable that the counsel faltered in his speech, lost for a few seconds the thread of his ingenious discourse, wiped his forehead with his handkerchief, and turned extremely pale. When the witness to character was confronted by the appearance, her eyes most certainly did follow the direction of its pointed finger, and rest in great hesitation and trouble upon the prisoner's face. 2 additional illustrations will suffice. On the 8th day of the trial, after the pause which was every day made early in the afternoon for a few minutes' rest and refreshment, I came back into court with the rest of the jury some little time before the return of the judges. Standing up in the box and looking about me, I thought the figure was not there, until, chancing to raise my eyes to the gallery, I saw it bending forward, and leaning over a very decent woman, as if to assure itself whether the judges had resumed their seats or not. Immediately afterwards that woman screamed, fainted, and was carried out. So with the venerable, sagacious, and patient judge who conducted the trial. When the case was over, and he settled himself and his papers to sum up, the murdered man, entering by the judge's door, advanced to his lordship's desk, and looked eagerly over his shoulder at the pages of his notes which he was turning. A change came over his lordship's face. His hand stopped. The peculiar shiver that I knew so well passed over him. He faltered, "Excuse me, gentlemen, for a few moments. I am somewhat oppressed by the vitiated air," and did not recover until he had drunk a glass of water. Through all the monotony of 6 of those interminable 10 days, the same judges and others on a bench, the same murderer in the dock, the same lawyers at the table, the same tones of question and answer rising to the roof of the court, the same scratching of the judge's pen, the same ushers going in and out, the same lights kindled at the same hour when there had been any natural light of day, the same foggy curtain outside the great windows when it was foggy, the same rain pattering and dripping when it was rainy, the same footmarks of turnkeys and prisoner day after day on the same sawdust, the same keys locking and unlocking the same heavy doors. Through all the wearisome monotony which made me feel as if I'd been foreman of the jury for a vast period of time, and Piccadilly had flourished coevally with Babylon, the murdered man never lost one trace of his distinctness in my eyes, nor was he at any moment less distinct than anybody else. I must not omit, as a matter of fact, that I never once saw the appearance which I call by the name of the murdered man look at the murderer. Again and again I wondered, why does he not? But he never did. Nor did he look at me after the production of the miniature until the last closing minutes of the trial arrived. We retired to consider, at 7 minutes before 10 at night. The idiotic vestryman and his 2 parochial parasites gave us so much trouble that we twice returned into court to beg to have certain extracts from the judge's notes reread. 9 of us had not the smallest doubt about those passages, neither, I believe, had anyone in the court. The dunder-headed triumvirate, having no idea but obstruction, disputed them for that very reason. At length we prevailed, and finally the jury returned into court at 10 minutes past 12. The murdered man at that time stood directly opposite the jury box, on the other side of the court. As I took my place, his eyes rested on me with great attention. He seemed satisfied, and slowly shook a great grey veil, which he carried on his arm for the first time, over his head and whole form. As I gave in our verdict, guilty, the veil collapsed, all was gone, and his place was empty. The murderer, being asked by the judge, according to usage, whether he had anything to say before sentence of death should be passed upon him, indistinctly murmured something which was described in the leading newspapers of the following day as a few rambling, incoherent, and half-audible words, in which he was understood to complain that he had not had a fair trial, because the foreman of the jury was prepossessed against him. The remarkable declaration that he really made was this: "My lord, I knew I was a doomed man when the foreman of my jury came into the box. My lord, I knew he would never let me off, because before I was taken he somehow got to my bedside in the night, woke me, and put a rope around my neck." End of The Trial for Murder by Charles Dickens. The Oval Portrait by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Reyto. The Oval Portrait by Edgar Allan Poe. The chateau into which my valet had ventured to make forcible entrance, rather than permit me in my desperately wounded condition to pass a night in the open air, was one of those piles of commingled gloom and grandeur which have so long frowned among the Apennines, not less in fact than in the fancy of Mrs. Ratcliffe. To all appearance it had been temporarily and very lately abandoned. We established ourselves in one of the smallest and least sumptuously furnished apartments. It lay in a remote turret of the building. Its decorations were rich, yet tattered and antique. Its walls were hung with tapestry and bedecked with manifold and multiform armorial trophies, together with an unusually great number of very spirited modern paintings in frames of rich golden arabesque. In these paintings, which depended from the walls not only in their main surfaces, but in very many nooks which the bizarre architecture of the chateau rendered necessary, in these paintings my incipient delirium perhaps had caused me to take deep interest, so that I bade Pedro to close the heavy shutters of the room, since it was already night, to light the tongues of a tall candelabrum which stood by the head of my bed, and to throw open far and wide the fringed curtains of black velvet which enveloped the bed itself. I wished all this done that I might resign myself, if not to sleep, at least alternately to the contemplation of these pictures, and the perusal of a small volume which had been found upon the pillow, and which purported to criticize and describe them. Long, long I read, and devotedly I gazed. Rapidly and gloriously the hours flew by, and the deep midnight came. The position of the candelabrum displeased me, and, outreaching my hand with difficulty, rather than disturb my slumbering valet, I placed it so as to throw its rays more fully upon the book. But the action produced an effect altogether unanticipated. The rays of the numerous candles, for there were many, now fell within a niche of the room which had hitherto been thrown into deep shade by one of the bedposts. I thus saw in vivid light a picture all unnoticed before. It was the portrait of a young girl just ripening into womanhood. I glanced at the painting hurriedly and then closed my eyes. Why I did this was not at first apparent even to my own perception. But while my lids remained thus shut, I ran over in my mind my reason for so shutting them. It was an impulsive movement to gain time for thought, to make sure that my vision had not deceived me, to calm and subdue my fancy for a more sober and more certain gaze. In a very few moments I again looked fixedly at the painting. That I now saw aright I could not and would not doubt, for the first flashing of the candles upon that canvas had seemed to dissipate the dreamy stupor which was stealing over my senses, and to startle me at once into waking life. The portrait, I have already said, was that of a young girl. It was a mere head and shoulders, done in what is technically termed a vignette manner, much in the style of the favourite heads of Sully. The arms, the bosom, and even the ends of the radiant hair melted imperceptibly into the vague yet deep shadow which formed the background of the whole. The frame was oval, richly gilded and filigreed in Moresque. As a thing of art, nothing could be more admirable than the painting itself. But it could have been neither the execution of the work, nor the immortal beauty of the countenance, which had so suddenly and so vehemently moved me. Least of all could it have been that my fancy, shaken from its half-slumber, had mistaken the head for that of a living person. I saw at once that the peculiarities of the design, of the vignetting, and of the frame must have instantly dispelled such idea, must have prevented even its momentary entertainment. Thinking earnestly upon these points, I remained, for an hour perhaps, half sitting, half reclining, with my vision riveted upon the portrait. At length, satisfied with the true secret of its effect, I fell back within the bed. I had found the spell of the picture in an absolute lifelikeliness of expression, which at first startling, finally confounded, subdued, and appalled me. With deep and reverent awe I replaced the candelabrum in its former position. The cause of my deep agitation being thus shut from view, I sought eagerly the volume which discussed the paintings and their histories. Turning to the number which designated the oval portrait, I there read the vague and quaint words which follow. She was a maiden of rarest beauty, and not more lovely than full of glee. And evil was the hour when she saw and loved and wedded the painter. He, passionate, studious, austere, and having already a bride in his art. She, a maiden of rarest beauty, and not more lovely than full of glee. All light and smiles, and frolicsome as the young fawn, loving and cherishing all things, hating only the art which was her rival, dreading only the palette and the brushes and other untoward instruments which deprived her of the countenance of her lover. It was thus a terrible thing for this lady to hear the painter speak of his desire to portray even his young bride. But she was humble and obedient, and sat meekly for many weeks in the dark high turret chamber, where the light dripped upon the pale canvas only from overhead. But he, the painter, took glory in his work, which went on from hour to hour and from day to day. And he was a passionate and wild and moody man who became lost in reveries, so that he would not see that the light which fell so ghastly in that lone turret withered the health and the spirits of his bride, who pined visibly to all but him. Yet she smiled on, and still on, uncomplainingly, because she saw that the painter, who had high renown, took a fervid and burning pleasure in his task, and wrought day and night to depict her who so loved him, yet who grew daily more dispirited and weak. And in sooth, some who beheld the portrait spoke of its resemblance in low words, as of a mighty marvel, and a proof not less of the power of the painter than of his deep love for her whom he depicted so surpassingly well. But at length, as the labour drew nearer to its conclusion, there were admitted none into the turret, for the painter had grown wild with the ardour of his work, and turned his eyes from the canvas rarely, even to regard the countenance of his wife. And he would not see that the tints which he spread upon the canvas were drawn from the cheeks of her who sate beside him. And when many weeks had passed, and but little remained to do save one brush upon the mouth and one tint upon the eye, the spirit of the lady again flickered up, as the flame within the socket of the lamp, and then the brush was given, and then the tint was placed, and for one moment the painter stood entranced before the work which he had wrought. But in the next, while he had gazed, he grew tremulous and very pallid and aghast, and crying with a loud voice, "This is indeed life itself," turned suddenly to regard his beloved. She was dead. End of The Oval Portrait by Edgar Allan Poe.
Leave It to Jeeves by P.G. Wodehouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Elizabeth Klett. Jeeves, my man, you know, is really a most extraordinary chap. So capable. Honestly, I shouldn't know what to do without him. On broader lines, he's like those chappies who sit peering sadly over the marble battlements at the Pennsylvania station in the place marked Inquiries. You know the Johnnies I mean. You go up to them and say, "When's the next train for Melonsquashville, Tennessee?" And they reply, without stopping to think, 243, track 10, change at San Francisco. And they're right every time. Well, Jeeves gives you just the same impression of omniscience. As an instance of what I mean, I remember meeting Monty Byng in Bond Street one morning, looking the last word in a grey check suit, and I felt I should never be happy till I had one like it. I dug the address of the tailors out of him, and had them working on the thing inside the hour. "Jeeves," I said that evening, "I'm getting a check suit like that one of Mr. Byng's." "Injudicious, sir," he said firmly. "It will not become you." "What absolute rot! It's the soundest thing I've struck for years." "Unsuitable for you, sir." Well, the long and the short of it was that the confounded thing came home, and I put it on, and when I caught sight of myself in the glass I nearly swooned. Jeeves was perfectly right. I looked a cross between a music-hall comedian and a cheap bookie. Yet Monty had looked fine and absolutely the same stuff. These things are just life's mysteries, and that's all there is to it. But it isn't only that Jeeves's judgment about clothes is infallible, though of course that's really the main thing. The man knows everything. There's a matter of the tip on the Lincolnshire. I forget now how I got it, but it had the aspect of being the real red-hot Tabasco. "Jeeves," I said, for I'm fond of the man, and like to do him a good turn when I can, If you want to make a bit of money, have something on Wonder Child for the Lincolnshire. He shook his head. I'd rather not, sir. But it's the straight goods. I'm going to put my shirt on him. I do not recommend it, sir. The animal is not intended to win. Second place is what the stable is after. Perfect piffle, I thought, of course. How the deuce could Jeeves know anything about it? Still, you know what happened. Wonder Child led till he was breathing on the wire, and then Banana Fritter came along and nosed him out. I went straight home and rang for Jeeves. After this, I said, not another step for me without your advice. From now on, consider yourself the brains of the establishment. Very good, sir. I shall endeavour to give satisfaction. And he has, by Jove. I'm a bit short on brain myself. The old bean would appear to have been constructed more for ornament than for use, don't you know? But give me 5 minutes to talk the thing over with Jeeves, and I'm game to advise anyone about anything. And that's why, when Bruce Corcoran came to me with his troubles, my first act was to ring the bell and put it up to the lad with the bulging forehead. Leave it to Jeeves, I said. I first got to know Corky when I came to New York. He was a pal of my cousin Gussie, who's in with a lot of people down Washington Square way. I don't know if I ever told you about it, but the reason why I left England was because I was sent over by my Aunt Agatha to try to stop young Gussie marrying a girl on the vaudeville stage, and I got the whole thing so mixed up that I decided it would be a sound scheme for me to stop in on America for a bit, instead of going back and having long, cosy chats about the thing with Aunt. So I sent Jeeves out to find a decent apartment and settled down for a bit of exile. I'm bound to say that New York's a topping place to be exiled in. Everybody was awfully good to me, and there seemed to be plenty of things going on, and I'm a wealthy bird, so everything was fine. Chappies introduced me to other chappies, and so on and so forth, and it wasn't long before I knew squads of the right sort, some who rolled in dollars and houses up by the park, and others who lived with the gas turned down mostly around Washington Square, artists and writers and so forth, brainy coves. Corky was one of the artists. A portrait painter, he called himself, but he hadn't painted any portraits. He was sitting on the sidelines with a blanket over his shoulders, waiting for a chance to get into the game. You see, the catch about portrait painting, I've looked into the thing a bit, is that you can't start painting portraits till people come along and ask you to, and they won't come and ask you to until you've painted a lot first. This makes it kind of difficult for a chappie. Corky managed to get along by drawing an occasional picture for the comic papers. He had rather a gift for funny stuff when he got a good idea, and doing bedsteads and chairs and things for the advertisements. His principal source of income, however, was derived from biting the ear of a rich uncle, one Alexander Warple, who was in the jute business. I'm a bit foggy as to what jute is, but it's apparently something the populace is pretty keen on, for Mr. Warple had made quite an indecently large stack out of it. Now, a great many fellows think that having a rich uncle is a pretty soft snap, but according to Corky, such is not the case. Corky's uncle was a robust sort of cove who looked like living forever. He was 51, and it seemed as if he might go to par. It was not this, however, that distressed poor old Corky, for he was not bigoted and had no objection to the man going on living. What Corky kicked at was the way the above Warple used to harry him. Corky's uncle, you see, didn't want him to be an artist. He didn't think he had any talent in that direction. He was always urging him to chuck art and go into the jute business, and start at the bottom and work his way up. Jute had apparently become a sort of obsession with him. He seemed to attach an almost spiritual importance to it. And what Corky said was that while he didn't know what they did at the bottom of the jute business, instinct told him it was something too beastly for words. Corky, moreover, believed in his future as an artist. Some day, he said, he was going to make a hit. Meanwhile, by using the utmost tact and persuasiveness, he was inducing his uncle to cough up very grudgingly a small quarterly allowance. He wouldn't have got this if his uncle hadn't had a hobby. Mr. Warple was peculiar in this respect. As a rule, from what I've observed, the American captain of industry doesn't do anything out of business hours. When he has put the cat out and locked up the office for the night, he just relapses into a state of coma, from which he emerges only to start being a captain of industry again. But Mr. Warple in his spare time was what is known as an ornithologist. He'd written a book called American Birds, and was writing another, to be called More American Birds. When he had finished that, the presumption was that he would begin a third, and keep on till the supply of American birds gave out. Corky used to go to him about once every 3 months and let him talk about American birds. Apparently you could do what you liked with old Worple, if you gave him his head first on his pet subject, so these little chats used to make Corky's allowance all right for the time being. But it was pretty rotten for the poor chap. There was the frightful suspense, you see, and apart from that, birds, except when broiled in the society of a cold bottle, bored him stiff. To complete the character study of Mr. Worple, he was a man of extremely uncertain temper, and his general tendency was to think that Corky was a poor chump, and that whatever step he took in any direction of his own account was just another proof of his innate idiocy. I should imagine Jeeves feels very much the same about me. So, when Corky trickled into my apartment one afternoon, shooing a girl in front of him, and said, "Bertie, I want you to meet my fiancée, Miss Singer," the aspect of the matter which hit me first was precisely the one which she had come to consult me about. The very first words I spoke were, "Corky, how about your uncle?" The poor chap gave one of those mirthless laughs. He was looking anxious and worried, like a man who has done the murder all right, but can't think what the deuce to do with the body. "We're so scared, Mr. Wooster," said the girl. "We were hoping that you might suggest a way of breaking it to him." Muriel Singer was one of those very quiet, appealing girls who have a way of looking at you with their big eyes, as if they thought you were the greatest thing on earth, and wondered that you hadn't got on to it yet yourself. She sat there in a sort of shrinking way, looking at me as if she was saying to herself, "Oh, I do hope this great strong man isn't going to hurt me." She gave a fellow a protective kind of feeling, made him want to stroke her hand and say, "There, there, little one," or words to that effect. She made me feel that there was nothing I wouldn't do for her. She was rather like one of those innocent-tasting American drinks which creep imperceptibly into your system so that, before you know what you're doing, you're starting out to reform the world, and by force if necessary, and pausing on your way to tell the large man in the corner that, if he looks at you like that, you'll knock his head off. What I mean is, she made me feel alert and dashing, like a jolly old knight-errant or something of that kind. I felt that I was with her in this thing to the limit. "I don't see why your uncle shouldn't be most awfully bucked," I said to Corky. "He'll think Miss Singer the ideal wife for you." Corky declined to cheer up. "You don't know him. Even if he did like Muriel, he wouldn't admit it. That's the sort of pig-headed guy he is. It would be a matter of principle with him to kick. All he would consider would be that I had gone and taken an important step without asking his advice, and he would raise Cain automatically. He's always done it." I strained the old bean to meet this emergency. "You want to work it so that he makes Miss Singer's acquaintance without knowing that you know her. Then you come along." "But how can I work it that way?" I saw his point. That was the catch. "There's only one thing to do," I said. "What's that?" "Leave it to Jeeves." And I rang the bell. "Sir?" said Jeeves, kind of manifesting himself. One of the rummy things about Jeeves is that, unless you watch like a hawk, you very seldom see him come into a room. He's like one of those weird chappies in India who dissolve themselves into thin air and nip through space in a sort of disembodied way and assemble the parts again just where they want them. I've got a cousin who's what they call a theosophist, and he says he's often nearly worked the thing himself, but couldn't quite bring it off, probably owing to having fed in his boyhood on the flesh of animals slain in anger, and pie. The moment I saw the man standing there, registering respectful attention, a weight seemed to roll off my mind. I felt like a lost child who spots his father in the offing. There was something about him that gave me confidence. Jeeves is a tallish man, with one of those dark, shrewd faces. His eye gleams with the light of pure intelligence. "Jeeves, we want your advice." "Very good, sir." I boiled down Corky's painful case into a few well-chosen words. "So you see what it amounts to, Jeeves. We want you to suggest some way by which Mr. Worple can make Miss Singer's acquaintance without getting on to the fact that Mr. Corcoran already knows her. Understand?" "Perfectly, sir." "Well, try to think of something." "I have thought of something already, sir." "You have?" "The scheme I would suggest cannot fail of success, but it has what may seem to you a drawback, sir, in that it requires a certain financial outlay." "He means," I translated to Corky, "that he has got a pippin of an idea, but it's going to cost a bit." Naturally the poor chap's face dropped, for this seemed to dish the whole thing. But I was still under the influence of the girl's melting gaze, and I saw that this was where I started in as a knight-errant. "You can count on me for all that sort of thing, Corky," I said, Only too glad. Carry on, Jeeves. I would suggest, sir, that Mr. Corcoran take advantage of Mr. Worple's attachment to ornithology. How on earth did you know that he was fond of birds? It is the way these New York apartments are constructed, sir, quite unlike our London houses. The partitions between the rooms are of the flimsiest nature. With no wish to overhear, I have sometimes heard Mr. Corcoran expressing himself with a generous strength on the subject I have mentioned. Oh, well, why should not the young lady write a small volume, to be entitled, let us say, The Children's Book of American Birds, and dedicate it to Mr. Worple? A limited edition could be published at your own expense, sir, and a great deal of the book would, of course, be given over to eulogistic remarks concerning Mr. Worple's own larger treatise on the same subject. I should recommend the dispatching of a presentation copy to Mr. Worple immediately on publication, accompanied by a letter in which the young lady asks to be allowed to make the acquaintance of one to whom she owes so much. This would, I fancy, produce the desired result, but, as I say, the expense involved would be considerable. I felt like the proprietor of a performing dog on the vaudeville stage when the tyke has just pulled off his trick without a hitch. I had betted on Jeeves all along, and I had known that he wouldn't let me down. It beats me sometimes why a man with his genius is satisfied to hang around pressing my clothes and what not. If I had half Jeeves's brain, I should have a stab at being Prime Minister or something. Jeeves, I said, that is absolutely ripping. One of your very best efforts. Thank you, sir. The girl made an objection. But I'm sure I couldn't write a book about anything. I can't even write good letters. Muriel's talents, said Corky with a little cough, lie more in the direction of the drama, Bertie. I didn't mention it before, but one of our reasons for being a trifle nervous as to how Uncle Alexander will receive the news is that Muriel is in the chorus of that show Choose Your Exit at the Manhattan. It's absurdly unreasonable, but we both feel that that fact might increase Uncle Alexander's natural tendency to kick like a steer. I saw what he meant. Goodness knows there was fuss enough in our family when I tried to marry into musical comedy a few years ago, and the recollection of my Aunt Agatha's attitude in the matter of Gussie and the vaudeville girl was still fresh in my mind. I don't know why it is. One of those psychology sharps could explain it, I suppose, but uncles and aunts as a class are always dead against the drama, legitimate or otherwise. They don't seem able to stick it at any price. But Jeeves had a solution, of course. I fancy it would be a simple matter, sir, to find some impecunious author who would be glad to do the actual composition of the volume for a small fee. It is only necessary that the young lady's name should appear on the title page. That's true, said Corky. Sam Patterson would do it for $100. He writes a novelette, 3 short stories, and 10,000 words of a serial for one of the all-fiction magazines under different names every month. A little thing like this would be nothing to him. I'll get after him right away. Fine. Will that be all, sir? Said Jeeves. Very good, sir. Thank you, sir. I always used to think that publishers had to be a devilish intelligent fellow, loaded down with the grey matter. But I've got their number now. All a publisher has to do is write cheques at intervals, while a lot of deserving and industrious chappies rally round and do the real work. I know, because I've been one myself. I simply sat tight in the old apartment with a fountain pen, and in due season a topping, shiny book came along. I happened to be down at Corky's place when the first copies of the Children's Book of American Birds bobbed up. Muriel's singer was there, and we were talking of things in general, when there was a bang at the door, and the parcel was delivered. It was certainly some book. It had a red cover with a fowl of some species on it, and underneath the girl's name in gold letters. I opened a copy at random. Often of a spring moment, it said at the top of page 21, as you wander through the fields you will hear the sweet-toned, carelessly flowing warble of the purple finch linnet. When you are older, you must read all about him in Mr. Alexander Worple's wonderful book, American Birds. You see, a boost for the uncle right away. And only a few pages later there he was in the limelight again in connection with the yellow-billed cuckoo. It was great stuff. The more I read, the more I admired the chap who had written it, and Jeeves's genius in putting us on to the wheeze. I didn't see how the uncle could fail to drop. You can't call a chap the world's greatest authority on the yellow-billed cuckoo without rousing a certain disposition towards chumminess in him. It's a cert, I said. An absolute cinch, said Corky. And a day or two later he meandered up the avenue to my apartment to tell me that all was well. The uncle had written Muriel a letter so dripping with the milk of human kindness that if he hadn't known Mr. Worple's handwriting, Corky would have refused to believe him the author of it. Any time it suited Miss Singer to call, said the uncle, he'd be delighted to make her acquaintance. Shortly after this I had to go out of town. Divers sound sportsmen had invited me to pay visits to their country places, and it wasn't for several months that I settled down in the city again. I'd been wondering a lot, of course, about Corky, whether it all turned out right, and so forth, and my first evening in New York, happening to pop into a quiet sort of little restaurant into which I go when I don't feel inclined for the bright lights, I found Muriel Singer there, sitting by herself at a table near the door. Corky, I took it, was out telephoning. I went up and passed the time of day. Well, 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 what? I said. Why, Mr. Wooster, how do you do? Corky around? I beg your pardon? You're waiting for Corky, aren't you? Oh, I didn't understand. No, I'm not waiting for him. It seemed to me that there was a sort of something in her voice, a kind of thingamy, you know. I say, you haven't had a row with Corky, have you? A row? A spat, don't you know? Little misunderstanding, faults on both sides, and all that sort of thing. Why, whatever makes you think that? Oh, well, as it were, what? What I mean is, I thought you usually dined with him before you went to the theatre. I've left the stage now. Suddenly the whole thing dawned on me. I'd forgotten what a long time I'd been away. Why, of course, I see now. You're married. Yes. How perfectly topping. I wish you all kinds of happiness. Thank you so much. Oh, Alexander, she said, looking past me. This is a friend of mine, Mr. Wooster. I spun round. A chappie with a lot of stiff grey hair and a red sort of healthy face was standing there. Rather a formidable Johnny he looked, though quite peaceful at the moment. I want you to meet my husband, Mr. Wooster. Mr. Wooster is a friend of Bruce's, Alexander. The old boy grasped my hand warmly, and that was all that kept me from hitting the floor in a heap. The place was rocking, absolutely. So, you know my nephew, Mr. Wooster? I heard him say. I wish you would try to knock a little sense into him and make him quit this playing at painting. But I have an idea that he is steadying down. I noticed it first that night he came to dinner with us, my dear, to be introduced to you. He seemed altogether quieter and more serious. Something seemed to have sobered him. Perhaps you will give us the pleasure of your company at dinner tonight, Mr. Wooster. Or have you dined? I said I had. What I needed then was air, not dinner. I felt that I wanted to get into the open and think this thing out. When I reached my apartment, I heard Jeeves moving about in his lair. I called him. Jeeves, I said, now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of the party. A stiff B&S, first of all, and then I've a bit of news for you. He came back with a tray and a long glass. Better have one yourself, Jeeves. You'll need it. Later on, perhaps. Thank you, sir. All right, please yourself, but you're going to get a shock. You remember my friend, Mr. Corcoran? Yes, sir. And the girl who was to slide gracefully into his uncle's esteem by writing the book on birds? Perfectly, sir. Well, she's slid. She's married the uncle. He took it without blinking. You can't rattle Jeeves. That was always a development to be feared, sir. You don't mean to tell me you were expecting it? It crossed my mind as a possibility. Did it, by Jove? Well, I think you might have warned us. I hardly liked to take the liberty, sir. Of course, as I saw after I had a bite to eat and was in a calmer frame of mind, what had happened wasn't my fault, if you come down to it. I couldn't be expected to foresee that the scheme, in itself a crackerjack, would skid into the ditch as it had done. But all the same, I'm bound to admit that I didn't relish the idea of meeting Corky again until Time, the great healer, had been able to get in a bit of soothing work. I cut Washington Square out absolutely for the next few months. I gave it the complete miss in bulk. And then, just when I was beginning to think I might safely pop down in that direction and gather up the dropped thread, so to speak, Time, instead of working the healing wheeze, went and pulled the most awful bone and put the lid on it. Opening the paper one morning, I read that Mrs. Alexander Worple had presented her husband with a son and heir. I was so darned sorry for poor old Corky that I hadn't the heart to touch my breakfast. I told Jeeves to drink it himself. I was bowled over. Absolutely. It was the limit. I hardly knew what to do. I wanted, of course, to rush down to Washington Square to grip the poor blighter silently by the hand. And then, thinking it over, I hadn't the nerve. Absent treatment seemed the touch. I gave it him in waves. But after a month or so I began to hesitate again. It struck me that it was playing it a bit low down on the poor chap, avoiding him like this just when he probably wanted his pals to surge round him most. I pictured him sitting in his lonely studio with no company but his bitter thoughts, and the pathos of it got me to such an extent that I bounded straight into a taxi and told the driver to go all out for the studio. I rushed in, and there was Corky, hunched up at the easel, painting away, while on the model throne sat a severe-looking female of middle age holding a baby. A fellow has to be ready for that sort of thing. "Oh, I said, and started to back out. Corky looked over his shoulder. "Hello, Bertie. Don't go. We're just finishing for the day. That will be all this afternoon," he said to the nurse, who got up with the baby and decanted it into a perambulator which was standing in the fairway. "At the same hour tomorrow, Mr. Corcoran?" "Yes, please." "Good afternoon." "Good afternoon." Corky stood there looking at the door, and then he turned to me and began to get it off his chest. Fortunately, he seemed to take it for granted that I knew all about what had happened, so it wasn't as awkward as it might have been. "It's my uncle's idea," he said. "Muriel doesn't know about it yet. The portrait's to be a surprise for her on her birthday. The nurse takes the kid out ostensibly to get a breather, and they beat it down here. If you want an instance of the irony of fate, Bertie, get acquainted with this. Here's the first commission I have ever had to paint a portrait, and the sitter is that human poached egg that has butted in and bounced me out of my inheritance. Can you beat it? I call it rubbing the thing in to expect me to spend my afternoons gazing into the ugly face of a little brat who to all intents and purposes has hit me behind the ear with a blackjack and swiped all I possess. I can't refuse to paint the portrait, because if I did my uncle would stop my allowance, and every time I look up and catch that kid's vacant eye I suffer agonies. I tell you, Bertie, sometimes when he gives me patronizing glances and then turns away and is sick, as if it revolted him to look at me, I come within an ace of occupying the entire front page of the evening papers as the latest murder sensation. There are moments when I almost can see the headlines. Promising young artist beans baby with axe. I patted his shoulders silently. My sympathy for the poor old scout was too deep for words. I kept away from the studio for some time after that, because it didn't seem right for me to intrude on the poor chappie's sorrow. Besides, I'm bound to say that nurse intimidated me. She reminded me so infernally of Aunt Agatha. She was the same gimlet-eyed type. But one afternoon Corky called me on the phone. "Bertie?" "Hello?" "Are you doing anything this afternoon?" "Nothing special." "You couldn't come down here, could you?" "What's the trouble? Anything up?" "I finished the portrait." "Good boy. Stout work." "Yes." His voice sounded rather doubtful. "The fact is, Bertie, it doesn't look quite right to me. There's something about it. My uncle's coming in half an hour to inspect it, and I don't know why it is, but I kind of feel I'd like your moral support." I began to see that I was letting myself in for something. The sympathetic cooperation of Jeeves seemed to me to be indicated. "You think he'll cut up rough?" "He may." I threw my mind back to the red-faced chappie I had met at the restaurant, and tried to picture him cutting up rough. It was only too easy. I spoke to Corky firmly on the telephone. "I'll come," I said. "Good. But only if I may bring Jeeves." "Why Jeeves? What's Jeeves got to do with it? Who wants Jeeves? Jeeves is the fool who suggested the scheme that has led—" "Listen, Corky, old top, if you think I'm going to face that uncle of yours without Jeeves's support, you're mistaken. I'd sooner go into a den of wild beasts and bite a lion on the back of the neck." "Oh, all right," said Corky. Not cordially, but he said it. So I rang for Jeeves and explained the situation. "Very good, sir," said Jeeves. That's the sort of chap he is. You can't rattle him. We found Corky near the door looking at the picture, with one hand up in a defensive sort of way, as if he thought it might swing on him. "Stand right where you are, Bertie," he said, without moving. "Now, tell me honestly, how does it strike you?" The light from the big window fell right on the picture. I took a good look at it. Then I shifted a bit nearer and took another look. Then I went back to where I had been at first, because it hadn't seemed quite so bad from there. "Well?" said Corky anxiously. I hesitated a bit. "Of course, old man, I only saw the kid once, and then only for a moment, but it was an ugly sort of kid, wasn't it, if I remember rightly?" "As ugly as that?" I looked again, and honesty compelled me to be frank. "I don't see how it could have been, old chap." Poor old Corky ran his fingers through his hair in a temperamental sort of way. He groaned. "You're quite right, Bertie. Something's gone wrong with the darned thing. My private impression is that, without knowing it, I've worked that stunt that Sargent and those fellows pull, painting the soul of the sitter. I've got through the mere outward appearance and have put the child's soul on canvas." "But could a child of that age have a soul like that? I don't see how he could have managed it in the time. What do you think, Jeeves?" "I doubt it, sir." It sort of leers at you, doesn't it?" "You've noticed that too," said Corky. "I don't see how one could help noticing. All I tried to do was to give the little brute a cheerful expression, but as it worked out he looks positively dissipated. Just what I was going to suggest, old man. He looks as if he were in the middle of a colossal spree and enjoying every minute of it. Don't you think so, Jeeves?" "He has a decidedly inebriated air, sir." Corky was starting to say something when the door opened and the uncle came in. For about 3 seconds all was joy, jollity, and goodwill. The old boy shook hands with me, slapped Corky on the back, said that he didn't think he'd ever seen such a fine day, and whacked his leg with his stick. Jeeves had projected himself into the background, and he didn't notice him. "Well, Bruce, my boy, so the portrait is really finished, is it? Really finished? Well, bring it out. Let's have a look at it. This'll be a wonderful surprise for your aunt. Where is it? Let's—" And then he got it, suddenly, when he wasn't set for the punch, and he rocked back on his heels. "Oosh!" he exclaimed, and for perhaps a minute there was one of the scaliest silences I've ever run up against. "Is this a practical joke?" he said at last, in a way that set about 16 draughts cutting through the room at once. I thought it was up to me to rally round old Corky. "You want to stand a bit farther away from it," I said. "You're perfectly right," he snorted. "I do. I want to stand so far away from it that I can't see the thing with a telescope." He turned on Corky like an untamed tiger of the jungle who has just located a chunk of meat. "And this is what you've been wasting your time and my money for all these years? A painter? I wouldn't let you paint a house of mine. I gave you this commission thinking you were a competent worker, and this extract from a comic-coloured supplement is the result?" He swung towards the door, lashing his tail and growling to himself. "This ends it. If you wish to continue this foolery of pretending to be an artist because you want an excuse for idleness, please yourself. But let me tell you this. Unless you report at my office on Monday morning, prepared to abandon all this idiocy and start in at the bottom of the business to work your way up, as you should have done half a dozen years ago, not another cent, not another cent, not another— Boosh!" Then the door closed, and he was no longer with us, and I crawled out of the bomb-proof shelter. "Corky, old top," I whispered faintly. Corky was standing staring at the picture. His face was set. There was a hunted look in his eye. "Well, that finishes it," he muttered brokenly. "What are you going to do?" "Do? What can I do? I can't stick on here if he cuts off supplies. You heard what he said. I shall have to go to the office on Monday." I couldn't think of a thing to say. I knew exactly how he felt about the office. I don't know when I've been so infernally uncomfortable. It was like hanging round trying to make conversation to a pal who's just been sentenced to 20 years in quod. And then a soothing voice broke the silence. "If I might make a suggestion, sir?" It was Jeeves. He had slid from the shadows and was gazing gravely at the picture. Upon my word, I can't give you a better idea of the shattering effect of Corky's Uncle Alexander when in action than by saying that he'd absolutely made me forget for the moment that Jeeves was there. I wonder if I ever happened to mention to you, sir, a Mr. Digby Thistleton, with whom I was once in service. Perhaps you have met him. He was a financier. He is now Lord Bridgenorth. It was a favourite saying of his that there is always a way. The first time I heard him use the expression was after the failure of a patent depilatory which he promoted. Jeeves, I said, what on earth are you talking about? I mentioned Mr. Thistleton, sir, because his was in some respects a parallel case to the present one. His depilatory failed, but he did not despair. He put it on the market again under the name of Harrow, guaranteed to produce a full crop of hair in a few months. It was advertised, if you remember, sir, by a humorous picture of a billiard ball, before and after taking, and made such a substantial fortune that Mr. Thistleton was soon afterwards elevated to the peerage for services to his party. It seems to me that if Mr. Corcoran looks into the matter, he will find, like Mr. Thistleton, that there is always a way. Mr. Worple himself suggested the solution of the difficulty. In the heat of the moment, he compared the portrait to an extract from a coloured comic supplement. I consider the suggestion a very valuable one, sir. Mr. Corcoran's portrait may not have pleased Mr. Worple as a likeness of his only child, but I have no doubt that editors would gladly consider it as a foundation for a series of humorous drawings. If Mr. Corcoran will allow me to make the suggestion, his talent has always been for the humorous. There is something about this picture, something bold and vigorous, which arrests the attention. I feel sure it would be highly popular. Corky was glaring at the picture, and making a sort of dry, sucking noise with his mouth. He seemed completely overwrought. And then suddenly he began to laugh in a wild way. "Corky, old man," I said, massaging him tenderly. I feared the poor blighter was hysterical. He began to stagger about all over the floor. "He's right. The man's absolutely right. Jeeves, you're a life-saver. You've hit on the greatest idea of the age. Report at the office on Monday. Start at the bottom of the business. I'll buy the business if I feel like it. I know the man who runs the comic section of the Sunday Star. He'll eat this thing. He was telling me only the other day how hard it was to get a good new series. He'll give me anything I ask for a real winner like this. I've got a gold mine. Where's my hat? I've got an income for life. Oh, where's that confounded hat? Lend me a fiver, Bertie. I want to take a taxi down to Park Row." Jeeves smiled paternally. Or, rather, he had a kind of paternal muscular spasm about the mouth, which is the nearest he ever gets to smiling. "If I might make the suggestion, Mr. Corcoran, for a title of the series which you have in mind, The Adventures of Baby Blobs." Corky and I looked at the picture, then at each other in an awed way. Jeeves was right. There could be no other title. "Jeeves," I said. It was a few weeks later, and I had just finished looking at the comic section of the Sunday Star. "I'm an optimist. I always have been. The older I get, the more I agree with Shakespeare and those poet-johnnies about it always being darkest before the dawn, and there's a silver lining, and what you lose on the swings you make up on the roundabouts. Look at Mr. Corcoran, for instance. There was a fellow, one would have said, clear up to the eyebrows in the soup. To all appearances he had got it right in the neck. Yet look at him now. Have you seen these pictures?" "I took the liberty of glancing at them before bringing them to you, sir. Extremely diverting." "They've made a big hit, you know." "I anticipated it, sir." I leaned back against the pillows. "You know, Jeeves, you're a genius. You ought to be drawing a commission on these things." "I have nothing to complain of in that respect, sir. Mr. Corcoran has been most generous. I am putting out the brown suit, sir." "No, I think I'll wear the blue with the faint red stripe." "Not the blue with the faint red stripe, sir." "But I rather fancy myself in it." "Not the blue with the faint red stripe, sir." "Oh, all right, have it your own way." "Very good, sir. Thank you, sir." Of course I know it's as bad as being henpecked, but then Jeeves is always right. You've got to consider that, you know. What?
End of Leave It to Jeeves
by P.G. Wodehouse.